Yo. Chat, tomorrow is going to be our laptop stream. So today is going to be our probably final day. You know what, I'll probably do like a laptop stream for like both Monday and Tuesday. Because Wednesday is going to be my last stream in Singapore for roughly almost 2 weeks, which is really, really long. Hopefully tomorrow when I try the laptop stream, it doesn't go burr flip explode. But if it does go burr flip explode, then I'll have a little bit more time to essentially get a new one before I fly to the States. Or maybe I just buy when I'm gonna be there, right? But in any case, this is probably gonna be our last stream on our current PC setup. The way I envision testing out the laptop stream is I'm still probably gonna sit here. Okay, y'all see this table? The table where like Sparkle is like dead and like little Ika is like staring at you. Okay, I think I might just try using this table right here, because this socket is where I plug my laptop charger. So I'll put this laptop here, and then my entire setup will just like invert in the other way. So you're gonna be seeing my door, kind of. Like the door to this room, which is like the streaming room. Then we'll try this setup for like basically 2 days from Monday and Tuesday, assuming that it works well. Then little Ika and Sparkle as well as Fei Xiao, they are pretty much just gonna be kicked out, right? They're gonna be homeless. But I do mean I'll put them in this current table, so they will sit here, and then I'll basically see you guys most likely on, I'm not even sure if it's gonna be Thursday or Friday. Oh, I'm probably not seeing you guys on Thursday. Okay, there's no way I'm gonna see you guys on Thursday, because Thursday is my flight. And I believe the timing for that is going to be... okay, y'all can just stare at Dahlia, because she's prettier than me anyways. I think the flight is gonna be 8 a.m. on the 2nd of July. 8 a.m. Japan Airlines. So on the 1st of July, that is my final stream. Then I will probably wake up at like 6. Okay, maybe 5 a.m. Yeah, so I will be at the airport at like 6 a.m. on the 2nd of July. Then the flight itself, I believe, is going to be... Holy shit. 18 hours and 25 minutes. That is absolutely fucking insane. Why the hell is US so fucking far from Singapore, bro? I don't understand, dude. Like, why can't they just add a TP point so that I can TP to US without flying for 18 hours, by the way? So, I will be landing in Los Angeles on the 11:30 a.m., which is also the 2nd of July. So I basically traveled back in time due to the, I believe, 18-hour time zone difference. Is it 18 hour? Okay, I'm not sure what is the difference, but like when I land in US, it will still be the 2nd of July, even though I leave Singapore on the 2nd of July. So basically, your 3rd of July. Yeah, okay, so I'll basically land during Asia's 3rd of July, but it's gonna be America's 2nd of July. Then I don't think I would be... Wait, is there a HSR live stream on the 3rd of July? Is there? Is there? HSR 4.4 live stream. I'm assuming there will be, right? Because it's a Friday. It is a Friday. Okay, yep. Okay, so essentially, I think the next time I see y'all is going to be... Okay, so this is the countdown for the live stream. If y'all want to check it out, it's right here, right? This is going to be the countdown on the live stream. Okay, I'm not reacting FOB. So the living situation for AX is from the 2nd of July all the way through to the 5th of July. I am saying, oh, what the flying fuck? Whoa, 30% off honoring shard discounted is a free deal, bro. Oh yeah, but as I was saying, yo, Mr. Antler, thank you so much for the 30. Wait, Antler, do you see this? Bro, this tier list just gave Pride incalculable aura because now people realize how tier lists are made outside of Pride. So I essentially, look at it, bro. I gave Pride $1 billion worth of free marketing. So if Mr. Antler loves me and appreciate this free marketing, he will drop 10 gifted subs right now. Okay, just give, but thank you so much for the 33 months. Yes, but as I was saying, this live stream is happening on the 3rd of July, 7:30 p.m., which is the usual Friday live stream timings for HSR. So when I land on the US, right, I am landing at 11:30 a.m. US timing. To Singapore time. Okay. So what? I am... Holy shit, Andrew. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. That is absolutely crazy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is so. I almost went homeless this month, but thank you so much, Mr. Andrew. Yes. Okay, so I'm landing at like 11:30. Wait, hold up. 11:30 a.m. I think. Okay, so this will be Singapore's 2:30 a.m. 3rd of July. And then the live stream is gonna be 7:30 p.m. which is 17 hours later. So the live stream is gonna be happening 17 hours from when I land, which I am guessing this is gonna be... Oh. Ooh, that's not too good, bro. Oh my god, that is not too good. Wait, let me... Okay, I feel like it's still fine. I will probably go live at like... Bro, I don't know, like... What's 12 a.m. in the US? Okay, 12:30 a.m. 12:30 a.m. Oh my god, a 1 a.m. US stream is a 4 p.m. Singapore stream. Huh. That is a very, very interesting. So if I stream in the US every day at 1 a.m., it will technically be a 4 p.m. stream every day in Singapore. Just sleep through it. Usually I would do that, but not for Goryo, bro. For any other gacha game, maybe, but not for Goryo. So we're definitely not gonna miss it. Okay, but my tentative plan as of right now is essentially, I guess, we'll probably try to do... I was thinking of doing like 9 p.m. US stream, actually. Because this is a little bit more of a human hours, right? But what is 9 p.m. US? Holy shit, that's really, really early, actually. I will ponder a little bit more. Because, like, I think this is like such a great chance for me to essentially fix my sleep schedule, you know. So imagine if I can actually go to bed at like 12 or 1 a.m. every day. Then I will come back as a refreshed man. And then we'll actually have 4 p.m. stream every day in Singapore, right? But I will leave that up for the considerations in the future. But I will definitely be here for this 4:30 a.m. stream my time, i.e. the 7:30 p.m. stream for Singapore time. So that is gonna be that. Yeah, as I was saying, for the living situation, right? From the 2nd to the 5th of July, we are all staying at like our own places, as in the hotel. So Fob is staying in his E6S5 Intercontinental. Yo, chat, peep this by the way. Intercontinental LA Expo. So this is where Fob is staying. which I believe is like $1,000 a night, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Book a room. Let me see what's up. July 2nd. Let's just see this. Checking availability. Limited availability. Wow. Okay. Okay, actually it's not that bad, I guess. It's actually not that bad, but it is pretty bad. It is not that bad, but it is pretty bad. So essentially, one E6 S5. Alright, this is one E6 S5. I am staying very, very near FOP, which is this place called the Delphi. Yeah, I'm staying at this place called the Delphi. Yeah, this place. So I already booked it. Oh shit, it's actually around the same price, guys. What? Oh. Okay, in any case, yeah, that is basically where we are going to be staying. I think Janazet is going to be staying in another place. And then like other gacha CCs are going to be staying in other places. So no one's actually like rooming with one another. So no OKs. But after the 5th of July, I will then be crashing at FOP's couch. So from 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I'll be basically staying at FOP's place for 1 week. And then on the 12th of July, I am flying back to Singapore. But because of the time zone delay, which is 18 hours backwards in time, so if I fly back to Singapore, it's 18 hours forward in time. So while my flight is 12 on the July, I only land in SG. Thank you so much for the 100 BD stop. Thank you. Yeah, but even when I fly off from US on the 12th of July, I will only land back in SG on the 14th of July. Because the flight back is 19 hours and 50 minutes. 19 hours, 50 minutes. So my flight is 1:30 p.m. on the 12th. And I'll come back to Singapore at like 12 a.m. So like, as much as I would love the United States of America, bro, it is just so fucking far, bro. Right? So it is not a very realistic thing for us to do on a normal schedule. Honestly, if we didn't have a reason stop explained in like the US, I definitely wouldn't go. But the only reason why this is happening is that we do have reason stop explained. So I'm low-key earning a little bit from this trip, like net profit, there's a little bit. And number two is like, it will be my first ever AX. So that will be quite nice. Read Pridewind. What? Where? Where? Is this for war concert? No, it's not for war concert, but war is part of the another war. Oh, there's another war. What is the other war? What is the other war? What is the other war, bro? What war, bro? Bro, if you're gonna fucking say read the chat, and then when I ask you why do you make me read the chat, and you say nothing, I will literally just ban you next time. How about that? How about that? Who's the bugger that said that? Who is the bugger that said that? Alright, yo, so Mr. Re90400. Alright, you asked me to read, right? Okay, so what do you want me to read for? What is the context? What is the context? Okay, so what did he say? What did he say? What did he say? Why can't you just tell me what he said? Because clearly, bro is not gonna be on the stream 24/7, right? He said you're still here, so what did he say, bro? What did he say? What did he say? OF update. Pridewind has an OnlyFans. Oh, pure fiction. Okay. And never these. Okay. 25th of... Okay, this is kind of late, though. If it's not a tier list, I kind of don't really care about slot fiction. Yeah, it's kind of late, bro. I recall why I came here before, blah, blah, blah. New and then pure fiction is a new vessel, brand new data, including Star Wars. Nah, but it's like, it's pure fiction, bro. I can think of like 5 people that care about pure fiction, right? The Herta mates. Yeah, okay, one person I think of pure fiction, right? Yeah, as I was saying before I got rudely fucking interrupted again and again, we will try to have our stream around this timing. So this is gonna be roughly 12 p.m. Singapore time, maybe 1 p.m. if I'm feeling a little bit lazy, Doro. I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming every day during AX, but I will definitely be streaming after AX because I do have this reasons I'm explaining with Arc Knights Enfield because I am essentially one of their casters, right? Like this thingy right here. Where is the buckle again? Where is the buckle again? Alright, so I'm gonna be casting for the first time in my life. And for the stages that I am gonna be responsible for casting, I will essentially see you in their respective time slots. Which is also part of the reason why I'm trying to like acquaint myself a little bit better with CC. Because it will be a little bit embarrassing if me as a caster, even though I'm completely free to play, I'm still stuck at CC40. So I will try to at least get out CC40 so that when the actual things are going to be happening, I can kind of get a gist of like what's going on. To my understanding right now, based on my Art Knight guys information, my best bet of actually clearing CC40 is not physical team, but rather the Levitating team. Because we did get Camille. So Levitating Camille is apparently a lot more manageable compared to physical because you don't really have to keep standing in there in the pool and all that kind of stuff, right? So when that is gonna be happening, if we can clear tonight, then that will be really, really good. But if not, then it is what it is. Before we get on into the daily village as well as whatchamacallit, Dear Pokey, I want to do something really interesting today, which is this right here. This thing is not a tier list, but I thought it was a very good exercise that you guys could consider trying out for yourselves, which is, in hindsight, if you were to think back to version 1.0, what units would you have pulled for since 1.0 all the way to as of this current moment? I will basically I already have like a little list. I was like brainstorming a little bit. And then I'll just walk through like my personal thought process as to which one are we gonna be getting. Because I came to realize that for Honkai Goryo, you actually get 105 pulls per version. Which is actually quite crazy because I always said like HSR averages 100 pulls per version, right? But I say it as like an average. Because sometimes you get like what, 80, 90 pulls. Sometimes you don't get like that many. But apparently you actually get more than 100 pulls per version in Goryo. Which effectively means if I were to assume that each player on average spends like 100 pulls for a rate up, right? Inclusive of like the 50-50 and like any early or late. Like let's say you get 100 pulls per unit, per cost. Then throughout the entirety of HSR from start to finish, you would have, I believe, roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 costs. Alright, you have roughly 28 cost worth of units, or rather 2,800 limited pools as a complete free-to-play. So based on that knowledge, if I were to go back and redo my pooling decision for both units and Litecoin, I kind of want to see how this would actually turn out as compared to the actual in-game account I have. But to be completely fair as well, Pokke is not really an accurate representation of how I would go about pooling anyways, because we have the power of Oilers, right? So we essentially get everything as well as using this account for content. But if I were to actually be like a player and I have to make choices, right? You have to choose. You have to sacrifice something for the other. I think the account would look very, very different from what I personally intend. So for example, I would have just skipped Elation entirely. Not because I hate Elation, but like, I just don't really feel it that much, especially considering the fact in version 3, I would have went for E2 final, right? So I will jump into this little exercise that we can do later on, and I think it's honestly very, very interesting. Mr. Bobby Bobby.
Starring content, so if you don't pull carries, you will just not have those for that version. Keep it in mind for version 1 at least.
Absolutely. But also, to be fair, for this thingamabob, apparently this is also the non-recurring and recurring pools for an average free-to-play. Which I think it's really not... Okay, it's quite interesting to see that, like, as a free-to-play player, right, per week, you get 6.5 pools. Okay, now it's 8 pools because of Star Mode. So, if you are only getting like, okay, 7.7-ish, because it's like a full version, right? 7.7, 7.5. If for a full version, right, you are only missing out 7.7 pools, but the cost of you chasing that 3-star is gonna be like at least, maybe let's just say you want to get 1 cost. Right? 1 cost is already on average 100 pools. So the math really doesn't add up if you are pooling for the sake of 3-starring content. And even if you do not 3-star endgame content, let's just say you get 27 out of 30. Bro, you miss like what, 80 stellar jades. Or like you miss the 100 on star mode, which is literally 1 pool. So even without that full star, I would worry way less about this compared to the actual events and exploration and like 100% enforce and whatever kind of fuck that Goryo is gonna be able to provide, right? So that was a very, very interesting exercise that I essentially thought of because I saw this other video, right? I saw this other video. It was essentially talking about what are the biggest mistakes in HSR's power scaling. I forgot what exactly it's called, but if I were to look back into like my personal chart from here, right? Can you share where the sheet came from? Yo, let me get the link right now. Let me get the link right now. And there it is. Yeah, okay, as I was saying, essentially from what I've noticed in this chart that I essentially saw here, version 2 actually gave me the biggest FOMO, right? That most of my decisions, I would say from version 1, version 3 is actually pretty straightforward. Like if I would have made a choice again, but version 2 was actually quite hard because you had Acheron, and before Acheron was Sparkle, after Acheron was Bobbin, and then you had main push Firefly, which a lot of players put for, especially if you put for the first ever harmony that's gonna be run Mei. And then because I love Fei Xiao, there is essentially 3 different DPS in a single version, on top of me already getting 2 DPS from version 1. So to actually resist the temptation of pulling for Firefly back in version 2, it would have been incredibly fucking difficult, considering she came right after a support anniversary unit, the tip of version 2. So after these 3, then they released Firefly. I think that was probably like the biggest amount of FOMO that I would have felt throughout all of these pooling decisions, right? But we'll get through this list later on when we are actually gonna be talking about it. So anyway, yeah, and this is not a tier list, by the way. I'm not saying that I pulled these units because they are tier 0. Or like at their respective times, they were tier 0. I pulled them purely out of my personal preference. Because strictly speaking, if you want to talk about tier lists, right? With all due respect to Acheron, right? With all due respect to Acheron, tier list wise, Firefly was easier to build since more people had run Mei. And then if you want to talk about whether you want to pull on the Acheron, the cost investment was also like slightly higher since E0 Azure Firefly was more manageable compared to the E0 Azure Acheron. Because we didn't have things like Jiao Qiu back in the days, right? And on top of that, because they released Jiao Qiu so close with Acheron, I believe it was around Yun Li, I believe. So it was like Firefly, Jade, then Yun Li and Jiao Qiu, I think. I'm not exactly sure, but I think it was around that timeline. So the gap between the DPS and the support for Acheron was actually very, very tight. Whereas for Firefly, you had like a bigger breathing room. Because I'm assuming if you put Firefly, you probably want to skip Fei Xiao. Alright, and you probably might not even think about Bobbin that much, because Break doesn't care about Bobbin. So you could actually just get yourself a Firefly, wait all the way until, I believe, 2.7 with Fugue. So that was the only other cost you had to invest. So from a pooling perspective, if you want to just go with like what the devs like are trying to push for players to pool for, I think Firefly would have honestly saved you more cost compared to if you want to pool outside of Firefly. A little bit similar to Remembrance as well, because if you just pool for Remembrance, you can skip like almost everything here. Right, you can skip this. This is why I only added it, because I would have actually went for the E1 Archer. You would have skipped this, you would have skipped this. Then you just get yourself that standard Remembrance flagship with one generalist support, and you're like good to go, right? And a very, very similar thing is happening for version 4 as well, where you can just skip everything and just pull for the Elysian flagship. So cost-wise, if you just want to think about like what is the least cost for tier 0, I think you really, really cannot go wrong with like the devs original plan. You know, like if you want to go to like a restaurant, right? They have like those like lunch meals, right? Those lunch plans, set meals, right? And like fucking like 12 to 4 or like whatever. And then you can get like a set with like a drink, with like a soup for like a very, very cheap price. Or you have to like a la carte and like buy shit yourself, right? I feel like Remembrance flagships and like Break or like any main push flagships is like a set meal. So at that point of time, it was like very easy to access. But if you want to try out other things, it will probably come at a cost, essentially, right? Okay, but that is gonna be our quick little yep. Other than that, I will be going into Genshin guy. Oh, what did Genshin guy say? What did Genshin guy say? Okay, Genshin guy. Do you have a tier list for this? But Genshin Impact. I don't mind trying this for Genshin Impact as well. But I don't think there's... Would it? Because if you technically think about it, Genshin Impact releases less 5 stars than HSR, right? So I don't even think the number of 5 stars in Genshin is like that different from HSR anyways. Since HSR is always like usually 2 5 stars per version, right? Oh, Genshin guy doesn't play Genshin. Okay, then it is what it is. Right? There are a lot of good Slender and pure vision data I say is worth a check. Okay, I will check it out after I am done with this buckle right here, right? So with that out of the way, have you ever done a boss tier list? I feel like it depends. Because a boss tier list is very, very subjective based on what your account has. So if you want to get like an accurate representation of a boss, I feel like it's not a very useful tier list, since everyone's account, generally speaking, is going to be quite different, essentially, right? Okay, you have these units now. Is it a KR expert? Is that Faker? Holy shit. Arc Knights Combustion Team CC52. Wait, is that Tang? Holy. Yo, what cause was that Tang, bro? Wait, I also have... Wait, he actually did CC52 with this cost? That is incredibly impressive. Okay, I'm not sure how crazy E1 Levitating is. But if this team can CC52, I am pretty sure I can CC40, right? I'm almost absolutely certain we can CC40 with this. But I'm so surprised he didn't get, Oh, this is E0. Isn't 1 bar E1? Huh? Isn't 1 bar E1? No. 1 bar is E0. Then what is E6? But what is E5? The Levitating is E1. That's literally what I'm saying. So this is E1, right? This is E1 Levitating and E1 Tang, right? Right? Now, Perdica is E5. I get it, right? E5, E5. The Tang is E0. Wait, are y'all just LARPing or like what's going on, bro? Do y'all play Arc Knights? Do y'all play Arc Knights? How is this E1 and E0? Isn't this the exact same thing? Canopy Man 111. Isn't this the exact same thing? Am I missing something? Both are P0. The white line. Am I blind? What white line? What white line, bro? Yellow bar is P0. Okay, but is this not P5? As in like they unlocked every single island. Okay, I know this is E1, right? Like, this is S1. This is S1. Because you need one copy of the fucking weapon, right? So this is S1. So is this not E1 as well? White bar is P1. Wait, I still don't fucking get it, bro. So they are both E0. Is that what I'm saying? White equals activated. So if you were to activate P1, this becomes white. Is that it? So one white is P1, but one yellow is P0. Second. Okay, does anyone have a screenshot of a E1 levitate? Yo, Clippers, you can take this, by the way. Is this E0 or E1 for R-Knight's Enfield? Does anyone have like a screenshot of what E0 looks like? Genshin guy. Oh, okay. That is just... Wait, is that yours or mine? If that is mine, I'll be very, very happy with that, by the way. I'll be very, very happy with that. E1 will be one yellow line and one white line together. I see. Also, Dahlia needs to actually shut the actual fuck up, bro. Like, you're way too fucking noisy. Okay, but essentially, very, very interesting little thingamabob, and I'll be seeing you guys on the clip channel. Anime girls are doing what? What?
This new series about anime girls doing drugs is gonna be animated by MAPPA. You see, these girls still live in their hometown, but the thing is, their hometown is pretty much the spawn point of gangs, violence, basically the world's worst evils are here. And throughout their whole life, they've had to learn to live in this environment, which includes them getting involved in the world of crime and doing a little bit of coke. But despite all the obvious problems surrounding their hometown, the girls love living here. And they honest to God couldn't see themselves living anywhere else, even if that means that everyday life involves absolutely tripping balls, getting into regular all-out brawls, or having to sell some insanely illegal stuff. Basically, if you couldn't get into Nichijou or any other slice of life anime because it was way too sunshine and rainbows, this anime would absolutely welcome you with open arms. But the craziest part about this whole series is the fact that because it's MAPPA, the staff working on this has been strongly involved on the biggest IPs in anime, like Attack on Titan and Chainsaw Man the movie, to working on this anime that uses such cutesy animation, contrasted by showing anime girls happily throwing hands on a daily basis while also being one step away from fed folding.
I have no idea what that is, but it looks really, really interesting. Oh, this is E1. Oh. Then what is E5? Is this E5? So it will be like full white. All white. I see. All right. Thank you for the information. That is very, very helpful. Really innocent. Can I add this speed emote? What are you gonna change it to, bro? Rename if you want. We can name it to should we just replace scared? Can we just replace scared? And then we'll just have this as scared. Because the current scared is like, it's not scared enough. And kill the current scared and then we have speed scared. Thank you. Peak rage rate in it.
Of what nation are you a citizen?
Singapore.
Are you a citizen of any other nation?
No, Senator.
Have you ever applied for Chinese citizenship?
Senator, I served my nation in Singapore. No, I did not.
And there
Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
No, Senator. Again, I'm Singaporean.
Let me ask you some hopefully simple questions. Of what nation?
And never these, alright. Did Bob lose his identity? Nuclear. From sure you skip everything for E6 Irene discussion. Oh my god, yo, where is DOT guy? Yo, where is DOT guy? Yo, DOT guy, this is your fault, by the way. This is your fault. I mean, I was never gonna do this. Oh, you're here? Okay, so this is targeted for DOT guy. who told me to skip everything for E6 Cyrene. Okay, I literally can't see. I don't think people understand what Bob is. Bob is trying to do what casuals don't do, which is dropping a lot of cards into one team that will last way beyond its release date. Okay, dropping 2 more cards now, maybe 1 or 2 more if I in reruns. Guaranteed that Remembrance survives version 5 and even version 6 by point. You can manage your build pools on someone you want from version 5 or ignoring blah 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 blah. Here's this way of playing this version 3 or assuming you have good investment on now, you realize you have 0 phone, blah blah blah. Then anyone saying just anyone saying just pick E0 Himeko, then E2 later, are falling on the same greedy and stupid mentality he is trying to avoid. Himeko's rerun will happen and you will not pull that E2 because by that point, something better is already releasing. So start to sprinkle your cards of stuff that you won't see later. Worst if you start to get Himeko teammates. All in all, Pokke should follow what his head says. Which head? What? E2 Cyrene is boring, but the correct answer in life are always boring. Bob is meant to be the correct answer on this instance, not a funny bit for content. All that argue about V5 team, it isn't until anniversary 5.2 you have to worry about V5, and you also got 5.4 for the second main push. But maybe 5.0 to 5.1 release what a Sparksy, Aglea, Diola, Asheville, Yao Guang. That is far the most Doom posted, but everyone played Elation neither and gotten a rerun 4.3 right after anniversary. Sorry, never skip everything as free to play to go for E6 Cyrene, even if E6 Cyrene is the best E6 in the game, since having E6 Cyrene without other characters, stick to E2 unless you're a spender. Especially if you're tight on money on wallet, it isn't worth a E6, and Cyrene is the only E6 I found worth a huge cost in tickets, with a full E6 as one mono remembrance. Okay? My opinion about E2 Cyrene, if you really want to make an abomination like RMC, DPS, and other topics and a pink hair team, you should E2 Cyrene. Also, there's the E2, my E2 caster is homeless. Oh, I see. Cost-wise, Cyrene E2 is too expensive. There's no reason to keep investing in Remembrance team. It will be better to start horizontally investing into a third team. Right now, Dioda, Mighty, and Nexa Sunday are in question. The vertical investment on these teams are lacking, but to be fair, the vertical investment value is not good. The other issue is that Tribi might be replaced by Rin. She's definitely getting replaced by Rin. And in fact, I don't even use Tribi with Archer at this point anymore, because I always use Tribi for my team too, which is or rather team 3, which is either with Maide or with Herda. And Pokke is missing a third premium sustain. Third premium sustain might not need to happen in version 4, because we could just wait for version 5. Gallagher is still low-key kind of cooking, so I'm not too concerned with the third premium sustain. And if anything, Bob could actually try playing sustainless. Alright, we could try to give Bob a sustainers run, but that would be very, very interesting. The answer to the title is no. You should never E6 a 5-star limiter if you want to optimize your account as a free player and low spender. And to be fair, we should stop with those stupid questions. It reinforced the FOMO and misinformation about E0 Cyrene being dogshit, while in reality she's decent stuff, especially for mono remembrance. He's done. Okay, you know what? This comment on the clip channel, right? It's honestly like so chill, because on the main channel video, right, there I believe is like a billion. Why am I not scrolling down, chat? Why am I not scrolling down? There we go. Where is the question? This, bro. I have a bit. Honestly, this entire comment section could be a video by itself. Because there are a lot of like differing opinions on what we should be getting, which I honestly think it is quite interesting. Frankly speaking, right, chat? Frankly speaking, I like how I can hear Meme like shivering. Frankly speaking, it is a very frank opinion, so I will see what's up going forward in the future. Oh, DOT guy. Why E4 well should be 80 cost? Let's define cost as the average number of votes needed to acquire something as a limit of 5 star. I see. E4 well is a 80 cost unit. Brain dead Pokemon player 0 cycles on full auto. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And there it is on autoplay. Absolute fucking cinema. FIFA World Cup safe. I see. I hate these kind of TikTok musics, bro. Himeko no offense. So I'm good. Pure cinema. And there it is. And there it is. W private. Wuwa has no content. This is Slender. Wait, I literally just saw her Slender in Genshin the other day. Did I not just see her Slender in Genshin the other day? Wait, hold up. Let's make this up.
Genshin Impact players bragging when they stop playing the game. I just hate the gacha system, and I don't want to play the same thing over and over again. I now play Wuthering Waves. No one even plays Genshin Impact anymore. Not one person on the entire planet. I would literally be the only one playing. Wuthering Waves is better. It's like Genshin Impact, but with no heart. They gave me 6 more wishes than Genshin Impact did when they first released. There's such a vast array of games that I want to get into, and I want to be more mature with my gaming. Yeah, that's so true. I mean, I just played through the Dark Souls series, the Resident Evil franchise. I've been playing Marvel Rivals. Wuthering Waves. I just didn't like when I hit a paywall at day 3.
Wuthering Waves.
I am still commenting that I don't play Genshin Impact anymore, even though I only played for 3 days 6 years ago. I stopped when I couldn't figure out how to level up Amber's weapon. I just don't like spending money. The game is free.
Bro, she's fucking funny, bro.
So watch your trigger words. I just couldn't handle
Bro,
it
she's
taking up
fucking
so
funny, bro.
much storage on my mom's phone. Yes, I am a child commenting on your posts. What's a PC? I just gave up. It was just too much to do. Well, it looks like here in your map, you've never made it out of Mondstadt. Genshin's a really easy casual game. You can clear pretty quickly. You can get all the primo gems you need to get any characters you want. It's just too much. I've never completed anything in my life. Wuthering Waves is so much better, right, guys? I just love playing Wuthering Waves. It's just so much cooler.
Oh my god.
I play the newer Chinese gacha slot game.
Chinese gacha. Bro, she funny as fuck, bro. Bro, she actually hella fucking funny. Yo, can we get it as a clip? Help me get it. Help me get it. Help me get it shot, right? Okay, no cap on the stat, right? No cap. Wait. She should do it for HSR. Sis is funny AF. Bro, she's fucking hilarious, bro. Oh my goodness. It's like, it's this level of like Slender, right? That's like really, really good. Because if you understand the Slender, I think this is a very, very nice show. Are people okay though? Are people okay? Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Endeavor this! Endeavor is the greatest DPS of all time. Endeavor this. Oh. 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 Oh, I don't think they're too heavy though. This video is such good rage, man, because I'm so mad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, okay, personally, I feel like she's funny as fuck. Alright, I don't think it's that deep. If anything, I would love her to Slender HSR as well. Alright, I think bro is honestly really, really funny. So anything I want to do. Check this Genshin short.
My son, Danny.
Bro, I feel like, bro, you should be allowed to Slender video games, bro. Like, why can't you just Slender video games? Like, are your favorite characters gonna die in game? Is Firefly gonna cry if you Slender HSR? Is AMF gonna be homeless if you Slender Wuwa? Is Farina gonna be benched forever if you Slender Genshin? Like, no, right, bro? I think Slender is hella fucking funny, bro. Alright, I want to do.
That's my wife, Lita.
Oh, she's died? I see.
That's my dick.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. That's my dog.
That's his dick, right? That's very, very nice. Okay, what is this? People like big HP bars now. Absolutely. Oh. I have no idea what this is. I have no idea what this is. What is that shit? I have no idea. Here we go again. Oh, Oh! Oh! Then why is me collecting baby mamas like a fucking Pokédex, bro? Holy, that is crazy. W-wise. W-wise. And that is why Godless Zone Zero is the greatest gacha of all time. Alright, help me get that. Thank you. Rate the new gacha character super attack animations. Do I look like I play Dragon Ball Z? He has declared war on HSR spreadsheet. This buckle is an ass. Me, man, me. Let's see. Oh. 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 Yay. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so glad for Mimi, bro. Probably the greatest mascot in the history of all gacha games. Oi, oi, oi la. I see. Test the new games. How long is this video?
Hey everyone.
Nah, I'm good, but that's very, very cool. Lukewarm. I see. Firefly Slender, so good I could die. Okay. And with that, we have come into the end of our daily village. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, Mr. Streamer. I have a question. Do you ever review C Day 1 HSR free-to-play account? How is managed? No. Hello, Mr. Facial. As a good taste man, have you even thought of trying out PGR, the first dual crown of Cruel games? I've literally tried out PGR before. Alright, with our reasonable experience, it was very, very interesting, right? For the page, the other options, that is just very, very nice. Oh, it would be way better if she has had long hair. So, it is what it is. Stop spamming leakers. Leakers were not supposed to be mentioned. Months of spamming leakers, yet no real evidence of Poke knowing leaks found. And there it is. Want to talk about leaks anyway? We had a tool for it. It was called Friends. What if Saber becomes tier 0? When Jiaozhou gets a novel, what if they add new standard units? Statements dreamed up by utterly deranged. What if he just spouts nonsense to see when we say leakers? He played us for absolute fools. And you know what? He's absolutely fucking right. Right? He's absolutely fucking right. So I don't ever endeavor this, right? He's absolutely right. Since you mentioned you're going to tier this, would you try doing final of Econ once? Nah, I'm good. Dear Mr. Bob, you believe Goril will add new units to standard like Genshin? But if Goril is Goril, they will give out free unlock it instead. So why waste Starlight and Wealth by saving pools? My question is, number one, this doesn't matter anymore because we blew our load in our standard pools the other day to get DDD. So I think we used up like 200 standard pools already. Second of all, if I were to hold in my standard pools and don't blow my load, it's not going to go anywhere anyways. So there's just no rush, right? Hello, was talking to a friend and realized something that may not be common knowledge for casters, right? You can hold E by spamming E. Actually, did you know if you were to just press the AI fun button, the AI will also do the exact same thing? So you don't even need to hold E. You can literally just press V. All you need to do is press V, and then the thing will just do by itself. Dear Poke said by MrPokke, streaming and mock gaming disappear from the world. Which completely different career would you excel at? Okay, no cap. Excellent question, Genshin guy, but no cap on a stack. Bro, I think I'll be a chef, chat. Bro, I think I'll be a chef. Bro, I think since young, right, I've actually watched a lot of cooking shows. No cap. I have watched Shokugeki no Shoma, right? I've watched Hell's Kitchen. I have watched Kitchen Nightmares. I have watched every single season of Hell's Kitchen, my ass. So, like, cooking is a part of my blood, by the way, right? Since young. So, personally, I think I'll honestly consider being a chef, right? Hello, Mr. Poke. I'm just curious, if you and Fob at a boxing match, would you lose? That is a great question. It depends. Mr. Bogi, I keep getting nightmares of Hoyo taking out Gilgamesh's key and closing his gates of Babylon, but when I wake up, I realize surely the King of Heroes will come out as the strongest servant in the game. The stream is next Friday and we will know how peak he's gonna be. Do you think he will be the main push of 4.x? I think he will be the main push, as in he will push all the Gilgamesh mains all the way to the Archer Harbor. Yo, I both E2 Sylph and Evanescence. I think Evanescence plays better, and there it is. With that, we have come to the end of our Dear Pokke and Daily Village exclamation Discord. You can hop on how the hell is gonna be going on, because I read through every single post. One little reminder, right? We do have this current ongoing $5,000 driving tournament. So if you believe you can drive, right? If you believe you can drive in an NTE, you could stand a chance to win $1,000 by submitting your applications right here on Discord, as well as just posting them on YouTube as well as TikTok with the relevant hashtags for $1,000 per winner. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think I will do this first. Hold up. I will do this first. Okay. 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 Okay, we'll do this first. Is the buckle still there? I think the buckle is still there, if I'm not mistaken. Check, can I kill this? Is there any way for me to kill this thing? Like, remove it from existence. So bro can stop making so much noise while I'm in the middle of my reactions. It is just not conducive to my reactions, you know what I'm saying? Just go somewhere else, bro. Why should I go somewhere else when I can just kill this thing? So you can't actually kill this. Bro, that is just so sad, bro. This is his house. Where is his name? Proof? Prove that this is his house. He's so mean. Oh my god, he's so mean. Why is it not he's so loud? Because he is a really fucking loud. That is his home. You intruder into his home. No. No. Yep, no. No means no, right? Okay, wait, let me get a song request, and then we'll do this exercise together. Okay, I actually need to find like a new place, because this place is just way. Who killed this song? Okay, it's not bad, Let me find it. Then we should really get into our explorations, bro. We should really get into our explorations. Stand here real quick. I'll mute this just for now, because I think it will be very good. Okay. Alright. Hey guys, Mr. Star here. I personally think by the time this video goes up, it will be in the middle of my flight to the US. So enjoy Mr. Background Noise, as I'm gonna be talking to you guys from the future, which is gonna be the past of today, right? So for today's video, I want to sort of do this little exercise together with chat as well as players of the HSR community on what would you have put for in each version as of this current day. So the best way I can think about it, right, is that imagine if you're playing HSR as like a Pokemon game, right? So you don't actually instantly jump straight into the Elite Four, right? You don't instantly jump into the level 80 gym battles where you can instantly farm like level 80, level 90 Pokemons, wild Pokemons, right? If you were to start out HSR as a Pokemon game, you have to start from 1.0. So every single banner in HSR, based on their chronological order, will roll throughout the entire time. So from there on, what units would you actually decide to pull for each respective versions, right? So in order to do this exercise with chat, there is a little bit of context to first establish, which I honestly was pretty shocked after discovering for myself, because apparently for Honkai God Rail, you are able to get on average 105 premium summons per version. On average. The biggest spike being on launch, having the 213 push in 1.0, but this is definitely because of a lot of one-time clear achievements, assuming you actually cleared all of them, right? Then as the later version is going to progress, I would say on average, if you were to start from 1.0 all the way through now, having a 100 pulls per version is not going to be too unrealistic with Honkai Goryu, right? And of course, this is going to take into account your permanent as well as your weekly modes, if you actually can clear the weekly modes, right? Then we also have this event warps from your end game content, right? This is your end game content. I'm guessing this is from your end game content, so recurring per version, it is gonna be roughly 7.7, with a number going up slightly higher due to the current inclusion of a starboard mode. So with that being established, the personal rule I'm gonna give for this particular exercise is that it is not a cost thing. Because some people can get a unit in the first 10 pool, maybe even an E1, whereas some people have to go for 160, 170, or even 180 pools for a single unit, right? But if I were to play HSR, not as a gacha game, but just purely from a resource management perspective, on average, I would just give a single 5-star equivalent to 100 pools. That's it, right? Just to keep things very, very simplistic. Then for the light icons, technically speaking, it is slightly lower, or rather, you wouldn't spend on average 100 pools, assuming you have 75-25 as well as the 10 pools early. But I would still count this as 100 pools on average, right? Just for the sake of consistency. So this is gonna be 100 pools for one 5-star limited, 100 pools for one 5-star limited. All right, then from all this, we are going to construct our teams as if we play HSR as not a gacha game, but a Pokemon extension kind of thing, right? So with that being said, right, these are all my personal subjective opinions. It is not an opinion based on meta chasing and what would be the best pooling decision of every single version. Because at the end of the day, if you play a gacha game, I akin to those units that you pull in gacha games. Like if you were a kid, right? Or if you were like you want to buy something from the toy store, right? You would just buy a toy that you enjoy, even if that toy doesn't have as much popularity or meta relevance. And as an example, right? If I was a kid last time, and there's like I have a lot of Transformers. Right, I have a lot of Gundams, right? Maybe the main push for a Gundam is like a Freedom Gundam. And then if you were to pull Justice, it's like Artron Zala's Gundam. It is not the main push, because Freedom is the main push. But I will probably still get Justice, just because I like Justice Gundam, right? So with that being said, the very first thing that I am gonna be going for, as just based on the free-to-play pools, and that is going to be Scylla, right? Our very first cost investments, even from all the way back in version 1.0. The reason is very simple. Scylla's role back then, it was not really designed, at least for me as a player, to last for the rest of my life. Because if you have been playing gacha games long enough, every, or rather most DPS, especially a 1.0 DPS, they are going to get power crept by newer DPS. But still, I would choose to get myself this E0 S0 Scylla based on the information I have now, because it would make my early game experience very, very manageable, especially back then when Scylla could actually kill minions. Imagine using Scylla back then compared to Scylla nowadays before her Nova Flare. You would have never utilized Scylla's resurgence, at least to that degree of success anymore, right? So based on the fun factor, right, the early to mid game experience, as well as the fact that I just refused to use we didn't have shit like Archer back then, right? There was no such thing as a free Archer, free DHPD, free RMC. We only had 4 stars, like Win Dante. So for one cost, especially with the abnormal amount of pools that you get from 1.0, I would then invest in E0 S0 Scylla, skipping her light cone while equipping her with the cruising in the Stellar Sea. That is gonna be our very first pool. Am I gonna be pulling for Jingyuan? The answer is absolutely fucking not, because I do not actually need a second DPS. Alright, if I were to think about getting myself a second DPS, I don't even think my account would actually get to the degree of investments to tackle the 2-team Memory of Chaos that early anyways. Because I'm still trying to clear out the story, the SU, and just dabbling myself around the HSR universe. So whether or not I want this 1.0 second DPS is purely if I really want to push for that second team. And from what I see right here, whether you get yourself 3 stars or not get yourself 3 stars, the difference in pools is just not worth it for me as a player. So because I'm not going to be chasing the 3-star endgame content purely just as a player, not as a content creator, I will just completely skip Jingyuan and still stick with my E0 S0 setup. Right, so that's going to be 1.0. 1.1 is going to see the introduction of Silver Wolf as well as Luocha. Would I pull myself one copy of E0 S0 Silver Wolf back then, before Nova Flare? Personally, I would say yes. Because at this point of time in HSR 1.1, weakness was still very much a important thing before we understood the concept of brute forcing, right? Toughness bar, implanting quantum, and we didn't really have an idea of like what was a flagship. Right? There was no such thing as a flagship because everything could work simultaneously, since team building at the start of HSR is very broad. Right, you can kind of just mix and match things, and Silver Wolf with that Witness implant will allow me to expand my team building with what I had back then, like my 4-star DPSs if I wanted to, right? So I would get myself a copy of E0 S0 Silver Wolf, as well as using S5 Tutorial, which is an absolutely absurd light cone. Also, shout out to Incessant Rain, which is Silver Wolf's S1. If the day ever comes where Dawei will give Nova Flares to a light cone, I really hope Incessant Rain gets like 180% degree change of what a light cone is actually supposed to do, right? So that is going to be that. For Luocha, this is the first question that I will probably ponder a little bit more. Like, it's not as easy of a decision whether I want to get Luocha. But I think if I were to think back on my playing experiences, if I did not have a Bailu, because we didn't have Gallagher, right? The only thing we had back then was Fire MC, Ice March 7th, Japart, Bailu. Okay, and I guess Natasha, right? So if I didn't have Bailu, and I still have to rely on teams like Fire MC and Ice March 7th to get me through, I would have considered pulling for Luocha. So unironically, right, out of every single beginner standard units, if there was actually a standard unit I can choose, I would have legitimately picked up Bailu over Bronya. But obviously, you can't actually choose this because the selector wasn't a thing. You only get a selector at like 300 pools. So very, very early on, your first 50 pools, it is purely RNG. But I feel that Bailu's value right here allowed me to skip that one cost on Luocha just to give me a little bit more comfort, especially if I want to go through from the earlier levels of Simulated Universe, as well as Memory of Chaos. Not Memory of Chaos, but like Forgotten Hall, or even like the Elites in the open world, right? So this will kind of depend on the situation. Ideally, I don't get Luocha. So that's pretty much it, right? Then the next unit for version 1.2 is going to be Blade as well as Kafka, right? So this is once again my personal list on what units I will pull for, right? It is not like the best meta or whatever, but I will skip both. And the reason is also very simple. I just don't really like DOT, the way DOT plays in most Gacha games. I have never really been a DOT player. While I'm absolutely sure if you were a DOT main, Kafka is definitely a pull here, right? If you love the entire concept of stacking DOTs and letting it explode, this is definitely a pull. But I just personally don't really like playing DOT. Even till this day, on both my main as well as free play account, I have not picked up DOT, and it is just purely a personal preference, right? Then for Blade over here, I still would not go ahead and pull him. And the main reason is really just because I look at HSR as a game, not like League of Legends. Because if this was League of Legends, and you actually had a utility for a full-on bruiser top laner who wants to both sustain himself as well as dealing a decent amount of damage, I might consider Blade. But because HSR is not like, okay, like Wuwa or like Zenless Zone 0, right? Where those mechanical skills, where you can like heal, perfect dodge and everything, Blade could have been a really good like one-man army of like managing your parries and dodge while he self-sustains. But because HSR as a game is not really based around that, it is still based on like building your DPS to support and sustains, I would legitimately skip the entirety of version 1.2 and see what's gonna be happening right after it, right? So there's gonna be that, and now this is where I would say, personally speaking, I would be very, very inclined to pull for Mr. Dale, right? This is gonna be our first big boy investment in version 1.3. As a matter of fact, I would have most likely put for a signature weapon as well way back then, making this our first ever E0S1 unit. So where the hell is Buckle's light cone? There it is. So this is gonna be our very, very first 2-cost unit, personally speaking. And if I were to look at it from the lens of like the entirety of like the 1,000 summons, right? Of like every single version you get 100 pulls on average, I would have front loaded the pulls behind just to get E2 as one deal. Because he really was like so satisfying to play. I have used E2 as one deal since day one, and like even nowadays whenever we do like our anomaly arbitration contest or like we do like the different endgame, I still use E2 deal, and so far he has cleared Anomaly King with the respective wheelchair supports for roughly a 4 to 5 cycle, which I think is honestly really crazy considering he has not gotten a Noah Flare ever, the closest thing being the Sparkles Noah Flare, right? So I would have gotten myself my E0 as one deal, and also another reason why I would have gotten this is because this is around a ballpark where I want to build my second team, because I have only been sticking to a single E0 as 0 5-star from 1.0 all the way through 1.2, so 3 versions or rather 3 patches later, I think as the second DPS for version 1, this would make quite a bit of sense to me, right? And at the very same time, I would have also picked up a E0 S0 Fusion, because I think E0 S0 Fusion way back in those days, her sustain was pretty much the most comfortable I would have ever seen from the entirety of version 1, to a certain extent even remaining relatively stable in version 2, right? Especially as you. She was really satisfying as you, if you want to consider getting herself the just don't get the regression, like the split from destruction, where you were like split the damage, then that was really bad. But generally speaking, I just really like the way that Fusion was able to sustain my team back then, and I skipped out Luocha back then, and I'm tired of using Bailu or Japart or like Ice March 7, and there was no Gallagher, so I would have gotten myself an E0 S0 Fusion. The light code, I would have probably given her the day one of my life, which is the 4-star March Light Cone, or maybe even Texture of Memories, but I did invest S5 Cruising the Stellar Sea for Scylla, which is also another reason why I'm getting this S1 for Dale, because not just that we missed out on Aeon since we went for Cruising, but also energy regeneration for Dale was going to be really good back then, right? So that is going to be our next 3 costs in version 1.3. Then for the next version, which is going to be 1.4, Jing Liu as well as Topaz. For this particular DPS, I personally think back then, if you skipped Dale back in 1.3, I would have gotten Jing Liu. Because Jing Liu was a very beginner-friendly DPS, especially at the start of version 1, because most players' gears were dog shit. Right, the 50% crit rate allowed a lot of casuals to stack on their crit damage and make a very serviceable DPS, even if they don't have the best relic qualities, which is pretty much most players, especially the free-to-plays at the start of HSR back then. So if I skip this, I would have gotten Jing Liu. But because I already got myself an E0 as one deal, and I am still using my E0 S0 Scylla with Silverwolf, I would have most likely just skipped this, because we are going to be nearing the end of version 1 anyways, right? So that's going to be my personal decision making there. Then Topaz, I'm going to keep it a buck. I feel that her role, right? Her banner placement, her unit, like what she actually does as a unit, just never really found an actual footing since her launch. Because if you want to say Topaz could act as a dual DPS back then, yeah, maybe, or you could use like Topaz as a dual DPS with Kelala, right? People were literally running with Kelala because of follow-up attack. But like, we didn't have a thing like Fei Xiao back then. We didn't have a thing like Bobbin back then. There was no such thing as a team-wide support. Because Rame didn't even come out yet. So if I were to get this Topaz, there is literally no use for her in any of my teams. For my Scylla, I could stick with my Ting Yun. I could stick with my Silverwolf. For my Dale, honestly, If Topaz didn't consume that many skill points, maybe as a sub DPS, right? If they made it such that whenever you cast your skill on Nambi, she consumes 0 skill points, maybe. But because she was also just really skill point hungry, and the amount of utility she provided was only for follow-up attacks, which none of my main DPS is going to be doing, I wouldn't put Topaz in this version. Then going forward in the future, I'll explain whether I will pull. But as of right now, this value for 1.5, or rather 1.4, was just not good for me, considering I did just spend 3 costs for E0 as 1 deal as well as E0 as 0 fusion, right? So that's gonna be that. Then moving on to 1.5, featuring the first ever banner of Huo and Argenti. I'ma keep it a buck, I would have gotten this. I would have gotten 1 copy of E0 as 0 Huo. Mainly just because the lack of Gallagher back in version 1 is quite annoying. Because Ice March 7 and Fire MC was just like really, really rough as a sustain. So if my account did not have either Japart or Bailu, I would have not been having a very good time for my team too. And even if I did have Japart or Bailu, Hue's cleanse when she came out was second to none. And this is also around the time where we are going to be facing enemies like Olumatron. Because Olumatron had the fucking Imprison, and that was like super fucking annoying, where people literally had to use Ice March 7 to apply a shield and dispel the you know what I'm saying? So I would have gotten myself an E0 as 0 Hue, and frankly speaking, the energy regeneration, the attack buff would have worked quite well with both my attack scaling DPS either being Scylla as well as Dale, because their use on the ultimate is also pretty good back then, right? So I would get myself this 1 copy of Hue and 1 last unit before we get into version 1 or rather version 2, and that is gonna be Runway. I think everybody that played HSR back in version 1.6, you probably would have picked up Runway because she was our first ever rate up limited harmony unit, right? And she brought us weakness break efficiency, damage buff, rest pen, toughness, the toughness delay, right? The extension. So I think just purely because it was the first ever harmony, whether or not you actually see Runway being homeless in 2, 3, or even 4, it didn't really matter because what we had back then, she was definitively speaking best in slot, right? You could literally slap her onto any of your main DPS and it would drastically improve your performance. Also, we didn't really have enough options as a 4-star harmony support as well, because you essentially had units like Yukong, right? You had Yukong, which you could use with Dale, right, for a little bit, right? You have your Ting Yun. If you didn't have Bronya, then this gives Rame's value even higher. So, just because of the amount of versatility she offered in version 1, I would have decided to get a copy of this, which brings our total cost in version 1 6 plus 1 for a 7 cost expenditure, right? Maybe, you know what, just to be a little bit fair, I would have most likely gotten myself the S1 Rame as well, because the plus 1 skill point, as well as the energy regeneration per wave, from back then in version 1, I would have seen the value of this for both of my team comps, and I would have likely invested that 1 cost just to make this a little bit more rounded, considering she was the first ever harmony support, right? So that will mark the end of my personal V1 team at the end of 8 costs, right? 8 costs in the entirety of version 1, or rather roughly 800 pulls, if I equate one single limited unit to 100 pulls on average, right? So with that being established, we're then gonna be going on into version 2. Now, before we get into version 2, number 1, smash that like and subscribe button, thank you very much. Number 2, I do want to say that out of all of the versions we have right now, which is 1.0 all the way through to 4.3, which is not really full just yet, we have a grand total of 2,800. This is 2,800, right? Because it's 28 different versions. For a grand total, personally, from my list, it's gonna be 28 choices of 5 stars on average. Once again, it is not meant to be like 1-to-1. This is only a hypothetical situation where if you're able to get a single unit for 100 pulls guaranteed for both unit and Lycone, I will just use that as an equation to make our planning a little bit more straightforward, theoretically speaking, of course, right? So now with that being established, we essentially spent, 8 costs in version 1, Meaning we are gonna be left with, I believe, 20 costs all the way up into version 4, right? So starting off with version 2, this is gonna be the very first Black Swan as well as Sparkle banner. Now, obviously, I'm not gonna be putting for Black Swan because I skipped DOT as a whole. We already have ourselves Dale, we already have ourselves Scylla, and Sparkle is a very, very easy 1 cost upgrade, or rather 100 pools upgrade, because it will instantly make my Dale so much stronger that even if I didn't really see the value of the skill point increase on Sparkle as a general support, the hyper carry nature of either Dale or even Scylla would have given me the additional option of pulling for Sparkle. Not to mention she was our second limited harmony back then, right? So I would have definitely gotten this 1 more cost, first ever cost in version 2, and then this will bring us into, I would say, this period in the entire list of HSR's creation was probably the highest amount of time you would have felt FOMO as a free-to-play player, because we are going to be getting the anniversary DPS, the anniversary sustain, alongside which, back then Adventure was very good with Aggron. Following that up is going to be a universal, this is basically the tip of version 2 into the main push girlfriend, right? So very difficult choices to make. So if at any point of time from 2.0, which is Sparkle, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, you ever lost a 50-50 or you went hard pity, you would have probably had to make some sacrifices, right? Like if things went wrong and you kind of just spend all of your pools per version according to this caliber. But of course, assuming that if nothing terrible happens based on my personal planning, I most likely would have still put Aggron. Because when they revealed Aggron to have the overall technique to one-shot enemies, that would have made me like, oh my god, bro, that was essentially the equivalent of a global passive back then. But they haven't actually fully introduced a real global passive. But purely just for that one-shot overall, especially because back then SU was still like a pretty big thing where you want to like one-shot the mob and just get like the daily activities like a lot more manageable. Getting myself this Aggron alongside with her absolutely insane traders, the Sasbian Lex, the power scaling level, and I pull for Silverwolf. Right, I pull for Silverwolf back in 1.1, so naturally because of a reliance on 2 inhibited units, which is gonna be Silverwolf as well as Pella, I would then be able to make use of Aggron killing Scylla, and I'll use this with Silverwolf, Pella, and Fusion. So naturally, I would say this is a very nice option for me as a player, and I would have gotten her signature weapon back then, whether or not they actually decide to give us Emblem in the future. So I will slap this on, bada boom, our first ever signature Lycon back in version 2. Alright, and I skipped Sparkle because you have S5 DDD, so okay, for this adventuring slot, right, I would say this will hold like more value to me as a player if I skip Fusion, or if I skip Huan Huan. But because I already put both Fu Xuan and Huan Huan, which means I have 2 limited sustains that I can use for Dale as well as Aggron. So Fu Xuan being preservation can also make use of trend on universal market for the burn. I would have personally skipped Aventry, right? Not because it's bad, but at the same time, we are also introduced to Gallagher at the exact same time frame. So if there are situations where either my Fu Xuan or Huan Huan cannot sustain, then the Gallagher would have came as an emergency backup since we didn't really have anything to do with 3-team content for them, right? So that will be my first 2 cost investment upgrade in version 2 featuring E0S1 Aggron, right? Then our next version is gonna be Bobbin into Boot Hill. Frankly speaking, from this standpoint, there was not really any situation where I will be tempted to pull for Boot Hill because I already know Firefly is coming. I have played the version 2 Panicity story quest. I have seen my girlfriend die right in game. So the appeal for me to choose Boot Hill over Firefly, especially considering Bobbin was the very same version, it would not have been there. Which is also why I can see why Boot Hill sales was just like a really terrible timing between a very good support as well as basically the girlfriend of version 2, right? But that being said, Bobbin would have been an incredibly good pull for me because I like, okay, once again, personally speaking, I do like pulling for supports. Especially the support is going to be able to buff majority of my DPS, right? If I were to pull for Bobbin in this very exact moment, I can definitely consider slotting either with Aggron if I went for an E2 Aggron, or I just slap bro back with DHPD for Sparkle and Bobbin, right? But as of this very moment, the reason why I wanted to pull for Bobbin is because I am not going to be pulling for Boothill. And frankly speaking, I would have not pulled a Firefly. All right. It's not that I think Brick is weak. In fact, Brick is a very, very strong team that even till this day, Brick is like, I believe Firefly is the only tier 0 DPS in private as of right now, right? Ever since the inclusion of Dahlia, from version 2 anyways. Yeah, she's the only version 2 tier 0. So once again, it is not with the foresight of seeing what's happening in the future, but I don't really like the way that Brick is playing back then, because I don't like being restricted to a toughness lock scenario. Before Dahlia was a thing anyways. So I rather want to have a little bit more consistency with like my attacks going DPS, which means if I'm going to be skipping Boothill and I'm going to be skipping Firefly, then Barbin is going to be a relatively easy cost to invest. And I'm not sure how do I do this, but just as a mental note, I would have probably gotten my first ever Eidolon for that E1 Barbin. So in version 2 so far, this is going to be 2 costs with 1-1, so that's going to be 4, with our additional S1 into Aegon right here. I would not have went for Barbin's signature, because I believe back then, we have 2 main options, which is either Poise to Bloom, or you could just temporarily slap on the Bronya Lycone. If you have access to a Bronya Lycone just for the energy regeneration, or worst come to first, if you really, really want to, you maybe can consider slapping on S1 Runmei, but at S1 is not too good for the energy portion, so not the best case now, right? So that is gonna be our E1 S0 Barbin version 2. Then going forward, like I mentioned, I'm gonna be skipping Boothill, I'm gonna be skipping Firefly. There's no way in God's green. Who actually thought of pulling for Jade? I just don't really ever see like Jade being a temptation for me as an account. Like even on my main account, I believe Jade was the first ever unit I skipped on my main account, which at this point have pulled for every single unit, right? So I just never really found the appeal of where or not I need Jade, because the entire kit just screams revolving around pure fiction. And if you want to get yourself working in the MOC, you could potentially get an E1. But at this point, I already have a Dale, and I have an Aggron, and if I really want to, I could run an easier Azure setup, right? So Jade just did not make a lot of sense for me back then, and that is gonna lead us straight into version, I believe, 2.4, with Yun Li as well as Jiao Qiu. Now, because I am knowing what Jiao Qiu is gonna be doing at this point, I am gonna be putting, right? Like, as much as you guys want to make fun of Jiao Qiu, right? What the fuck happened with Jiao Qiu? Bro fell off, bro can't do shit. Back then, on bro's release, his value to anyone with an Aggron was undisputed, right? Like, if you were an Aggron owner, you definitely would have gotten, or at least heavily considered Jiao Qiu, because your next best replacement, the amount of debuff stacking from essentially Pella was nowhere near what Jiao Qiu was able to provide. And especially if even you want to consider Silver Wolf, right? If you didn't have an E1 Silver Wolf, your ultimate uptime was also a little bit questionable. So you could even consider running Jiao Qiu alongside Pella to stack on your AoE defense down, and your Aggron can do more damage. So for this one cost E0 S0 slap on resolution, it would have been a very obvious choice for me as an Aggron player to still get Jiao Qiu, despite what happened going forward. Whether he gets Nova Flare, no Nova Flare, Cypher, the Emblem, whatever the fuck it's gonna be, I would have gotten this one cost for Jiao Qiu, no questions asked, because I've Aggron, right? So that is gonna be our 2.5 tier. Okay, this is gonna be my favorite time of all time in Honkai God Real, because for the first time in human history, they have announced the release of Fei Xiao, right? They finally announced the closest thing I can resemble to a muscle mommy, right? And like I mentioned, it is not purely with the perspective of chasing meta and all that kind of stuff, but when Fei Xiao came out at 2.5, I would have full committed for her E2 S1. So this is going to be our first ever E2 S1 unit. It is not even from a perspective of like whether is she better or is Aggron better. I just really like Fei Xiao. So 4 cost investment straight out the get-go. And because I see how well Fei Xiao is going to be working with Barbin, this is also going to be essentially my highest invested cost team from the start of version 1 all the way to version 2, because that will be our E1 Barbin alongside with our E2 S1 Fei Xiao. Obviously, I have made the decision to skip out on Break which means I am not going to be too concerned with Ling Sha's placement here as well, since we already have ourselves, like I mentioned, Fu Xuan as well as Hui Hui, right? And if I really wanted to, there was Gallagher, which is also where I can see the entire discussion between whether Ling Sha is better than Gallagher or is Gallagher better than Ling Sha. Personally, for me, as of this very moment in the tier list, looking back in time, I would still not have considered Ling Sha if I was a Firefly main, purely because Firefly back then, without Ling Sha or with Ling Sha, her performance was still quite okay. Especially for the real Firefly mains that even consider getting her E2. If you were to slap on HMC, Firefly, Runmei, and Gallagher, your performance was like easily manageable. Sometimes even people consider getting for the sustainers run, right? So this Ling Sha's pool value, because of Buckle's existence right here, this little guy, I would have really not considered Ling Sha that much, unless I am someone that like the way Super Break plays, but I wasn't fully sold on Firefly and Boothill. So if I was like okay, you know, I like Runmei, I like HMC, but I don't really like Buddha and Firefly, I might have considered as a Ling Sha main DPS, and I just get her right there to slap on Runmei, HMC, and then we're just waiting for one more in the future, right? So there will be a Ling Sha placement, which I won't consider. Then 2.6 is gonna be, by the way, did you know that Sarah of the Lake's favorite version was 2.6? Yeah, Sarah said that Red Bar's 2.6 story was one of the greatest HSS story of all time, because apparently Sarah absolutely hated Panic until 2.6 came out, which is just very interesting. But for 2.6, I would say it is a very easy decision for my account to skip as well, because I just finished pulling for E2 as one face out, right? I'm not pulling for break whatsoever, and Red Bar was, you know, once again gonna be another break situation, so we're gonna skip, which also reminds me, from this version on, we will no longer be getting a 4-star, right? So Mose is effectively the only 4-star that we're ever gonna see in Goryo. You know, I'm just gonna pull bro here, because even though he is not really like a 5-star, right? Because I went for the E2 as-on facial, and I know how well Mose is gonna work with facial, I would have been really glad to just get that Mose and pair with my E2 as-on facial, right? So that is gonna be our 2.6, and that is gonna then bring into the final version being Sunday as well as Fuck You. I would say at this very particular point of time, Sunday would have been a decision for me to pull for anyways. From what I know in version 2 up until like maybe D-Hard Agliar, I would have still pulled for Sunday. Main reason is really just because I wanted to see if there's a way that action value advancer for an account without Bronya. Right, I'm just gonna assume that this account doesn't really have Bronya, but if I were able to make use of Sunday right here, then Sunday's action value advance can give me the additional energy regeneration. And back then, I also made a video on my main channel where I was not too happy with Sunday because I got like tricked. Right, because they released Sunday as a teaser that he's gonna work with Mimo sprites. Do y'all remember? Like, before they actually announced Enforcers, they were like, Sunday is gonna work with Mimo sprites. So a lot of players back then just assume, okay, you know what, if I put for Sunday right here, he is gonna be the perfect bridge between V2 to V3, because he's gonna be fitting into every single Mimo sprite team. Fast forward, bro just works with Aglia, and when Cassius came out, bro, I was like so fucking angry, bro. Like, how the hell is Sunday gonna be anti-synergy with Cassius, right? So I would have still went for Sunday in order to either prepare myself a little bit better for version 3, or simply just because I just kind of like pulling for these kind of like generalist, action value advanced, energy regeneration kind of supports. So that will bring our total cost in version 2 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So this is gonna be a 11 cost investment in version 2, which is gonna be a little bit higher than version 1. But because our version 1 didn't commit the full full cost invested, since we were slightly under 10 cost, it would have been a little bit over, but just barely. If there was not enough cost for Sunday, because if average, let's just say we have like 10 cost per version, I would have probably skipped out Sunday, which would have been a blessing in disguise anyways, right? But version 2, I would say, because of the desire I had to chase for facial, because facial was just so cool, it made me a little bit greedy and stupid, because we technically went a little bit over budget. Right, so this V1 is going to be 8 cost, and then V2 is going to be 11 cost. Actually, as a matter of fact, now that I think about it, if after I chased E2 S1 facial, and I didn't have enough pools to secure E0 S1 Sunday, I might have considered skipping Sunday. Because we really didn't have like a very nice as okay, unless if I have like a Bronya Lycone, I could potentially leave it there as like a temporary replacement. But Sunday without S1, his skill point generation was definitely a bit of an issue, right? But I would have been a little bit more skeptical, especially depending on how those E2 S1 facial pools actually went, right? So that will be my version 2 cost investment. That is gonna be 8 cost version 1 as well as 11 cost version 2 for a grand total of 19 costs across version 1 and version 2. Right, now we move on into version 3. Because we basically blew the bank, right? I will effectively be going into version 3. Let's just assume 0 costs, right? I would have 0 pools left going into version 3 because I basically blew everything on the facial for the E2 S1. That means I am forced, right? I cannot even pull for Herda because I literally have a 0, right? And by the time Aglea rolls around, even if I had 1 cost, I still would have went for it because I still have a very, very decent-ish E0 S1 aircon with Jiao as well as my E2 S1 wife. So because of these 2 DPSs, version 3.0 would not have been a pull for me. And after knowing what E1 3B is going to be doing by 3.1, this will be our first 2 costs. So we will backload our cost investment from version 3.0 into our first 2 costs at 3.1 for that E1 S0 3B. I don't think this is too much of an explanation. So E0 S1 3B or E1 S0 3B DM by the morning. My day, Castoris, Alexa, Hyacinth. I'm just gonna lump them all up into the same category, which is as much as I would have liked to pull them, I simply cannot afford to invest that level of cost because I blew my load in version 2, right? And I think this is a very, very real scenario that you will face as a player as well. Because like, for example, Bob, right? Bob only started in version 3. So he doesn't have the issue where like his early game cost, like your first time clear, first time login, first time exploration, you didn't spend those pools on Bob on version 1 and 2 units. So Bob had more leeway going to version 3 since his pools were completely backloaded. But if I was a day 1 player from version 1.0, I do not have the same luxury as Bob, which means going to version 3, I will need to be extremely like TS, right? I need to like allocate my cost way more because I do not have enough. So because of that, not that I hate Amphorius, but simply because I love facial, I do not have the luxury of investing into any of these DPS, right? Even the highest thing, which is like, oh my god, you're not an idiot, why I do, right? Then for Cypher, because I'm in this camp where I heavily invested into E2 S1 Aircron as well, or the E2 S1 facial, as well as Aircron, I would have unironically picked up this Cypher cost. Since I already skipped out every single main DPS version in version 3, back then, before Emblade, Cypher was a very slight damage upgrade to both Aircron and facial. And at this point, I would have said that, okay, you know what? Cypher's damage value would have outpaced Silverwolf, which means my Aircron team back then would have been either a sustainless Aircron with either a Sparkle or a Bobbin. I guess it can't be Bobbin because Bobbin is going to be facial. Or I will still stick with a sustain, stick with Fu Xuan, Jiao Qiu, Cypher, as well as Aircron for the E0 S1, because I didn't get an E2, right? So I think Cypher here would have definitely been my next 1 cost upgrade. Still sticking on with the very, very timeless S5 resolution, because I don't really think we have too many costs to allocate for a Cypher S1. If I had enough costs to allocate for the Cypher S1, I would have honestly gotten that Cypher S1 because the additional speed as well as whatchamacallit, the defense now, it would have been a very, very nice upgrade. So if I have the additional cost left, I would have gotten this, right? So, okay, let's just assume I got this. Because if I had the means, I would have done it. Then moving on to the remaining versions of, yes, Mr. Kevin Castellana. So this was the exact same time that we would have invested either for Kevin Castellana or in preparation for what is to come from Evernight and Cyrene if you were a Mimo Stop enjoyer, right? So because of this particular instance, had I not chosen to invest in the E2 S1 facial, I would have full committed for the E2 S1 final. But because I went for the E2 S1 facial and my account is probably not going to be looking too healthy in terms of cost left, and considering I just got myself E0 S1 car, I unfortunately would have to skip the E2 S1 final. Because as good as this guy's E2 is going to be, it is still a very significant E2 S1. And at 3.4, we've gotten this 92.4 pulls alongside with the 103 and the 123. So grand total across 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, I would have gotten slightly under 300 pulls. And if I really got the E1 Triby into an E0 S1 car, I don't think I would have gotten anywhere near enough pulls to justify myself getting the additional E2 S1. So for those reasons, I am out. Then if I gotten the free archer, then there's just, free archer is free archer. So I'm just going to pull pro. Okay, you know, I'm not even going to pull pro here because it's free archer. And we have also gotten ourselves, I believe, the free DHPT, which is also the same moment where I feel got real is got real. Because from what this account is looking like, I desperately needed a sustain. Right? Because I have not pulled for a single sustain since Huanhui. And when Goril announced the free DHPD, I would have glazed Star Rail so fucking hard because it was exactly what this account needed, right? So very nice for the free DHPD, but unfortunately I could not really invest in any of the 3.4 teams. And then because I skipped Vinon, I'm not going to think about Saridra, and Saridra is not going to do anything, so I'm going to skip all that. Skip DOT, skip Evernight, this is going to be free, so it is what it is. And I would also have essentially skipped Cyrene. So for this particular account that started off from 1.0, I think version 3 would have been the most difficult time of my life since I effectively skipped every single main DPS in version 3. Because I decided to pull for my waifu, or I decided to go for the E2 S1, and I would try to make my version 2 teams work going into version 3. Which I feel like is a very similar sentiment that my free-to-play account will have right now, which is I am skipping the version 4 elation, and I'm at a choice of, do I go for additional upgrades to make my free-to-play version 3 remembrance team even stronger, or maybe a third team option for version 3 with my Herda, Anexa, and Mighty, or do I just go for a brand new version 4, which is gonna be Himeko Nova at 4.4, right? Luckily for Bob, right? You know, like those like your parents, right? Like, back in my days, we had to suffer, bro. Like, this is like back in my days, right? If you were a 1.0 players, you really had to suffer because you didn't have the luxury of backloading your version 1 and version 2 pulls, right? But because Bob had the luxury to do that, he is going into the decision of where to pull for Himeko with, at this point, 600 limited pulls, right? Bob literally has 600 limited pulls. And at this point, my account right here will legit be like living paycheck to paycheck, even though both players are like completely free play. Alright, so that is gonna be our version 3 decision. Whether or not I would have gotten myself the full 3-star clearing endgame content, it will be completely questionable as to do I have enough vertical investments for either Akron or Facial, which is why we are going to be trying to make our car as well as E1 Triby work alongside with both of these units, right? So that is going to be our version 3 pooling plans for my free-to-play account. So we effectively only spend ourselves 1-2 because E1 Triby and 3-4 with car. That is going to be 4 cores grand total in version 3. So this is 8 plus 11 plus 4, which is, I believe, what is 8 plus 11 plus 4? 8 plus 11, 9, 23, right? So this is going to be a 23 cost investment of version 3, and I would have most likely felt like, oh my god, HSR's power creep is too crazy because my version 2 teams don't have enough cost to keep up, right? But version 4 is where everything changes. Because when I go into version 4, after saving up and recovering from my lack of units in version 2, and when they announced the inclusion of units like Asheville as well as alright, I completely forgot about Dahlia, which we're going to be skipping anyway, so it is what it is. When they announced the inclusion of Asheville as well as M-Blade, those two would have been my logical next step upgrade to get myself the 2 cost investment to make both my Akron as well as Facial stronger. If I have enough at this point to either go for an Ash 1 Asheville, or if I have the means to save up all the way to get E2 Blade, I would have committed for this. Just to make both Acorn and Facial as strong as humanly possible. If I do not have enough cost, then this tool is still gonna be my next choice, because till this day, I am still running a Fu Xuan, Huan Huan, DHPT. So my sustain might be a little bit cooked, depending how they would actually go about the version 4 sustain. Because my only version 3 sustain is basically the free DHPT, which is still gonna work very, very well with, I would say, either Acorn or Facial, but the one that's gonna be using Huan Huan is gonna be a little bit scary, but we'll just see how that version 4 sustain is going to be, right? So I think at this point, that will pretty much wrap up my... How many is this? This is 4, right? And this is gonna be 2. Just barely 25-ish cost total team, 25 out of 28. So I have 3 costs left over from every single version that would have gone as a free-to-play. So I would either use that to get myself plus 3 more for E2 Blade, or just go on myself the E0 S1 Asheville, and then we'll see how the future plan is gonna be going forward. I would say from version 4, I would most likely have a much easier time, considering it is like a cyclical upgrade, since version 3 we kind of like, were like kind of homeless, right? We were essentially facing huge difficulties in version 3 trying to clear, but because it's a free play and we're not going to be swiping, I cannot really have the additional cost to make sure I commit myself for the 3-star endgame content, right? So I think this is pretty much gonna be how this team is looking like. Oh my god, you know what? Assuming that we have enough for Archer here, right? Because third team endgame was around 3.4, which is Final Castellana, alright? Assuming we were able to let go of this Archer, which is going to combine with Spargo, and we have the announcement of Rinto Saga, as well as the free E1 Archer, I would most likely be getting this in version 4 as well. So I don't even think I would have enough for E2 Blade, because I do want to make sure my third team, which is going to make use of the E0 into E1 Archer, is going to be strong enough such that I can clear my 3 different endgame content, right? So that will be my personal pooling decisions of everything I would have invested in Honky Starbucks, a grand total of roughly 28, 26, 27 out of 28 costs from every single pool that you would have gotten in version, I would say, 1 all the way through to version 3. Let me know what your pooling decision is gonna be like in the comments down below. Once again, it is nowhere near the best investment choice at every possible way, because if you really wanted to play HSR with the lowest cost possible, it is essentially 8 costs per version. You invest to a flagship. So if I were to redo everything just purely from the sake of like low cost meta clears, I get a Firefly, I get a Caceres, I get an Elation. And then that will pretty much be there, right? So our word of the day is going to be Rin. Join Discord, use code BOGI for 10% off gamer subs. All the best for your gacha pools, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you. And never these, chat. Thank you. Okay, honestly, bro, you want a slender Caceres, right? For the Caceres slender, right? If I were to just go ahead, roughly speaking, for most costs, let's just see like full stars, right? Full stars. For a version 3 team, holy. Okay, I am absolutely shocked that this was possible, but okay. Okay, you know what? Okay, if we take away E4 well, right? I feel that Caceres will still be there because it is way easier to make use of Buckle. Because how many casual players you know would actually make the conscious decision of skipping out characters just to E2 Ebonite. And if you were already gonna be part of this group of people, you wouldn't really consider yourself in the same target demographic anyways. Because most people would not commit this much, right? A general population would still always look at the end of the day, what is the developer's preferred choice? What is the chef recommendation of a restaurant, right? For most casuals. If the chef recommendation with their budget and global passive is going to recommend casuals, whether or not she's going to be able to be the most cost effective and the easiest to play might not be the number one consideration for a general population anyways. Yeah, like to wait all the way until 3.6 just to get yourself E2 Ebonite while skipping
I am
everything,
ransom sexy awesome. Thank
it
you
is
for
gonna
trying
be
me out
quite
yesterday.
questionable.
I have reformed and I now love MrPokke and Fixio is the best DPS in the entire Honka universe.
Okay, thank you. That is a very, very kind of you. Right? Wait, let me just upload this real quick. How? Okay. Paid chatter. Okay. Okay, wait, chat. Before we move on right here, there is this one other thing that you can technically consider, which is I feel out of every single version, right? At least from like V2, V3 into V4. V4 legitimately feels like it would have been, anyways, in my opinion, the least level of FOMO. Because as time goes on in HSR, unless they add like 4 team content where you need to like build up like another team wholly from scratch, the demand for you to invest into so many different teams is like getting lower and lower. All right, you would feel the highest amount of FOMO at the very start of the game because 2 team was the baseline, and then they kept releasing a lot of DPS that we didn't really know what the future power scaling is going to be like. So from version 4, where if you were a general player that already put yourself in version 3 team, in a version 2 team, and they just bought the version 2 team emblem, if you were to skip out, like for example, Elation Flagship, or even like Himeko Nova, right? I don't even think you would be in that big of a pickle, especially after they choose to give out the E1 Archer, and then you can just get 1 cost for it anyways. So I feel because version 4's FOMO is like, at least to me, it feels like it's lower compared to V3 and V2. I don't think Dawei or like Hoyoverse is silly enough to let this be the norm, where they keep reducing the pressure of, pulling for new things. So what I think might be a situation is that version 5 would start to cost more than version 4. Because it's like a very cyclical lifespan. You can't just keep saying that teams' FOMO will start to go down over time because there is no inherent reason to pull for so many different teams. So I am a little bit skeptical. Like stock market, right? Like I'm bearish, right? I'm bearish on like what is to come in the HSR power scaling, where by version 5, they are gonna introduce something that will make it irresistible to pull. I don't know how they're gonna do it, either with like a 4 team content or something that will just like it will be so absurd that you wouldn't even consider Elation or Himeko Nova to be the same power level. Then version 5 is gonna start draining a lot more pools, where I could see them raising up the entire trajectory of that version to a new power scaling. Like, very similar to what they did in version 2, where they completely raised the bar in version 2 compared to what version 1 had to offer. Whereas for like 3 and 4, like even till this day 3 and 4, right? You can't really feel that big of a differential, especially between Remembrance and Elation. And they're all clearing around the same ballpark. with their respective cost investments. But this was definitely not the case for the jump between like your Jingliu and Diu to an Aircron. So I am a little bit more of the line where once version 5 comes out, they will release like a wheelchair way better than Blade, and they will release a main push way better than Elation as well as even Remembrance. So at that point, if you want to keep up, you are either forced to bench out your 1 and 2 teams. So that is going to be like Aircron and Facial, because I legitimately don't think Emblade is going to stick to them for the rest of their lives. There's just no way, right? They definitely have some main DPS in mind with them. Or in the future, they just have a 4-team content. So if they have a 4-team, I personally feel that 4-team content is kind of the way to go, because there are like more ways for me to still use my older units without being obsolete, while still having that additional push to have a choice of what 4th team I want to make, either be it in version 5 or the teams that I put in version 4, essentially, right? So, and what I do, version 5.x replace MOC boss to king in check. I see. Bro, honestly, HSR should have like, HSR should have the mode that they had in Zenless Zone 0, where they give you trial units. And then you can just clear the trial units. It will be quite interesting to see like how that is going to be cooking up going forward in the future. Casuals will feel FOMO when they see Silverwolf say, this is Honkai. So if that's really a problem for Hoyoverse, honestly, right? I don't know what is it with Silverwolf, but I just have like very little FOMO for Silverwolf. Like whether or not Silverwolf is gonna be changing everything with the E2, or whether or not you're gonna be having Yao Guan's Elation flagship, and then you have the Aha shield buffs, you have the fucking Foul Wish, right? I just don't really even see it. Like, okay, I'm gonna skip Silverwolf. Like, for Bob, right? It was like so easy for Bob to skip Silverwolf. But now it's not the case anymore. Because now I actually have a thing, do I want to get Himiko or Sayuni? But for like the entire Elation, it's like, I don't want to do. So, interesting decisions anyway. Okay, wait, let me just get this for... Okay, to be fair, yeah, I'm not that emotionally invested to play Arcadia anyways. I don't think playing Arcadia was that crazy for a story compared to Enforce. And I don't even think Silverwolf as a story for emotional investment was also that much compared to units like Facial, right? Compared to units like, okay, like even units like Cyrene or even Firefly, right? I might be a little bit more inclined, oh my god, bro, I really, really want to pull for Silverwolf, right? But like, I don't know, man, like I just it didn't really click with me, right? It didn't really click with me, so that's the thing, right? Okay, let me just get, oh, because, okay, that's also true. I don't really prefer like short girls. Just as a, which is also why I kind of wanna skip Arcane from Arnold's Enfield. What I would have put in HSR if I started in version 1.0 again. Thank you. I'll get this list. If you guys want to try out this list, you can try it right here. If Fate could have never happened, I'll be a QQ Yunli Dierhera player. I think that is so based. Bob is on a timer until he exhausts the pools he has. Okay, and that's the thing, right? Bro, Bob's pools are like... Because Bob's pools are so backloaded, I feel HSR is one of those gacha games where as a new player, the later you start out in HSR, the easier it gets for you to play HSR. Because the more you backload, the less you FOMO, right? You wouldn't really concern yourself what's going to be happening to Elation and Himiko, where if you're a new player, you can just instantly get like more and more pools going into a new version. So like if I was going to be a new player right now and I start, I would have even less pressure to worry about what to do with my pools, because you have like so many versions of like pools just accumulated from the start, because they don't expire, right? Like all of the events are still there. Okay, most of them, right? All of your one-time clears, all of the story, all of the chests, it is all still there. So the later you start HSR, you don't really have, like the Lion doesn't need to concern themselves with 3-star clears because you didn't even play the game, right? So if you don't concern yourself with 3-star clears as a new player, you can technically just start out like whatever time you want. Then by version 5, you can easily get a version 5 flagship. Because you will probably have like easily like more than 1,000 pulls the moment you start the game, right? The moment you do the exploration, the events and everything. So as time progresses longer and longer, the influx of newer players would have like, I would say, easier decisions because you don't have to concern yourself with like what happened in the previous versions. You just have to concern yourself with what is the now, and you have more and more resources in the now compared to the day one players, right? So anyway, can you do another pull priority if you start now? Out of curiosity. Then, wait, what was the difference? Oh, like right now? Like right now. Like as of this very moment, if I start in HSR now, what would I pull? Okay, we can give that for the clip channel if I were to do one now. All right, yo, clip channel, take this. Now. I don't even know how to make this. Okay, let me just reset this. Okay. I guess we can just split this to like DPS support sustain. All right, now. Support. Sustain. Okay, if I were to start right now, like immediately as of this very, very moment, and time of recording right now is gonna be the 28th of June, which is just the start of Finon and Cyrene, and we just missed out Emblade, right? We just missed out Emblade. Number one, honestly, a little bit of a salty because we missed out on a wheelchair support, which would be crazy good for a new account, by the way. Because new accounts, you don't really care about the main DPS. You just care about your early to mid-game progression, right? You want to get your account to level 80 first so they can farm relics and everything. So like end-game content, your choice of main DPS is irrelevant. So the best time I would say was honestly last patch, where you could have put for Emblade. But it is what it is. As of this very moment right now, right? I would have just straight away... Oh, we do have Servidra though. The thing is, I don't really like to chase. I don't really like to chase. I think what I will personally... Wait, can we can't get an E1 Archer anymore, right? Okay, right now what I would do, when this thing comes out, I'll just claim the E1 Archer. I'll get this. And I'll probably just pull myself the E1 right here. So this will be my first DPS. Because Archer banner is still right here, right? I would just make use of Archer. Okay, that means this here. Okay, I'm not sure where it's really going to be, right? I'm not sure where it's really going to be. So I'm just going to assume that she's a DPS. I'm just going to get myself the E0 Archer to begin with. I will probably wait a little bit to see if we have ourselves the... Alright, we have no Sparkle as well, though. But a free unit is a free unit. Right, that's the thing. I need to make use of that free unit. It's something that they gave me, and I don't really need to concern myself. Do I zero cycle or even full clear endgame? Because I'm like level 10, bro. I'm like level 20, right? I need a DPS to get me started immediately. So the choice between whether do I get E2 S1 Finon or do I just get myself a cheaper cost investment DPS, I would have just went for the Archer because this is not my main team anyways. My main team, number one, if I start right now, is just instantly jump into Himeko, right? This will be my number one priority. So the moment Himeko's banner comes out in Form 4, I instantly E2 S1. Because I don't want to bench on whether or not I can make use of 4-cost Finon before I can confirm that I can get myself a Servidra. Because if I were to get an E2 S1 Finon, and I want to get an E2 S1 Himeko, that's instant 8 costs. And if I want to get a Rin, that's 9 costs. If I'll get an Archer for E1, that's 10 costs. That is way, way, way too many costs for an account that just started HSR. Right? You just made your account today. You won't even need a second team until I would say like 1 month later. So for that, early game-wise, I would just stick to this. Right? I'll just stick to this. Get myself an Archer, just to like E0 S0, right? Get through like cruising instead of Z. Finish out the early game, finish out SU, right? Then eventually, I will get this, claim this for the E1, and then I full commit E2 S1 as I pivot into Himeko. Because if you think about it, right, there's only like, what, 2 weeks, right? Less than 2 weeks, actually. Less than 2 weeks. Around 2 weeks-ish before your Himeko comes out. So, like, you can just make use of the 2 weeks to, like, clear your levels, right? Clear your story. Like, you're not gonna fucking die to a story boss, right? I think. I don't think you're gonna be dying to like fucking battle ball. You're not gonna die to Avenge, right? From like the team right now. So within those 2 weeks, I'll just explore, right? I'll just clear my whatever the fuck. Right, get out all of the one-time clears. Just farm as many pools as possible, right? Just keep farming and farming, farming. Then the moment Himeko drops instant E2 S1, then she's gonna be a main team, right? So this will be my main team. Actually, I can do this, right? Team 1. Team 1. Team 2. Team 3. Right. So team 1, this is my main team, and I'll get myself the okay, I'll get an S1 essentially. So this is E2 S1 4 cost. Then team 2, I'll make use of Rin Archer. Then team 3, I don't need to think about it yet because I definitely do not have enough resources to even build a team tree. So with whatever things that comes out from 4.4 and beyond, I will see where it goes. I don't really like to chase older units when I cannot affirm the older units will still be relevant without their respective supports. So like if for example right now they actually re-ran instead of Cyrene final, they did like a Ceridra final, alright? I would have probably gotten myself a final. Or at least I'm more inclined to anyways. But still not as big of a priority as compared to getting the Himeko. Alright, so I'll aim this, focus on this. Then team 3 is whatever the end of version 4 is going to be. It's either that or I go straight to version 5. As a new player. As a completely new player. Right? So with that, I will see you guys on the Clips channel. And I will see you guys on the Clips channel. Thank you. My early game tail art. Okay, like when you just start out, what units do you actually get again? What units can you get right now when you just start out? I mean, you definitely have at least an RMC, right? You definitely at least have an RMC. So RMC is going to be able to help us quite a lot with our early game team. Baby Herda. Do you have a sustain? Nah, I wouldn't exchange for Bourbon. I wouldn't exchange for Bourbon. If 4.4 live stream doesn't introduce a new golden companion, I would most likely claim this for Hui Hui. Yeah, I'll most likely claim this. Because I have 0 sustain. Alright, I'm probably like using a fucking like Bailu or like a Gallagher. Okay, assuming we actually get Gallagher. Somehow. Where is bro? Yeah, if we somehow get a Gallagher, that'll be really, really good. Then we can at least split this up a little bit. Whichever it's gonna be. Yep. Then Herda is gonna be like the super, super early game team. Where like we'll just see where this goes. And then eventually this is gonna be our next team. But technically Fate comes after Himeko, no? Because Fate banner is 10 days later. So you actually can just immediately build E2 S on Himeko before Fate. So I don't really need that much of a gap from Rin Archer with Himeko. Because I can just instantly get E2 S1 Himeko right now. And then when I see what Rin do, I don't know what Rin does, right? I don't know what Rin does. If she's going to be able to make use, or I can make use of Rin for Archer, I will just jump straight in for the E1 Archer plus Rin. Alright, then if they have no more golden companion tokens where like there's like no other choice, like if they don't add like a Tribi or like a fucking like DHP or whatever, I will just claim it quick. If they somehow add, I could see them adding DHPD actually. I think DHPD being in the shop, it will be a really, really good choice for new players. Where is Bago? Where is Bago? Yeah, this guy. So like, if they actually add bro in the shop, I'll get this. I'll get this over Huawei. Then this will be a pretty nice team. Yep. Then we have like a Gallagher. And then we have a Huawei. But I really wouldn't really think about third team. At least maybe till like 4.6. I think it took Bob around 2 versions to start thinking about MOC. 1.5 to 2 versions. Like 2 team endgame content. So early game wise, this is like completely like not even part of my questions. So I will just really, really focus on super hard on like Himeko. I'm pretty sure with E2 S1 Himeko, like you can like use something like this, right? Then our standard credit, I mean ideally, if we can get a welt, then we can do something like this. If we can't get a welt, then I would see where it's gonna take us, essentially. Because I'm pretty sure Himeko is gonna be getting her own version of Ceridra. So whatever that Ceridra is gonna be, I'll just commit for Himeko. So it is like a very similar thought process on like how I'm building this day 1 account right now with Bob. Where Bob also started on version 3, like start of version 3, and then he just went hyper focused on Casterus and Remembrance Flagship, and then we wait for like other alternatives. in version 4. So I will hyper focus right now on Himeko. I am too late to Elation anyways, because the entire Elation is gone. So as of this moment, E2 Himeko, get this. If we get this, great. If we can't get it, then it is what it is. Hopefully we can have like more supports, because I would say that the biggest issue with a new account right now is getting a support, because we legit have no support, and I can't get him a free Sparkle. So that will pretty much be my choice, right? Alright, I'll see you guys on the clip channel. So in the end, 4.3 is a bad position. Without knowledge, you will pull final as a DPS, waste 1 cause. You know it's going to improve DH winning 4 before as sustain. Honestly, even if I start right now, I don't know if I will just immediately jump into E2 S1 Phyton, because I don't have Spargo and I don't have Servidra. So the only choice if I had with Phyton right now is literally just gonna be a Phyton. Where is bro? It is gonna be a Phyton with a RMC and like what? Tingyun. Alright, like we have a Tingyun. And then like whatever sustain we have. And I can't get a DHPD. So I'm forced to basically, I have run Sustainless. Alright? And that's for 4 costs. So if I run a Sustainless without Servidra, because there is no Servidra rerun, I'm probably going to end up getting an E2 already. Which at this point is really, really expensive. Right? It is 7 cost upgrade into a team without Servidra. So that is going to be at least another like 8 or 9 more cost. For a team that's like kind of 1 year old. And I feel like as a new player, right? As a new player, I would always try to maintain my foundation with a newer team, because the shelf life is going to be longer, right? Like it is what it is, right? The shelf life, unless Nova Flare or any unforeseen circumstances happen, the shelf life of newer DPS is just generally long, especially if said new unit is not like a afterthought, right? Like Himeko Nova is not like a Yuingli or like a fucking like Jade. Right? Like she's not like a Boodle, right? Like she has quite a lot of like marketing, lore, Honga in battery, all that kind of stuff. So I don't think she's gonna be facing the same issues as those like forgotten DPS purely because of like their role in the marketing as well as budget, right? So and then what I do? Why E2 Himeko when you can ride a shield, Poke, and save the pools for a new shields teams late? Because I feel Himeko is not gonna be having as many teammates as compared to Elation, which is very similar to Final, right? Final's only real support back in version 3 was Servidra. And you can slap out like a Spargo and RMC. Whereas for like Remembrance back in version 3, you have a lot of different units, which is like very, very similar to Elation right now. So if I was a player that is putting for Himeko, I kind of expect Hoyoverse to push more for Elation, right? We're still lacking an Elation sustain, and we're still lacking like the EMC replacement, which is definitely at this point going to be Elation. So if I already know that Himeko is going to be having lesser amount of teammates than Elation, I would rather just get the E2 S1 to make sure after the shield environment goes away, I can still make use of this Himeko before going on to the next unit, right? Do that on a rerun. Okay, like Finals rerun was 1 year later, bro. So am I gonna just use a E0 Himeko with a E0 Servidra for like 1 year? Because I feel like the way that the cost structure is gonna be made up with this is gonna follow the same footage as the final. But at this point, we're just guessing. Right? We don't actually know what's happening in the future. But I would rather be like more safe, because for a Himeko to remain at the same cost investment as Elation, I am guessing she won't have as many teammates as Elation, which means I can't pull for as many teammates, as many costs for the Elation team. So whether or not I get that for a E2 Himeko or a E0 Himeko with more teammates, I might as well just get that E2 Himeko. So if they don't release more teammates for Himeko, I will still have the same level of benchmark as we go into version 5. Alright. Okay, like if she do get more teammates in the future, right? If she gets like a Servidra and a Phynon Evernight and like a Phynon Cyrene or like whatever it's gonna be, then okay, then everyone do, right? Then everyone do, right? Phynon rerun in 3.0 or 3.7, you just didn't pull. I see. But my point is still stands though. Like the release schedule for each version seems to imply that the main push will have more units in their team, and then the alternate to the main push, in this case Himeko, will have lower numbers of teammates, but higher levels of like idling strength. right? So, and a D herder. Okay, if she's gonna end up being a D herder, I'll be extremely, extremely upset. And I will probably quit the game and play Water Waves. How about that? Right? Yeah. So if she does end up like D herder, then I mean, I can't do too much, right? I can't do too much, so right? Deal. Final revamp after 3 patches. Okay, you know what? That is right. She has the potential to be the next Blue Ball DPS. It really just depends. Because like, at this point, all these like discussions on what her role is gonna be is like what ifs. And I don't know how this is gonna age, since nobody knows what the roadmap for second half of version 4 into first half of version 5 is gonna be. Because it's completely theoretical. Alright, so yeah. Oh, one thing that is not theoretical is that we already know that next fake collab is coming, right? So for players that is coming into Honkai Star Rail right now, you know for a fact you are gonna be having a free archer. So if you were a new player and you get a free 5-star right now, because you can't get a free E1, it is something to consider that can help you save more cost instead of building a second limited 5-star DPS from scratch in your team 2. And we already need a requirement for team 3. So I think this free archer will for sure see play if he's gonna be performing on the same caliber as, let's just say, like Gilgamesh, right? Like maybe Gilgamesh is better than Archer. Who knows, right? But if he's not, then we can definitely have a very straightforward pooling plan for Team 2 in that sense, right? Her not getting more support is all. Yeah, okay, all these. Okay, today's stream is just like what if. Okay, at least like this segment is purely just what ifs. What if she gets more teammates? What if she don't get more teammates, right? But from what happened, or rather what is already happening in Elation, you know for a fact, right? Like, this is not a what if. This is objectively true. EMC will probably get a big EMC, as what has happened with RMC and HMC. Because there's no way they will leave like an EMC as the highest seeding for an Elation. So that's number one. Number two, we are lacking an Elation sustain, which is painfully fucking obvious at how Silver is playing right now. Right? She desperately needs an Elation sustain, and she is the main push, and she is the global passive, and she is the anniversary, right? So for all these things, I feel like 99.999% sure that Elation will have 2 more guys to replace the current 2 slots, which is EMC and Hue for Silver Wolf, right? Based on this involvement in not so much lore, but more so like marketing, right? Like, objectively speaking, you would see that Hoyoverse invested more money in Silver Wolf just from the amount of traders and events they gave over, right? And if they're gonna be investing that much in Silver Wolf, they would need to have a similar level of returns, right? Hence the term return on investment, right? So let's go back a little bit, right? Oh, maybe Sparksy is the main push. Bro, look at the amount of Sparksy things, bro. Sparksy. She even had like the little Sparksy never let you down. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Okay, but Silver Wolf is definitely a lot more though. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, that's 5. That's 5. 6, 7. I don't know if this is the one. Bro, she has 7 different media from the official channel, bro. And then if you look at Evanescence, Bago had 3 trailers. So she had 3 trailers with her face, and then they instantly jump into Modern Display. So like, just from the level, like the number of videos that they are real resource. They actually hire like animators and like graphic designers and like the marketing team to actually make all these things, right? So I would assume that there should definitely be more teams, right? More units, more costs that you are gonna be pulling for Silver Wolf because they need to get that return on investment, right? Like if more people pull Silver Wolf, that means more potential is gonna be out there to upgrade Silver Wolf, right? So that is gonna be that, right? Is this MKES episode? Oh yeah, chat. Give me 1 second. Let me get myself my dinner because I can smell dinner. And then we can do a quick little react stop for the greatest zero cycle of all time. Thank you. What if you started playing on the top and play? I'll get it for sure. Nudes. I feel bad for Evanesia because I know Elation Sustain Trace 1 is gonna be your name Zero Wolf, you get infinite damage. Ooh, that is gonna be a little bit unfortunate, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I have something to what I see. The funny part of the what if is that every player would have wasted 1 or 2 cards, no matter if you're new or variant because of the stuff like a DPS sustain, you are absolute. Bro, it is not possible to play a gacha game without wasting something. Like, you kind of have to end up, like, wasting something. Because at that point of time in your gacha account, it is not a waste. Right? Unless you are going to be using 4 stars forever, or rely on the free units, you are definitely going to use something that back then your account would have required. But in the future, it might not have worked. Right? It's like, are you really going to live your life without, like, a phone? Until, like, iPhone 20 comes out? No, right? So, and then what I do? Okay, we're just gonna watch this slot real quick. Alright, as one archer was just, unfortunately, a little bit greedy and stupid. I was bro.
Autoplay. Will autoplay Evanesia perform better than all of the other teams? Let's see. So one thing's for sure is that it's going to ult whenever an ult is available.
Okay, yeah,
I will be genuinely surprised
you can get
with this 40k performance.
But if you get then I still want you to kill Scale. Because I don't like Scale. Okay.
Wow, and it didn't proc the ult instantly, which would have been super overkill and a waste. Just let the elation skill happen. That actually saved it. Oh my god. It's already fighting Lygus. This is unreal. This is actually unreal. Oh my god. Bro, it took my D Hertz 700 years to kill one of the mobs. Okay, that's pretty unlucky. That Yaogong didn't get hit at all there. It might actually activate the phase change in the 0th cycle. That's ridiculous. Wow. Wow. Let's see the RNG that happens here, though. It actually goes to Evanesia.
Wow.
You can't make this up. Okay, don't die to his ult move, though. Not even close. Wait, is this going to 0 cycle? Wait, hold on. No way. No shot. There's no way. Oh my god, it actually came so close. Hold on, I'm gonna pause the autoplay right here. I need to. It actually legitimately almost...
Wait.
It might. Wait, it is going to...
Oh my god!
Are we serious? Oh my god.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
No, it just 0 cycled this auto.
Holy shit!
Oh, okay.
You know what? Because Tam60 did it with a 0 cycle full auto, I'm gonna 0 cycle Pokemon Champion. How about that? I'm gonna 0 cycle. I'm gonna use my HSR knowledge to 0 cycle. What is the highest league in Pokemon? Master Ball League. I will 0 cycle my ass to Master Ball League from the VGC format. Yep. I'm gonna absolutely. Okay. Honestly, Pokemon Champion is a bit much. Nuzlocke, bro. I will beat Cynthia on my first try, on my first Nuzlocke. Yep. I will beat Cynthia on my first try. Because I have actually I've legit never ever played Pokemon Platinum in my life. So I'm going in completely blind. and we are gonna Nuzlocke that shit. And on my first try on Pokemon Emerald Pokemon Platinum Nuzlocke, I will fuck Cynthia so fucking up, bro. Her Garchomp. Is that Garchomp? Is that Garchomp? What's the name of the Pokemon again? Garchomp? Is it Garchomp? Is it a shark dragon thingy, right? Yeah, bro. I will, bro. Fuck it so hard, but the Garchomp will look away, bro. Because it will be fucking brutal, right? I look forward to you guys when we get ourselves the next extension of our Pokemon Platinum Nuzlocke adventure. Yo, chat, I need one more react stop because my dinner is like halfway done. Can I have one more react stop? I need one more react stop. Any? Oh, bro, there's too many like Game of Thrones recommendation, bro. Oh my god, 4 cost 0 cycle with Saber and Gilgamesh. Wow, I wonder what is that, chat. Bro, 4 cost 0 cycle is crazy, bro. So I guess Saber and Gilgamesh is actually tier 0 then. Because it's a 4 cost 0 cycle, by the way. Holy, that is absolutely exceptional. That is absolutely exceptional, right? Right? That's very, very good, right? Oh, wow. I'm still trying to... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. E0... Wow. Wow, gameplay showcase in it. Wow, I have no idea what that is. Because, bro, you guys can tell that I don't look at leads, right? Because every single one of these videos, I literally have... There's no rate bar. So I've never, ever looked at leads, like, ever, bro. So I know what I do. Anyway, can we watch this? If it's Rickroll, you're banned.
If you're seeing this video, it means that your feed has already been infected by the speaking.
I feel like I've seen this before, that's the thing. Do you want a Himeko song? No. No, I hate Himeko. I feel like this is like... I definitely seen this before. I have definitely seen this before. I've 100% seen this before. So, whoa! Bro, I don't even want to look, bro. Look at it. I've never, ever opened a single one of those videos. That's how you know I am a moral streamer, right? That's a moral streamer, if I can say it to myself, bro. You have, bro, it's not algorithm, bro. It's not algorithm, bro. They just want to... Oh. Wait, this was pretty interesting. Okay, 32 minutes is a bit long. 32 minutes. If it was like 3 minutes, I think that would have been really, really interesting. Click on the anvil video. Which anvil video? Which anvil video? How abundance disappear from HSR? Oh my god, I'm dead, bro. Where? Oh my good skit. Okay. What anvil video? Okay, I've literally seen this before, right? I've literally seen this before. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. What is the anvil video? Oh, this one?
So it would seem there are some people out there who are very, very...
Holy shit, that is a crazy fucking ratio, though. That is a crazy ratio. Okay, you know what? Pretty interesting, guys. Pretty interesting. But 36 is a bit. Okay, that is a bit fire. Oh, chat. CC, what's up right here, right? Watch along. Just watch a bit. Yeah, we probably won't watch the full thing, but y'all can watch along with this. The Enfield content crisis is genuinely insane.
Unhappy with Arknight's Enfield right now, and there are narratives spreading like wildfire that the game is objectively bad, and people are quitting in droves, and that the devs are incompetent, and that there's no content in the game, and even that new players should not bother trying Arknight's Enfield. And that's not only coming from the bad faith grifters who you expect to hear that kind of talk from, but also from those who are the most stringent glazers and supporters of the game, or those who are kind of seen as big representatives of Arknights and Arknight's Enfield. So it's a really, really weird situation, but as we all know, just because many people are saying something, or there's a perception that many people are saying something, doesn't mean it's true, and it doesn't even mean it's anywhere close to the truth. So we're going to break down some of these claims and debunk some of these narratives. Starting with the whole "the game has no content" narrative, I think there's no better way to examine this than by doing a side-by-side comparison of the new patch's content with the new patch content from Wuthering Waves. And I'm choosing Wuthering Waves here because I think WUA is possibly the most beloved and glazed video game by its fan base in the history of all video games, especially with the launch of the Cyberpunk collab in the newest patch. And this comparison is not to try and put one game over another and say one is better than the other. It's to better understand the contrast and community reception to the amount of content that is being provided. So I'm a long time, a day one WUA player. I took a bit of a break recently and came back for the Cyberpunk collab. But let's break down the content in these patches, looking at only the new stuff being added. In Wuthering Waves, here's the new version content. There's new story content, so new story quests, new characters to pull on the gacha, new open world expansions. There's also new limited time events. First one is just a guide event saying, here's the new content, go and do it. There's a simple puzzle event. Third one is a login event. Depths of Elusive Realm, which is a fun combat event. It took me like 1 to 2 hours to fully complete it. There's a racing event, which is on these very simple racing racing tracks, and each race takes about 1.5 minutes, and they make you do 10 races in total. That's about 15 minutes of content across 6 weeks. There's another login event, a new tactical hologram, Atom Smasher, which is supposed to be just higher difficulty content. Again, that's like 10 to 15 minutes of content for the 6 weeks. Endgame refreshes, which are all just spawn enemies in an empty room DPS checks, and it'll take you about an hour to do them all for your 6-week-long patch. There's new gear for the new characters, which you can farm, and there's some quality of life stuff. And by the way, a lot of these events have staggered releases throughout the 6 weeks patch, so they don't just all hit on day one. Now let's look at the Arknights Enfield 1.3 content. There's new story quests, new map expansions, new characters to pull on, new events, so there's contingency contract, which is the real meat of the patch. If you just do the minimum level of difficulty to get all of the gacha currency, it's probably extremely fast. The whole point of it is that the additional difficulty modifiers are optional, and you can explore them as much as you want with different teams and such, so you get out of it however much you want to get out of it. There's Trials of Swordmancy, which is a combat event introducing the new game mode used for stock bills. There'll be an event for its launch where you can get some pull currency, but it's also something that's meant to be done continuously over time for stock bills. There's actually some long-term replayability here, since there's randomness in the enemy encounters due to the card pulling system, and there's also a reward and a reason to keep coming back to it over time. We're also getting more Umbral Monument stages, which are pretty quick combat encounters, maybe 10 to 20 minutes of content. There's a new Recrisis boss, a casual photography event, and new gear to acquire through the factory system, and also some quality of life stuff. So on paper, it's actually remarkably similar in terms of the raw content offerings across the two games, and yet one game, Wuwa, is glazed to the moon and back, while the other, Enfield, is now being dragged through the mud in pretty much every corner of the internet, to the point where the people who quite literally receive content creator perks from Hypergriff are telling new players that they shouldn't play Arknights Enfield. Obviously, whether you like or dislike the actual content being provided is going to be subjective. Personally, I've been enjoying my return to Wuthering Waves, and I've still been enjoying Enfield quite a lot. But looking objectively at the amount of content being provided, it's very clear that both developers have a very similar live service content model. Now, I think a big reason for this contrast and community reception is that the Wuwa player base understands what their game is and what kind of game Kuro is trying to deliver to them. They then set their expectations accordingly so that there is alignment between what the fans want and enjoy and Kuro's vision for the game. Meanwhile, Enfield fans, and honestly, I wouldn't even call them Enfield fans anymore at this point, they have these weird warped expectations about the game. The remarkable thing is that in most cases where there is misalignment between consumer expectations and game developers, I'm actually very inclined to side with consumers, and I still am to some extent. We'll get into that later, but that itself is a testament to how ridiculous the Enfield situation has gotten and how far over the line we are, that I think many of the people spreading these narratives have just completely lost the plot. We knew going into this that Enfield is a gacha game. We know what the expectation is for the gacha live service content model, and more specifically, what that expectation is for these 3D open world action combat gacha games. There seems to be some sort of impression that Arknights Enfield is supposed to be the kind of game that wants you to sit down and play it for 3 to 6 hours a day, every single day, when that's just not the case, nor has any gacha game ever really achieved something like that, nor has any gacha game ever really wanted to be that. Gachas operate on the content treadmill live service model, as opposed to the infinite replayability live service model that games like looter shooters or roguelikes or PvP games have. Gachas are trying to be these casual games where it's either a
pause real quick. Chat. What is a realistic amount of time you should be spending every day on a single gacha game? Five minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 15 minutes. It depends. I can say it depends again, bro. 10 or 15 minutes. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. Okay. So here's the thing. Did you know, realistically speaking, that is just not true? And here's why. All right. I think generally speaking, people with complaints, they are not just logging into the game like 15-20 minutes. Maybe they do, right? Maybe they actually physically stay in the game for 15-20 minutes, right? Get their dailies and log off. But there are way more time investment outside the game itself. For example, look at guides, right? Look at zero cycles. Look at pooling opinions. Look at cost maxing, all right? Look at war slot videos, all right? And all these things, directly or indirectly, are also taking up time from you playing the game. And this has nothing to do with Enfield or WoW or whatever. But if you think about, like, for example, like HSR slot, right? HSR, right? Realistically speaking, you really wouldn't spend that much time on HSR because it's a very simple and straightforward game when it comes to your dailies. Even maybe your endgame content, especially if you clear your endgame content with your flagships, right? With your chef's recommendation, Dawei's recommendation, right? The main push team, right? You're just following the most mainstream pony opinion available. But if you wanted to go outside from just pressing V and bouncing, right? Because you can't just press V and bounce in like Enfield or Wu or Zenith Zone 0, right? But Honkai Star Rail as a game has like other things that you actually spend time on. Okay, at least I can personally say like for myself, right? I've always player, I would want to like check out how do I improve my units, right? What is the best possible build? Do I need ER or attack rope, right? Should I be going for this? I don't know, not investment. And like when you play HSR physically in the game, it's not that long. But the actual, oh my goodness, Toast, thank you so much for the rate. Yay, thank you. Thank you. I hope you had a great stream. Yeah, we're just talking about the potential field situation again, but thank you so much for the rate, right? And yeah, as I was saying, bro, HSR, I feel you spend more time planning than playing. And that is why I personally like enjoy turn-based games. Because you don't need to have the mechanical advantage of like youngsters nowadays. Alright, like, hey, I'm not getting any younger, you know what I'm saying? I feel like personally speaking, I acknowledge my mechanical skills as a gamer, which is like your reaction, your QTE, right? When you parry, when you dodge, right? Bro, I am nowhere near my prime back in those days. But when it comes to like planning, right? I like to think about positioning, right? Placing where your units are going to be, right? Team building, right? The speed before you even enter into combat. Those things are what makes me enjoy a game, but I'm not necessarily actually playing the game itself. So despite the fact that HSR as a game, I personally think HSR has a lot of slop events as well. Right? And I have said this before back in my days, like I really don't really care too much about whatever kind of gacha with whatever kind of events are going to be anymore. Like, I am beyond the phase of like, okay, you know what, I need to do these events because like the events are like what makes the gacha game entertaining. No, bro. Like, these events, to me, they are only there because I do them for premium currencies. Alright? Whether they exist to play and get them, or they exist with a click of a button and I claim mail to get a temple, I don't really care. But I would still find myself enjoying, or at least like in HSR terms, right? I like to like think about what is to be and how do I go about managing these units, even if I don't necessarily spend actual like 15 to 20 minutes within HSR, right? So that is from my personal perspective as someone that I like the turn-based genre of these kind of games, compared to those kind of like mechanically higher requirement for your mechanical skill kind of gacha games, right? And it has nothing to do with whether or not like you like these games or like these games are better, but like it makes me feel more engaged, even though I don't spend as much time playing, right? Okay, help me get this for the Cliff channel. Thank you. Just take this out standalone. Thank you, right? Thank you. Saying HSR as content is one of them. Okay, like, it's like, HSR's actual content, right? Like, even if you want to compare HSR with like Enfield or like Wu, right? Technically speaking, you don't even need to play the game by itself if you just want to clear, right? You press 1V, you go and make a coffee, you go and eat dinner, right? Watch a show, right? Watch Netflix while your HSR is playing by itself in the background. You don't actually play it, right? Like, it's it's not very content heavy in that sense. But when you want to like do other things, when it's purely based on like your decisions as a player, like how do you actually want to build this team before you press V, it's quite interesting. And to a certain extent, right? To a certain extent, like I know we keep saying like HSR, you just press V, right? It's the V game, right? It's the AI game. You just press one button. There is a pretty significant level of difference for your in-game performance from manual and AI. And I think if you guys have watched HSR long enough, you know what those differences can be. Like, even for a brain dead team, okay, like one of the most brain dead team, right? Like, let's just say Remembrance Flagship, right? Your caster is, you just press E whenever the dragon comes up, right? Highest, you just press E whenever. But even for like Remembrance, if you time, let's just say for example, you don't press your highest out when you still have a dragon, right? Then you get more charge for the next dragon, right? You maybe even want to hold on the highest out before Avernite can summon her EV. Because with more allies on field, you'll get off like more healing, which is more new button, right? And then for example, if you have like a casual dragon, when do you decide, do you want to let go of like a 200% charge, 100% charge, or maybe even like before even 200%, Will you go overflow if you edit it out right now? Like, these kind of things in the manual are what makes me, as someone, okay, like my free play account, right? Whenever I play Remembrance Slop, right, Mimo Slop, manually, those are the clears that help me get the endgame content for Anomaly King, right? I have never ever cleared Anomaly King on AI with Mimo Slop, ever. Never. It is always with manual, because these are like the small things that I could potentially decide to change the outcome of the battle with the difference between V and no V. Even though, objectively speaking, I think Mimo Slop is one of the way easier thing to place compared to, for example, like, I don't know, Sillap, right? Or even like Face Out. I think Face Out is like, well, I think Face Out is a pretty fucking high skill sitting champion, I guess. Bro, you have to decide when do you let go of your air shield out, when do you let go of the AV advance, when do you let go of DD, when do you... So, okay, anyways, as I was saying,
side game, or you play 3 or 4 of them at a time. I get that we should aspire for games like Enfield to be more than that, and for it to be a game where it has modes where you can genuinely put in 6 hours per day if you really want to, but this is the objective reality of what gacha games are and have been historically. They use the content treadmill to dump some amount of content on you, and then you just slowly chew your way through it until the next batch of content hits. The reason this model works in the first place is because the majority of people aren't actually chewing their way through all of the content, or they're doing it slowly enough to where the length of the patch isn't really a huge deal. Every single gacha game, Wuthering Waves, Arknights Enfield, Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact, every single one is going to have stretches of weeks per patch where you're doing nothing but logging in for a few minutes to do dailies and then log off. That is something that is quite literally intentionally built into the genre. I know that because I have lived that reality for the past 6 years, and not once have I heard any community complain this much about it until Arknights Enfield. Those of us who like gacha games understand this. It's something that allows the game to either exist as a side game or lets you play and enjoy multiple gachas at the same time. This Wuthering Waves patch, the long-awaited Cyberpunk collab, will see its dedicated players literally spend a few weeks out of the 6 weeks long patch simply logging in and out in 5 minutes to do dailies, because it doesn't take anywhere close to 6 weeks to finish all the content. And yet there is an understanding that doesn't even need to be said out loud that the game is still good and the fans like the game. Now, some people will hear all of that and think this is meant to make excuses for Hypergriff, or it's telling people to lower their expectations, and that's not what I'm saying. The reason I loved Enfield so much in the first place is because Hypergriff gave us these small tastes of how their game design philosophy differs from what we've seen in the past in this genre. And I have to spell all of this out again because it seems that we've forgotten. But first, the factory and stock build economy side of the game isn't like anything we've really seen before. The factory is completely insulated from the gacha, and that the characters are pulling doesn't affect this side of the gameplay. It's also something that isn't time gated by energy, so you can sit down and play with your factory for hours at a time if you really wanted to. Second is the lack of DPS check endgame, because we all know that's a lazy way to keep players engaged by just introducing power creep and seasonal shield buffs for current banner characters to give players a fake motivation for continuing to farm pulls and acquire new characters and build teams. Instead, Enfield seems to be trying to make normal, fun combat encounters
that sounds like
monuments and contingency contract.
Okay.
Third is the departure from RNG gear slop, which is another lazy retention strategy used to make players log in every day to spend their energy and to trick them into thinking they're making daily progress toward building their characters when it's really just an artificial time gate. All of these factors point to not just how things are different right now with the current content, but they also point to a different fundamental approach to how Hypergriff wants to make content in the future. And while I really like Arknights Enfield as it is now, I am also eagerly awaiting and anticipating that future content that builds on the foundations of the game just the same as everybody else. And by the way,
most modern PvE gacha is the same thing. If you have no PvP, the only thing left you have to fight with your units are PvE endgame. And in order to tailor PvE endgame to newer units, which are like the motivation to pull, it is going to be show environment. Right? Like, what else can you do as a PvE endgame that is not show environments to promote the sales of like the next banner? There is none. Guild War, RTA, is like, it's either you fight against a pre-made PvE environment designed specifically for newer units to sell better, or you do PvP against other players. It's either A or B, right? I don't think there's any other way that you can actually design to push like a sport. I guess the lore, right? Lore, story, right? Story and lore, right? Maybe the girlfriend experience, right? But lore and story and girlfriend can only get you that far. But at the end of the day, you're playing a game, right? If not, you might as well just say you're watching a movie, right? Like those, like, you're watching a show and you're just putting for like your favorite characters. But like, if you're gonna be playing a game, games are played with a objective in mind, which is to win, right? You can't win against other players in a PvE game. So the only way you really win is 3-star content, all right? 0 cycle, if you want to go that far, all right? And in order to facilitate this win condition, shared environments. So that's it.
Isn't whining about no content without being specific about what you actually want and without mentioning these good aspects of the game is actually threatening to do more harm than good. If we make gacha devs think that it was a mistake to stop crutching on the lazy manipulative retention strategies like DPS check endgame and RNG gear, you are failing to represent the game correctly, you are failing to represent the genre correctly, and you are threatening to move the game in an even worse direction. Earlier when I was talking about expectations for gacha games, that doesn't mean I want Enfield to be constrained by those expectations and simply meet that bar and then stop trying. I am also giving feedback about the kinds of game modes I want to see and the content that will realize the full potential.
No, that's honestly a pretty good war slot. I like it. Also, character design and kit designs, they are a extrinsic factor that compels you to pull for the design. But if you're only playing gacha games for character designs, you can literally just search like online for images. Alright? Art, culture. Fuck it, log into your friend's account, bro. Right? If it's just character design and like kit design. But to actually use them in an environment is where it takes the kit design to a more realistic value for yourself as a player. Because you are playing a game, right? You're not watching a show, you're not watching anime, you're playing a game. So, and I want to do. Also, wait, hold up. I feel like that is also why, potentially speaking, there is the comments for Alright Enfield, where there is not enough content, because their business model of selling units, right? There are not a lot of interactions from your units in like your open world exploration and factory building. Maybe there's a little bit, right? Maybe you put units for like the operator bonus, right, in your Dijang, right? Maybe you can like do the double dash or whatever. But like units in Enfield, they still serve the primary function of team building, right? Of supports, DPS, sustain, whatever it's gonna be, right? So you're still fundamentally getting units in Arnold's Enfield with the objective of playing them, right? Using them in, I would say, combat scenarios. And I think most of the arguments of why like Enfield has nothing to do is because even if you didn't pull for units and you just spend the whole time doing factory and like collecting min, you don't really care too much about units themselves. But they are trying to sell units anyways. So if people already put 4 set units and there is a lack of like combat challenges to utilize set units, at least until CC, there will be more disdain for these kind of situations. Like, I think if Alright Enfield released CC since 1.0, or maybe like even like 1.1, I think the comments would be like a lot lesser. Because Umbral Monument, you could try to get a trim badge, right? You clear like Umbral Monument like under a certain amount of time. But like it is way lesser motivation for a player to like keep using the same team of units as compared to CC. Because CC is like the big boy, right? It's the big boy. So yeah.
Enfield and provide those new experiences that we haven't seen before in the genre. But I'm not going to sit here and quite literally try to ruin the reputation of a game I claim to like and that I want to improve when I know that it's meeting the standards of what's expected for the gacha live service content model, and is also, by the way, providing a very enjoyable and satisfactory experience that is enough to place it amongst the heaviest hitters in this genre. It also needs to be said, quite frankly, that a lot of this feedback is clearly not as deeply thought out as the people making it think that it is, which is another reason this situation just feels so weird. There's really a lack of understanding in general about the difference between criticism and critique. This is from Merriam-Webster Dictionary. What's the difference between criticism and critique? There's some overlap.
Okay, chat. Very simple. All right. Very simple. Hey, your Firefly could use some speed so that she can squeeze in 1 extra turn at the end of this cycle. Bro, your Firefly sucks ass, bro! Why the fuck would you even use a Firefly like that? Right, so that is the difference between a criticism and a critique. Right
in meaning, but they're not the same in every situation. Criticism is most often used broadly to refer to the act of negatively criticizing someone or something, or a remark or comment that expresses disapproval, while critique is a more formal word for a carefully expressed judgment, opinion, or evaluation of both the good and bad qualities of something. Critique is meant to be a critical analysis of a work, which means—
wait, yo. Cole, by the way, are you here? Mr. Cole, Can you make like a... I'm not sure if this is possible, but my editor Ew requested that can you make a command called !Ew so that the bot will give a timestamp. So we don't even need like mods to do it anymore. So it's like fully automated with AI using !Ew. So it will automatically put a marker in the stream for like where do you get a timestamp. Yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. Yeah, down to AI. Okay, if it's possible, great. But if it's not possible, then it is what it is.
Deeply examining it to extract things like authorial intent, or in the case of video games, developer intent, and then how the creator goes about accomplishing that intent. A common example is that sometimes right after watching a movie, you may know whether you liked it or disliked it, but you don't always know why.
Alright, just only allow mods to type a comment. Don't give the perms to like public, because they're fucking like buckles, right? Yeah, just let mods have it.
That's the role of the critic. It's to analyze the work so that people can understand it on a deeper level. And the second you don't always know why we had certain emotional responses to something. And breaking that down critically can be a very painstaking process. Critique is built on opinion, that's true, but also on vast amounts of knowledge about the subject. And it's clear from many of these narratives spreading about Enfield that they're not really coming from a place of knowledge about the genre or about storytelling when it comes to the story. And critique is not just spewing out a bunch of surface level criticisms with the goal of making the work better. The critic's job is not to teach the professional how to do their job. For a live service game, yes, feedback is important, but there's a clear difference between constructive critique and destructive criticism. A lot of people seem to be under the impression that they're like these crusaders.
Honestly, you don't even really need like too much. Okay, I guess you need like a little bit of knowledge to critique something. But even if you do not fully understand like how the game works, you can still critique, bro. Like if I take one look at your Firefly and Bago has like, I don't know, energy regeneration rope, right? I might not have enough knowledge about maybe like if I don't play HSR, like it is what it is. But I would still know, okay, your Firefly should not be on energy regeneration rope, right? So it really is not about the actual knowledge, but like the delivery of your message. So both critique and criticism can have the same level of knowledge. It's just one is you're being a jackass, and then the other one you're being Mr. Nice. All right, that is the key difference. And luckily for chat, I'm always Mr. Nice. All right, so
tomorrow, and the only way to enact positive change in the game is to bully and insult the developers by blessing us all with their very insightful critical analysis, such as the game has no content or the story is bad. You know, I've yet to hear an actual critical analysis of the story from anyone who's saying it's bad, because saying things like, I want to feel
You have 10 seconds to apologize. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You fucking bucko.
X, Y, and Z emotions, but the story isn't making me feel that. Or this other game's story makes me feel some emotion, but this story isn't. That is not an analysis of the story. It does not attempt to analyze authorial intent or to extract and appreciate any deeper meaning within the story. It is simply a surface level opinion, which is fine. Everyone is entitled to have an opinion, and everyone's entitled to share their opinion, but no one is entitled to having their opinion be valued by anyone else, especially if you are incapable or unwilling to actually put in the hard work required to actually critically analyze the storytelling. Again, this would be fine if there is at least some self-awareness that all they're doing is sharing their surface level opinions, but there is no self-awareness. They continuously attempt to pass off these lazy opinions as facts about the storytelling, which is an insult to anyone who really values the art of storytelling or critically analyzing stories. Didn't we all watch—
Oh, I have no idea what storytelling. I play HSR. Another day, another slender, bro. Yo, help me get a clip.
And it was pretty clear that the bitter critic's initial worldview towards critique was completely twisted and corrupt and wrong. Then he gives us his monologue after he's reformed. I don't know if playing this clip will get me copyrighted, so I'm just going to read the quote.
It's the Sarah movie.
The work of a critic is easy. We risk very little.
Oh, it's the Sarah movie. Okay, no cap about it. I think Ratatouille is probably like my top 3 animated films of all time. Which is why I say, right, like if I'm not gonna be a fucking streamer, bro, I'll be a cook, bro. I'll be a chef. But I really, really like Ratatouille.
Those who offer up their work and themselves to our judgment. We thrive on negative criticism, which is fun to write and to read, but the bitter truth we critics must face is that in the grand scheme of things, the average piece of junk is probably more meaningful than our criticism designating it so. Supposedly the intention is to give constructive criticism, but constructive criticism is supposed to be specific and actionable, and these surface level criticisms are not specific or actionable. Arguably the only actionable parts are very general things like asking for replayability, but as I've shown, it's more than possible to do this in a more constructive way. And we always hear it sandwiched between the most destructive statements you can possibly make about a game, because no matter what the intention is, there's clearly no real effort put into these criticisms, and so they inevitably become destructive criticism. Destructive criticism exists solely to, well, one, farm clicks, and second, to serve as catharsis to people who already shared that negative opinion of the product and are just looking to feel vindicated in their opinion. It is not specific, it is not actionable, it does not contribute to the game improving in any way. In many ways, like I just discussed, it can contribute to making something worse. Nothing that you will hear from these destructive criticism comments is something that's not already being said by people who are making an actual effort to be more constructive. It's obvious that this kind of criticism doesn't work because the exact same people who engage in it will, in the very same breath, complain about how they aren't allowed to criticize the game after they receive pushback in response to their destructive criticism. And so when they get criticized as creators in the same way or even milder ways than what they're engaging in themselves, they then proceed to crash out and fail to internalize any of the feedback they're receiving. The irony is so thick you could slice it with a knife. When they complain about how no one is receptive to their ideas, except of course the people who already agreed with them to begin with, it's just proving in real time how useless destructive criticism really is. And of course, when Hypergriff eventually adds all this stuff to the game, those same people will pop back up to claim credit for saving the game, how the game only improved because they were brave enough to bully the developers into making the content, while everyone who actually enjoyed the game and gave feedback in a constructive way were just mindless glazers. And when that happens, you'll know that we've all died and gone to hell. It really is ironic how warped this worldview is. That the only
I'm so sorry. I literally just zoned out. How do we go from Anvil to die and go to hell?
More constructive. It's obvious that this kind of criticism doesn't work because the exact same people who engage in it will, in the very same breath, complain about how they aren't allowed to criticize the game after they receive pushback in response to their destructive criticism. And so when they get criticized as creators in the same way or even milder ways than what they're engaging in themselves, they then proceed to crash out and fail to internalize any of the feedback they're receiving. The irony is so thick you could slice it with a knife. When they complain about how no one is receptive to their ideas, except of course the people who already agreed with them to begin with, it's just proving in real time how useless destructive criticism really is. And of course, when Hypergriff eventually adds all this stuff to the game, those same people will pop back up to claim credit for saving the game, how the game only improved because they were brave enough to bully the developers into making the content, while everyone who actually enjoyed the game and gave feedback in a constructive way were just mindless glazers. And when that happens, you'll know that we've all died and gone to hell. It really is ironic.
What the? Okay, I see.
How warped this worldview is. The only way to improve the game is by bullying the game's developers and ruining the reputation of the game, because you just know that these same people as creators themselves would not respond well to being bullied by their audiences into making different kinds of content. And we know that because we've already literally seen this play out in real time in 4K with the crash outs about how they aren't allowed to criticize the game, as if someone disagreeing with their opinion is akin to silencing their free speech, like the Gacha Gestapo is tracking them down and throwing them in a gulag because they criticized a video game. It's time to wake up to reality. You are not a victim, nor are you some crusading martyr fighting to save the game from these slop-guzzling hyperglazers who enjoy it. In the real world, people will do in-depth critiques that take a lot of time and effort and are well thought out and are bolstered by supporting evidence, and people will still disagree because that's the nature of discourse and discussion, and it's actually really fun and enjoyable when people are putting in actual effort to analyze and understand something from different viewpoints. It lets you understand and connect with people through your different interpretations of art. Now imagine how ridiculous it is to get offended when someone disagrees with you when all you've done is spew out a bunch of surface level petty criticisms that really just consists of vibes and feelings. It just reeks of entitlement and victim complex. There's really no other way to put it. And like I said, the irony to do destructive criticism and then get offended by a little mild pushback to the point where you're painting narratives about whole communities of people when someone criticizes your criticism is like the product of the weakest wet paper towel mental imaginable. Now, with all that being said about critical analysis, I think we all also understand that it isn't necessarily the consumer's job to come up with all the detailed ideas.
Because I think this video's like main theme is like he's criticizing people that criticize the game, right? So like Huh. Oh, the biggest problem, bro. I like how this bro, YouTube algorithm is crazy, bro. I one war slot video and I have like 2 more popping up like immediately. Oh, we didn't even finish the cookie cards one. Yeah, but okay. Okay. Comparing all you want, but please don't lie about other games event. That just makes you the same as a Hoyo Shell, bro. Oh my goodness, Hoyo Shell. He's done. He's done. He's done. Oh, that is crazy. Oh, that is crazy, bro. As a customer, I don't care about the process. If the result is shit, I will not. You know what? I feel like this is a really, really common sentiment. Because like, most of the time, right? Do you really care about what happens behind the scene before the actual final end product? Like, it doesn't matter if it's like food, drink, right? Services, like product. You don't care, bro. Right? All you want to do is consume, right? Consume slop. Right, consumer slop, right? Slop, consume. Like, as long as it's good enough, I'm gonna eat that shit up, bro. Right? And then if it's not good, then it is what it is. I'm just not gonna eat it. Right? So that is a very, very common sentiment. At least I would say, like you wouldn't have the same level of mental energy to go back and forth on so many different things in life, because there are way more important things in life that matter than whether or not this thing you're consuming is good or bad, right? Like, I would say that like 99.99% of things that I personally do, like, if it's good, great, right? But if it's not good, then that one, right? Like, that's my thought process. So like, if I went to a restaurant and the food is not good, I'm not gonna like complain, right? I'm not gonna criticize. I'm not gonna like, I want to see the chef, right? I want to refund. I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not coming back, right? It's very, very simple. So for those people that are like still remaining in whatever that particular product is, right? Be it a gacha game or like a food or whatever, it really depends, and it really depends. It really depends if, are you doing it really for like the gacha game, or are you trying to convince yourself that whatever you are consuming is not slop? Right, think about it. Because I personally feel, right, to a certain extent, if you're someone that is gonna be like very passionate about something beyond the average consumer, right? Like you're caring more about what is the process of the product. How do you make this? How do you improve this? I think to a certain extent, you want and you hope this product that you yourself are consuming is gonna be better, so that other people that will consume the same product wouldn't think that whatever you are consuming is bad. Like, it's a very weird way of like defending your taste. You know what I'm saying? So like, okay, a very, very good example, right? If you were to show like, like back in my days, if you were to show like your bros, right? For example, if you were to show bros, right? So you're like dating girls, or you're swiping on like Tinder or like or Hinge or whatever, right? So like, you will come across this girl, like maybe to you, this girl is like, oh my god, she's great, right? She looks great, right? She's my type and everything. Then she's like an 8 or a 9 out of 10, right? She looks fantastic. So like, you show your bros, right? But if your bros say like, bro, this girl is like mid, right? This girl is like 5, 6, then you will feel that you indirectly just got insulted. Because it has nothing to do with whether or not this girl is that good. It's like your bros are basically judging your taste, and that your taste is questionable. And that is an indirect attack to you. So I feel like a very similar thing might be happening with regards to, are you really doing it to like make a product better, or are you doing it to defend your personal taste? All right, so that is gonna be that. Let's continue on. No, this war slop is so interesting. It's been so long since we've gone on a war slop.
Many people just want to put their general thoughts in a survey and then move on.
But you ain't a customer unless you're actually okay. You know what? That is super fucking fair. That is super fucking fair. You ain't a customer unless you're paying a lot of. leechers, right? The free-to-plays, right? The free-to-plays, right? The leechers, bro. These customers are like going to a restaurant expanding luxury private room for free and then complaining that the food is bad. You know what? I completely fucking understand this sentiment. It's like, you know those like people that go to free samples? Like all those kind of like malls and like restaurants, right? Okay, not restaurants, but like malls, right? They'll have like these kind of like free samples. And then you can try the free samples if you were like just passing by to see if you want to buy the food, right? I think this is like, you're someone that's trying a free sample and you're like, oh, this sucks. This sucks. And then you just take another free sample. Oh my god, this sucks too. And then you take another free sample. Oh my god, this sucks. And then you just keep eating the free sample. And then you just keep saying, it sucks, it sucks, it sucks, it sucks. But you just keep eating and eating. I completely understand what you're saying. But to be fair, right? Like the nuance is, a gacha game, okay, at least in this context, a gacha game, right? I don't think a gacha game economy will function without free-to-plays. Like, to a certain extent, you almost need free-to-plays, because if there's no free-to-plays in the game, free-to-plays are like, I would say like, probably the biggest population is like free-to-plays, then like light spenders, then like whales, right? Whether or not you save your pools or whatever, but like, generally people wouldn't want to spend money. Especially for like, these kind of like gacha games, right? For most normal consumers. Then maybe a little bit for like monthly battle pass, right? Because like there's like kids, right? There's like teenagers, they have no jobs and everything. They're still playing gacha games. I would say that this population of people, there will definitely be like nuances between whether or not they are just here to like eat, and then this sucks, or like they're just there for a good time. So it really does depend on like what the dynamic of the consumer is going to be, even though they could all be free-to-plays, right? They could all be free-to-plays. So they don't. Okay, I'm not sure if there will be more monthly pass and battle pass holders than free-to-plays. So. I legitimately have no idea. You could prove me wrong. You could prove me wrong. Like if there's any like proof that like there are more spending players than free-to-plays, I will be pretty surprised. Because my mind is there will be inherently way more players that don't spend money, because majority of the criticism online that I tend to see are about free-to-plays, right? But think about it, like every single, like not every single, but like most gacha wars, right? It is whether or not a free-to-play can clear endgame, right? It is whether or not a free-to-play can beat a pay-to-win, right? Especially in gacha games. So from the level of criticism that you see online, I would go ahead and make a logical deduction that there tends to be more free-to-plays than spending players. So yeah. Okay, or they could just like not be terminated online. That is also fair. That is also fair.
Which
right?
is perfectly fine and actually very good for letting your voice be heard by the developers. But at
the
same
wait,
time,
how many of y'all spend money in gacha games? How many of y'all spend money in gacha games? One if you spend money. Actually, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Wait, actually, can we do like this thing? There's this thing called strawberry poll. We can do it like real time. We can do this like in real time. I'm not sure if there's like a limit. Do you spend money in gacha? Yes. No. 1 vote for address. Create poll. Chat, I've never used it in my life, by the way. But share. Copy. Okay. Alright, let's see. I want to see if this works. So it's like it combines YouTube, Twitch, and Kick all into like a single poll. Alright? All into a single poll. In 5, 4, 3, 2. Whoa! That is crazy. That is crazy, bro. Holy shit. That is actually quite crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is quite crazy. Okay, I will just go ahead. Okay, yeah, to be completely fair, people that watch streamers, like gacha streamers, y'all are not the average population anyways. Right? It's like funny thing with statistics and like data is like, even though numbers don't lie, but the way you collect data is like, it's very skewed as well, depending on where you collect your data. So I guess my audience is just a bunch of filthy fucking pay to win then, right? Thank you for letting me know that y'all filthy fucking pay to wins. Thank you, right? Thank you.
We shouldn't delude ourselves.
Yeah, how me get a clip? MrPokke's chat are filled with pay to wins.
Are actually super actionable critical analysis that the devs can somehow do anything with. These statements like there's nothing to do, there's no content, and the story is bad are so easy to just
so if y'all can pay for
gacha, supported by a real critical analysis.
Then doesn't it mean y'all can pay for
supported by any actual knowledge of the genre or game development
or like
as a whole. So it's fine if you just want to drop your vibes into a survey
or like a YouTube member,
but it seems that the goal of many people is to actively destroy the game's reputation.
Bro, y'all pay, right?
Some delusion that they're actually helping and making it better.
Wait, y'all can buy easy access, right? You can't get a $5
attempt to pass off
for your homeless
opinions as objective facts, because doing a critical analysis of the subject would require actual work, and it's much easier to just say that a lot of people feel this way, and therefore that gives the statement inherent value and legitimacy. It simply does not. These statements are utterly worthless to anyone who doesn't already agree with them. And that's how you know that their effect, no matter the intention, is to be cathartic, destructive criticism rather than constructive critique. Now I think we need to examine the process of game development.
Well, I just realized, is he using...
the fact that we hear this all the time.
Is it using ZZ
patch, filler patch, no content,
I just noticed.
And especially the whole, we've given them so much time and now we're running out of patience. I think it also just exposes...
Bro, ZZZ is literally background noise game.
Actually works.
It's like Mr. Background Noise. Every single fucking commentary video just use ZZZ as background noise.
It makes it seem that these people expect they'll just screech out their complaints about how there's no content, and then a month later, Hypergriff should have already made their infinitely replayable game mode so that they can play the game 6 hours a day every single day. That's just not how game development works. There's a video by Jason Schreier, who's a very well-known and respected games journalist, where he talks about why game development actually takes so long. First is that higher game fidelity, i.e. higher graphics and overall system expectations, means that games require way more developers who need way more time to make the game. He gives this example, which he got from questioning an actual game developer about the amount of people that are needed to make a single scene in a video game. So there's concept artists, high-res modelers, characters need to be skinned, rigged, and animated, shader specialists for the clothes, physics specialists for the hair, sound designers, cinematics animators and designers, narrative designer, a lighter for the scene, tech artists, VFX artists, programming support for the scene, and scene transitions,
so AI
writers, voice actors, a director,
my chat supports AI. Bro, don't let Twitter find you, bro.
Composer, orchestra, quality assurance team, and in 3D, a room would need its own design and props and level artist. That's a lot of people who all have to work together to contribute to just a single scene. And the next reason springboards off of that, which is that bigger team sizes makes it harder to manage all of the moving pieces. That means more managers and producers are going to be required. It takes more time to communicate between all these different departments and roles because all these people need to be on the same page about what they're making. And that's even harder because all of these people are highly competent specialists in their respective fields, but they don't have the same level of knowledge of all the other specialties required to make the scene. So an artist doesn't really know how to do the programmer's job and vice versa. So for that single scene that requires all those people, the logistics behind getting everyone to work together to actually make the final product is extremely complex. Now extrapolate that to the entire game and you can see how crazy it is to get so many people who all specialize in their own niche roles to somehow mash all of that together to make a video game. He also gives specific examples of games such as Uncharted, Assassin's Creed, and Mass Effect, where the first title in the series was good, but the second title in the series is what really pushed it from good to great, because the team making the game had more experience working on that specific kind of game, but also had a clear vision and knew better how to make games together as a studio, as a team, after having already worked together on a project for many years. And they also had access to the fan criticisms and feedback and could respond to that accordingly. But there's a big gap between those sequels. It's not like the players just
didn't capture enough players on launch when they realized there was nothing to do for 2 patches. Quality means nothing versus perception.
Endeavor this. I think R9's Enfield, like, or not even R9's Enfield, but like the very same point that he made for like the team is required to make a game, and like games take very, very long. You could technically just classify this for like most mainstream gacha nowadays, right? I mean, I don't even know what is the exact team for R9 versus like Wuwa, Zenless, or Zero Haters or whatever, but like it should be around the same ballpark, right? Like how much more different can you make? in terms of like game development, because the life cycle for a gacha, especially nowadays like mainstream, is always the same. 1.0 is a launch, new area, new map, right? You get 2 new units, and then next version is gonna be an update, right? Maybe you get like a shield environment, whatever fuck, then like more combat events, and then the same old like PV shield, like PV slop, or whatever it's gonna be. And then there's no RT, right? There's no banners or whatever, so you just add like more story. So like the same things that is gonna be going on for Arnott's Enfield. It is not something that's like exclusive to Arnott's Enfield, and it's not so much that Arnott's Enfield has like is a potential game, because CC is I think CC is probably like their best, and I think at this point their only end game content that's like really, really good. It is just between the time where 1.0 launched and CC launch, that gap is a bit too wide. And I think the devs just like underestimated how much time it would actually take for people to familiarize themselves with the factory building aspect. Because I think they probably expected the AIC and the factory to like last way longer than just like being done within like 2 to 3 weeks of 1.0. Especially now that they added the blueprint, there will definitely be lesser people interested in figuring out the factory. And I think the factory was like a huge thing in Arnott's Enfield, right? It is the only thing, one of the biggest things that separates Enfield from all of the other modern gacha games, which is the factory thing. But because of the blueprint, to make it more accessible for casuals that don't want to build, they also cut down the amount of time that it would have taken for someone to get through the content in 1.0, right? You can say you want to hate factory or love factory, but because of the existence of blueprint, whether or not you hate or love the factory, you will be done with it like so quickly, right? It takes like literally less than 1 minute. You copy and paste, you're done, right? And maybe you go around like min picking the mines and everything, but like it wouldn't take you longer than the time frame in 1.0, which was probably something that the devs didn't fully account for, right? Your thoughts if they have blueprint at 10% less efficient, I think they will piss off a lot of casuals. And there's like another box of like things to consider if you want to like balance what is.
It's a massive audience issue. They're catering to dopamine addicted people who need that hit on a regular basis. The game is great, but it's never about that. It's perception that was created in the first 2 months. Business is brutal.
To be fair, business is more brutal nowadays. Like if Arnott's Enfield came out like 2 years ago, the competition is definitely a lot lower, right? Like 2024, they really weren't anywhere near the level of like gacha game competitions, or even 2023, because I cannot think of like another 2023 game that had the same level of like mainstream attention to like Goryo, right? Like I think Brown Dust still also came around the same as Goryo, but it's really like way more niche. But nowadays we have like so many titles that are trying to go for the mainstream audience, right? And Enfield is one of those that came out in 2026, but the competition is no longer just like Enfield. There's like all those games that released before Enfield. There's the games that are coming after Enfield, NTE, right? There's so many more games coming out later on, where the dynamic for it's like your League, right? Or like StarCraft. When you first started out playing League or StarCraft, it should be easier to be Diamond or Challenger, all right? Like, because the competition is fresh, because everyone sucks, right? There's no good players developed yet. Like, you could probably beat Faker on Faker's first year ever playing League if you have been playing League for 10 years, right? It is just the nature of things. But as time develops more and more, the competition and the barrier within like each pool of people is going to become higher. So you cannot expect the same level of like investments as well as timeline compared to the 10 years ago when the industry was fresh and it just started. So, you could be a Faker right now. Oh, okay, yep, and there it is.
Some surface level criticisms at the devs, and the devs turned around in
only
4
Genji.
weeks.
Okay, show them about it. I legit. Okay, I'm not a Kuro bot, right? I mean, like, bro, I play all the gacha games like tourists. Bro, I think Wuthering Waves is pretty mainstream. Or I think it's like more mainstream than like a lot common last time. And I think the Cyberpunk collab was like really good. It was like one of the I still think Cyberpunk collab is like insanely good for like their rap and like their mainstream attention. It's super
and delivered a sequel.
Go ask around between... Bro, I shit you not, Chodomade. I shit you not. One of my female friends, the one that I went to Japan with, she played Wuthering Waves. Fei Xiao has a friend, she played Wuthering Waves. That's really 2. I know 0 people in my HSR or rather in Singapore that play HSR. I swear, bro. Okay, maybe it's a bit strange, but I have two female friends that I know that actually plays WoW, which is quite crazy.
Uncharted 1 and 2 was 1 year and 10
but
months.
it's just one
Assassin's
very,
Creed 1
very
to 2
like
was
oh,
2
for
years.
example. What about
Mass Effect
Genshin?
1 to 2 was 2 years and 2 months, and that was back in the 2000s, before the time and resources for game development exploded exponentially due to all of the aforementioned reasons we just talked about. And I get that it's not necessarily the consumer's job to worry about the minutia of game development. You know, for us, it's just judging whether a game is worth our time and money or not.
So if my friends are going to
relevant when our
which is even more
just,
shocking.
Where's my content? Just give me my yummy slop nights, daddy hyper.
Slop night.
Extra context, we can see how useless this kind of feedback actually is. It is not actionable feedback. It's not helpful beyond just the initial request for replayable game modes, which can be conveyed in about 30 seconds and in a much nicer way that doesn't insult the developers and doesn't drag the reputation of the game through the mud, when the factual reality is that on paper, what Enfield is doing content-wise is extremely comparable to what games like Genshin and Wuthering Waves and ZZZ are doing, which are its contemporaries.
I think at this point, it's not even the content. I think CZ is pretty good. It is the pacing. The pacing of their content was not quick enough to adapt with what happened from 1.0 to 1.1. If CC happened in 1.1, it would have been so much better. Or maybe even 1.2. Because I'm guessing, like I mentioned just now, they probably expected the factory thing to last the entirety of 1.0. Because it was like so much. And you know how like the previous Enfield updates in like 1.1 and 1.2, they always added something new to like the factory, right? Like they added like a brand new Forge of the Sky, right? You could get more like Sirenite and all that kind of stuff. And they probably would expect that to be like part of a major update, as with like most games, which is probably why they cut down on the combat side of things, or like the actual playability of the characters, by giving more factory-esque content. But factory expansion has been finished within like the first few minutes of the game launching, because people just yoink blueprints and that is done. So there's no replayability or anything to do after you just join the blueprint, which is probably why there's another reason people feel there's a content drought, because as much as you want to say factory building is a unique content to All Knights Enfield, can you really say it's a content where you can just press, legit, you just grab the blueprint, put it in your base, and you never ever look at it ever again? And I think Enfield underestimated how many players would try and venture the factory aspect of the game instead of just yoinking from blueprints. So, and I want to do
similar genre, so it'd be reasonable to expect the same level of content from them, given the similar amounts of developer resources that are needed for each
it's legit like if they were to make an event and you can press one button to finish the event, then the event's done. That is like a very indirect way of comparing blueprints in Enfield. Because you could do the new blueprint yourself, right? You can explore the new Forge of the Sky, you can get like the new water, the whatever, or you could just press one button and just yoink everything, and it's done. So,
at this point, some people will try and say that, you know, this game or that is just better, and that's why there's differences in how their respective player bases treat them. And really all that is another attempt to pass off subjective opinion as objective fact, which is kind of an insecure and immature.
Oh, Kilstein killed Enfield.
People will naturally have different preferences.
Yeah, Kilstein and his fucking blueprints, bro.
Multiple at the same time anyway.
Kilstein actually ruined
Enfield. I have a video on my own channel where I look at a developer interview from Hypergriff's Arknights developers talking about the development of the themed integrated strategies game mode and the process they went through to create it. Integrated Strategies was a pretty revolutionary roguelike game mode for gacha games because it provided lots and lots of replayability.
Wait, did you just reset?
Itinerary roguelike game mode for gacha.
Oh, he's done.
Games because it provided lots and lots of replayability that was atypical for the genre. Essentially, Arknights came out in May of 2019, and it took until early 2020 for the team to even start discussing.
Okay, completely unrelated to the point that bro is making, but bro, this mob, right? I legit one-shot this mob with a Mifu punch. Mifu, Chen, Mifu. Bro, literally dies in like 2 seconds. To see him doing all that with like Chen, with like Zhang Fangyi, and they're still at half HP, bro, that's fucking crazy, bro. I think Mifu is so fucking good for it.
Start discussing the need for a replay.
You know, good log, bro, man.
Like, bro,
at this point of the game, right, like Enfield, I don't think they can change blueprints anymore, because if they made it more restrictive for blueprints, then people are going to complain. Like, how dare they make it more restrictive? Because people have already been joining Blueprints since day one. So they can't go back on it anymore. It's too late, right? So the moment they add any forms of restriction, they're going to, Anvil fell off, right? Anvil is pay warning content or whatever it's going to be. So the only way I feel Anvil can expand for more content at this point is just more CC stuff. And factory building is just going to be like, I will akin factory building to like open world exploration slop. Except you finish it in like 10 seconds by yoinking. So they could just like make the focus, if it's purely just from a content perspective, more so on things like the Swordman trials or like CC. And then for the factory side of things, they just make it like more minimal. So people can still get the resources. Because at this point, people only do factory to get more resources, right? And why do you want to get more resources? It is to fucking do CC, bro, right? It is to do your endgame content, right? It's to do your combat. So if there's not enough endgame content, then there really isn't a lot of points to like make your units develop and grow, right? Getting your limit breaks, right? Getting your 63s, because there's nothing, or rather nowhere, that you can use your units in, which was the issue back in up until 1.2, right? Because there was no CC. And you could look, like, even I, as a tourist, right, I played this game, like, so fucking casually after 1.0, right? I logged in, like really, like, so casual. And we legit cleared Umbra Monument on our first try. Like, there was no, okay, I guess I am pretty good, right? I think I'm not too shabby in gacha games, right? Because I have played a lot, I'm a Triple Crown gamer, right? So I have a certain degree of, like, skills involved in, like, your rotations. So it's not like I'm not the absolute dog shit player, but, like, if, generally speaking, if someone's just gonna come into this game like with a very baseline level of knowledge and understanding and like gear investments, right? I didn't like upgrade the interests for the gears. Then it makes the players trying to upgrade their resources to the highest caliber feel like there's no point, right? There was no point, because even if you could, then so what? Until CC, right? Until CC. So I want to do, right?
Money for Kobe's Fungimus.
Triple Crown, bro. I literally cleared Elden Ring, DLC, Sekiro, and Blade Wukong, bro.
From there, it took until January 2022 for the first
right, Demon of Hatred, right?
All that. The game. Literally 2.5 years after launch and 1.5 years after the first prototype. These kinds of game modes are the heart of game development. It's the kind of stuff that Jason Schreier talks about when he's talking about why game dev takes so long these days. It's the quality stuff. That's why it's oxymoronic to expect that the kind of game mode that you could play for 1,000 hours can be
Dark. Oh my god, chat. I
actually
have Dark Souls 3 by the way. We could get it to our variety list.
In a reality where good games require years to make. It probably takes months just to make these minigame slop game modes that are meant to be played for 15 minutes and then never touched again. Compile all of that with two things. One is that making content for these 3D open world games requires way more time and resources than 2D mobile games. The other is that, as I've said many times, no gacha game in this genre has sought to provide that infinite replayability experience, which means that if Hypergriff really wants to do it, then it's probably going to take many iterations of prototyping and beta testing.
Okay, you know the NT thing that they just announced the other day? The 999 Nights. I know that looks very, very interesting. Not sponsored, by the way. I'm not sponsored. But like, you are essentially playing like this like Souls like adventure-ish like board game kind of thing. And it's like a completely separate thing from the base game itself. And you can bring out the skins that you get from that game mode. Which I thought it was like really, really interesting. We'll see how good it is going to be.
That's actually
it's just Genshin, bro, right? And there it is.
That is the natural process of making good games, especially games that you could sink hundreds or thousands of hours into.
The game should
That's
not
also why this whole idea that they had 7 years
okay, to be... I think there is this other potential thing for potential field is that I think they probably felt the need to release the game earlier than expected because of the timeline that is going to clash with other new releases. For example, NTE. I think NTE had like a lot of budget with regards to their marketing and their game development. So like the longer you delay a launch of a game, right, like in the industry, the more risk you're going to be having for getting compared to your similar like batch mates, like game mates within a year. Whereas the earlier you develop, the easier it is for you to secure a audience that is dedicated to your game. Because if, like, bro, how many fucking gacha games can you play realistically for the rest of your life? At some point, you're gonna be like, okay, you know what? I've already played enough gacha games. I don't really care how good the future gacha games are gonna be. I'm just gonna stick to the gacha games to play because I've spent time and money on these gacha games. So in a sense, the longer it takes for a game to come out, the greater risk there is for them for like customer acquisition. Because a normal casual gamer's like average lifespan, or rather like the number of gacha games they can play in their lives is limited. Right? You can't play every single gacha game in the history of gacha games, especially when you like grow older and older and you sink more and more time into the existing titles. So you are like less inclined to like explore outside, no matter how good those games are gonna be. So, and I want to do, bro.
Arknights is just...
To be fair, yeah, Arknights had the advantage of the IP, right? The Arknights IP, which is absolutely massive in CN. I think CN Arknights IP is comparable to Hoyoverse IP. Like, it's super fucking big. So that was like a pretty huge advantage. But then again, Arknights IP was also built not just on like the characters, but also the gameplay. And Enfield is a, like, let's just be real, Enfield is a very, very different target demographic compared to Arknights. While they have the same IP, it is a completely different game, right? It is tower defense versus mainstream open world gacha game. And while you might like the IP, you might not like mainstream open world gacha game. Because if you liked the mainstream open world gacha game back then, you probably would have just played games like Genshin, right? Back then anyways. So, and what do?
Ridiculous and can be debunked from multiple angles, which is why it's quickly becoming the litmus test.
Therefore, I play Arknights.
Or just
if Arknights have a PC client, I don't mind trying, bro.
You might find in a political campaign because it's a good slogan, but has no basis in reality whatsoever. And like all good slogans, it can be repeated easily over and over again ad nauseum until it spreads like a virus. And
I didn't see an Arknights Enfield definitely have a way bigger audience
repetition
than
when debunking it would take an exponentially longer amount of time, but we're going to do it anyway. So
only go play games.
Development on Enfield began in early 2021. Which is only about 1.5 years after the release of OG Arknights. So even if we were to accept the premise of this statement, which we're not because it's ridiculous, then it would be 1.5 years of experience and not 7 years. Next, a 2D chibi tower defense game and a 3D open world action combat game have very little in common design-wise when it comes to actually making the game. Arknights and Arknights Enfield are made by two entirely separate development teams, Studio Montag versus Mountain Contour respectively, meaning that even in this delusional world where experience making a 2D chibi tower defense game somehow perfectly translated into making a 3D open world action combat game. These are two entirely separate groups of developers working on these projects anyway. We just discussed a whole bunch of specifics about the process of game development from the Jason Schreier video. Given how complex game dev is and how niche and specialized so many of these roles are, if you think that throughout the years-long process of making Enfield, they were pulling people off of OG Arknights, which also has its own ongoing live service development, to go help make Enfield so they can learn the lessons of Arknights, then I have a bridge to sell you. This article with an interview from the Arknights developers behind Integrated Strategies literally says flat out that you cannot just copy and paste successful game modes from other games, because truly great game modes need to be designed from the ground up to exist in your game, because it needs to be designed to intimately exist inside all of the game's systems. That is why we have the precedent of other games trying to jump on the roguelike craze after the success of Integrated Strategies. Honkai Star Rails, Endless Zone Zero,
HSR mentioned.
Extraordinarily mid-weekly chores.
God rail mentioned.
And enjoyability that Integrated Strategy supposedly had, because it just doesn't work inside those kinds of games. And if learning the lessons of Arknights just means make a good story or make good gameplay content, then congratulations, because I have an award for you. Here it is. It's called Armchair Developer of the Month Award. It's just LARPing. It's literally live action.
It's literally LARPing.
Give this kind of useless feedback. These are such broad and obvious game design principles that I don't think the people who parrot this 7 years line really understand how much they're exposing themselves when they constantly repeat it. They use this to criticize Enfield while conveniently giving OG Arknights a pass, but if you were to adequately apply their own logic, then Arknights should similarly be slammed as an awful game with incompetent developers, because those developers would have failed to learn the lessons of other video games that came before it, because Arknights also supposedly took 2 years to get good on many fronts, such as the release of Integrated Strategies and for story content, which many of these people criticizing Enfield will tell you themselves. If the standard is that developers should learn the lessons of game development from a video game of a completely different genre made by completely different people, then Arknights should also be dubbed an awful game, and they should go ahead and EOS it because the developers are incompetent. And Wuthering Waves should EOS as well, and Mass Effect and Assassin's Creed and Uncharted should have all been canceled and their developers fired after their first game because they didn't learn the lessons of game development. I mean, Kant is rolling over in his grave. This just isn't a universally applicable world. And that's how you know it's not built on principle, but rather just another desperate attempt to pass off subjective opinions as objective facts. That or just herd mentality bandwagoning. They want to use this as some sort of empirical proof that their opinion about the game is correct, because if they can get people to accept the premise of this 7 years of experience line, then they can say that the developers are objectively incompetent and objectively made a bad game. And it's maddening because hearing it over and over again is like having to listen to someone say that 2 + 2 = 5 and then smugly look at you as if they just discovered Newton's fourth law. It's just embarrassing. Beyond that, there's also the human element of game development. We know from the real-world examples I mentioned earlier, Mass Effect, Assassin's Creed, and Uncharted, and you know what, throw in Arknights and Wuthering Waves as well, that when a team of developers is making a new kind of game together for the first time, very rarely do they knock it out of the park on the first try. For the kind of extremely complex project that game development is, it's pretty common to see this journey where the launch lays the foundation, which is then built on over time alongside community feedback. As we literally saw with integrated strategies and Arknights, it took a long time for the devs to travel that road. It wasn't a simple lesson learned from Warframe and Destiny 2. Now we can make integrated strategies because we know we need replayable content. That multi-year-long journey was what was required to build a mode like integrated strategies. That timeline is a feature, not a bug. The same goes for those sequels. So for Assassin's Creed 2, everything about that game as it was doesn't get made without Assassin's Creed 1 getting made first. Jason Schreier also has another video talking about the success of the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy.
Who is this guy?
An interview he did with
Jason
the director of that trilogy, Mr. Hamaguchi. And Hamaguchi says that a big reason for not only the high quality of the games, but also the relatively fast development timeline is due to the fact that 80 to 90% of the staff from the first game stayed on to make the second game, and 95% of the staff from the second game stayed on to make the third game, which is actually not what usually happens in the industry. A lot of times, especially for Square Enix, he talks about, when a game is finished, the company disbands the team and then puts together a whole new team when they want to do a sequel. And the reason that contributes so much to making a better game is that team chemistry is actually a really underappreciated factor in game development because of how huge and complex these projects are. Earlier we talked about how all these different niche specializations need to speak to each other to make the game, and over time those team members come to understand each other and get better at working with each other. The artist and the programmer come to understand how the other works and how to work more efficiently and make better stuff together. And that actually tracks perfectly with a ton of the success stories we mentioned earlier. Wuthering Waves, for example, had an infamously rough launch and a rough about a year of live service before hitting its revitalization later on. Arknights, as we mentioned, also had a very similar pattern, and I think a lot of this can be attributed to the natural development cycle of these games and how it can take about a year or a year and a half or even longer for a dev team to incorporate feedback and their own additional experience into the game, in the same way a sequel will take a few years to build on the game that came before it. And that's not saying, you know, just let them cook, bro. This is about understanding what's actually going on, because you see people saying things like how the devs are incompetent and mishandling the game and how they've given them all this time and now they're running out of patience, which kind of makes them sound more like wrathful parents whose kids cut contact with them as soon as they become legal adults rather than fans of a video game. But the reality is that it's been under 5 months and most of the content we're getting right now is stuff that was probably planned out and completed before launch, and it'll take some time before we even see the results of feedback. But also, in principle, the idea that the developers would somehow create thousands of hours of replayable content in 6 months after receiving the insightful feedback of make more replayable content is delusional. And the idea that they'd rewrite and revamp the entire story in 6 months is equally delusional, considering the fastest way to speedrun ruining your story is to rewrite entire portions right in the middle of it. Add on to that the fact that no game in this genre has provided truly replayable content. In fact, most don't even try to do so because they're all very happy with the content treadmill live service model.
I can name one, bro. Currency War. Right, that's my go. I think Currency War, legit greatest fucking game I've ever played. Just if I could play a little bit more, I would. But bro, there's so many fucking things gonna do in Currency War, bro. Right?
But somehow the expectation is that Mountain
Bro, Currency War is so crazy. It's crazy that Currency War made Honkai Nexus Anima both
working under the same
it's actually crazy.
Made a game
it's a whole ass other game for free.
Developers
for
also
free.
Took years to realize the full potential of their project because that is the natural human process of game development. So the only lesson that can be learned is general philosophical approaches to content, such as focusing on replayability and on enjoyable content over cheap manipulative content strategies, which, by the way, is the exact thing we've already seen from Enfield. It is the reason why I'm so optimistic for Enfield in the long run and what really attracted me to the game in the first place. No DPS check timer slop endgame, no RNG gear, Character duplicates aren't game-breaking or required. Signature weapons aren't game-breaking or required. Plus, the Battle Pass offers strong pseudo-signatures. And by those things being required, I mean we're not designing character kits full of dependencies on other premium units, so you need a full team of premium units for the character to even function properly, unless of course you pull like 3 extra duplicates and a signature, in which case it removes those dependencies. There's also far less dependence on minigame-centric events, gameplay content like the factory that doesn't rely on time-gated energy systems, cozier exploration that tells you exactly the number of chests and collectibles on the map and provides a tool that can guide you directly to them. You can also see quests clearly from anywhere on the map, which lets you truly 100% all of the exploration content, while minigames make exploration tedious.
Okay, to be fair for this thing, right? I feel like I've heard this sentiment a lot for like a lot of like gacha games, which is during their earlier days of the game itself, especially version 1, dupes and signatures don't matter. Team building doesn't matter because you can just mix and match. Which I think has been a thing for like every single mainstream gacha games. Because the life cycle for all these games, especially in version 1, is universal, right? Being universal, essentially, right? Exploring your team building options and doing whatever you want to do. But it is only from usually like version 2 onwards, or like maybe even like, you know, in the middle of version 2, that is when you see like more dedicated teams, right? Premium supports for premium units. Because they can't actually go ahead and I feel okay, I'm just looking at it from like a business standpoint, right? I think companies can't risk having very, very restrictive team building at the start of the game, especially when your audience has not really been like established enough yet. You need to like bring the players in, or rather like really explore them or expose them to the premium options at a later portion. It's like, you know, when you're fishing, right? When you fish, you can't just like pull immediately, even if the fish gets a bite. Because the fish it might just snap, right? You like chill, bro. You like slowly, right? You like wrestle with it a little bit, right? And then you let go of your line, and then you slowly pull it back in, right? So like you need to take time before you can actually release all of these options. Because by the time like version 2 or even version 3 rolls around, I think enough players would have spent their premium currency, right? And enough players would have like played this game long enough to have a sense of attachment. On the flip side, if you were to release dedicated teams, right? Dedicated units at the very start of the version, it means that every single unit that comes after needs to beat that version 1 dedicated team. Because if you don't, people will just stick with their version 1 dedicated team forever. So the only way for that to happen is that their version 2 dedicated team is stronger than the version 1 dedicated team, which would be way more power creep and way more unhealthy for game balance, because you're comparing a full... It's like, imagine if they released Mimo Stop in version 1. So would you ever consider like generalist teams ever again if you have Mimo Stop in version 1? Probably not. So by version 2, in order to release another team that's even stronger than Mimo Stop in version 1, it has to be like Elation Slop, which is like even more short environments or like even higher multiplayers, or straight up just a team that vastly outperforms Mimo Slop in terms of power scaling, which is worse for game balance anyways. So that is why I feel as of right now, Anfield is still in a stage where there's no reason to ever pull for dedicated teams and supports, because it doesn't exist, right? But by version 2, I'm pretty sure they'll have their own little things. Like, Zenless Zones came with Asma in version 2, right? The HSR was Break in version 2. I forgot what was Wuwa. Tune Break. But Tune Break was version 3, right? I forgot what was the Wuwa mechanic in version 2. So,
purpose and don't give you information on the number of chests because they don't want you actually finding everything, so you can get less pulls.
Imagine them power creeping Gilberta.
Way before you actually find everything.
Bro, why would they not power creep Gilberta? Bro, it's like, imagine power creeping Babin. Bro, where is Babin now, bro? Bro, like, all these units, I feel like it is just a matter of time, bro. and then they're like all gonna get like better replacements eventually.
Because they want you to miss
negative status, yeah. All right, Zani.
Really big
yeah, look at what happened to Zani, bro.
Away with some of the
Who
most
is
entrenched aspects of the gacha genre, and yet they did them anyway.
Yeah, time will always happen
a different kind of culture in the development studio, and yet none of these aspects are mentioned or given the credit they deserve. And in fact, we've reached the point where many of these things are actively criticized when they are actually massive steps forward in the genre. For example, with this whole content crisis situation, I'm seeing this yearning for Enfield to have this monthly refreshing copy of Spiral Abyss or Tower of Adversity, as if 15 minutes of DPS check timer slop content per month
timer slop
having nothing to do. Okay, now that I've said all of that, I have to clarify again that none of this means we shouldn't provide feedback to the devs or that there aren't things to improve with the game. I have story and writing and gameplay feedback that I continuously give. In fact, it's good to keep giving that feedback in surveys and talking about it online, but it's possible to do that without...
I get that this guy, I think at this point of the video is almost over anyways. It's like he doesn't like content if the content is gonna be slop content. I think that is the general takeaway I got from this video. Right? Like he would rather not have timer slop videos like Spiral, timer slop content like Spiral Abyss or whatever the fuck, right? The towers, right? And instead just have like unique and characteristic contents related to Enfield, so that it is a breath of fresh air for him. But because of this preference that they prefer to have no timer slot content and just wait for more unique things, I think it will be... It doesn't address the fundamental issue where a lot of these timer slot content have an underlying objective of making the player use the units that they built for a PvE endgame. And as much as you hate timer slot content from Spiral Abyss, as well as like Hazardous Tower or like Daily Assault or like Shield Defense, to a certain extent, just are with the cycles, there really isn't a lot of other ways for you to make use of your unit's combat experience, especially after spending so much time and resources building them. So why not have these kind of like timer slot content and then get the clears, right? You can try, you could zero cycle, right? Like if people really wanted to like have fun with units, they should have an option to do so. Right, you want a zero cycle Spiral, you want a zero cycle like CC or like the equivalency of like CC, right? You get a 4P zero long enough. Like you could. There's no need to, but you could. Like nobody cares about zero cycle HSR, but you could. And like it's still fun. So those things, while it might be like slop in terms of like HP sponge inflation, but people who want to play the game don't really have a lot of different avenues to express their combat mechanics and R9's Enfield, right? So
slandering the game and the developers, which is going to be more harmful than helpful in the long run. There's this quote from an interview with Maximilian Dude, who's a big YouTuber.
Okay, the entire term slop is subjective. Like, if I like... Okay, let's just say, for example, right? I like matcha ice cream. Okay, as my dessert. And you like vanilla ice cream as a dessert. And if I were to go to a restaurant and you were only able to choose one option, right? I'm gonna pick matcha and you're gonna pick vanilla. Bro, I'm gonna say you're eating slop, bro, because matcha is so much better. And then you might say, I am eating slop because vanilla is so much better. Because they cannot fathom the idea that you can make a preference. Right? You can prefer something else beyond the other, and therefore, if you do not enjoy the same preference that I am enjoying, you are essentially consuming slop content. A very, very crude example, but I can definitely see this example being very applicable to a lot of situations.
Experience
here.
Working closely.
I mean, if you can eat both at the same time, right? If you can have both vanilla and matcha ice cream, I don't think you will call each other slop because you can just have both. But realistically, this is not possible in the gacha game, right? You can't have your cake and eat it at the same time. So you have to make a choice. And if you have to make a choice, then it means that if someone else makes a different choice from you, they might not be able to fathom why they would make a different choice, and therefore your decision making leads to you consuming slop content. So
learn that like developers accepting criticism is a weird thing, because they're also people. So when you make content, you have to be like very specific about what you do, because most of the time, in the same way that we make content, we see people react to our shit. You get people that are just purely negative, and you're like, damn, just a hater. I will never get them on my side. I can write that bitch a check for $1,000. Their opinion would not change. So in the same way, developers look at the big haterade content for a lot of games and go like, that's not our core audience. That message doesn't actually matter. Like, we don't need to appeal towards them. But
I just realized this
like,
might be one of the longest
videos
videos
has
I've ever done
that are great,
so far.
and it's
I
really
didn't know this
good,
video was
and
going to
it's
be that
running
long.
good.
Okay,
But
but to be
this,
fair, it has
this,
like a
this,
lot
this,
of very
these are
interesting
big-ass
talking points,
problems.
though. And
So finding
I'm
that
glad I watched this.
criticism
This was a
middle
very
ground
nice
became
little
really
video.
important to me.
Very
And
disgustive
personally
video.
speaking, I
And
think
our
if you make
last
rage-bait
stream
content,
as
you're
well,
creating
before I
an
tried
audience
the
that
laptop
feeds into a
setup. So
cycle
that
that is
was
just getting mad at
holy
people or
choto mate,
things,
bro.
and eventually
Anvil doesn't have that same endgame as Hoyo Wuwa, so we can't just mention flagship teams, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let me just pull this up right here. Because it's kind of the endgame that birthed these kind of meta. We still have no otherwise a meta version and Enfield. I feel like it's like 大同小异, bro. Because I can't see Enfield in a different trajectory to Art Knights. Maybe Art Knights doesn't have such things, because it's like the tower defense, and it's not a mainstream gacha. Enfield is, I would say, comparatively speaking, a more mainstream gacha that's open world and has these kind of like combat challenges. And the easiest way for developers to sell teams and sell new units, besides like lore and like fan service or whatever, it is their performance in endgame content. Right? So if there's gonna be a performance in endgame content, there's gonna be shielding environments. And if there's gonna be shielding environments, they're gonna sell one unit as a package with other unit. It's like a set meal, bro. Right? They will definitely try and sell a set meal. And then you as a consumer will enjoy the set meal slot, right? The lunch bonus deal slot, right? It's like easier to it's a favorite, right? Chef's recommendation. But like if you want to play other teams, it is not gonna have as much recommendation from the chef, right? So I think it's probably gonna happen unless there's another way they can balance out a unit. So yeah,
they will get mad at you. It happens every single time.
So on top of being insanely unproductive to actually improving the game, these kinds of statements about the 7 years of experience or game should have been good from the start.
Okay, chat, if you type way too
a
long,
complete lack of understanding about game development, and also exposes a unwillingness to understand
you could be a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 sub, or use a prime, right? That would be really, really
and
good.
information from professional journalists that showcase the process and how games are made and how insanely complex it is. But on the other side, we got vibes and feelings, so it's kind of a toss-up actually. Could go either way. It's also going to be super easy to play armchair developer as someone who's never created anything like a video game before. I imagine if someone were to treat their creations in the same way, they'd be absolutely crushed and gutted. Like, you should have just made a good YouTube channel, bro. There's literally years of content creation lessons to learn from on YouTube. Why are you still getting low views on your videos, bro? You've been making videos for years. Why is your content so lazy and boring and bad, bro? Why should anyone bother watching you if you weren't getting hundreds of thousands of views from your very first video, bro? So you can see why these 7 years comments are also some of the most boring statements, because it's not rooted in any actual discussion about the game or anything interesting or worth talking about. It's just purely emotional debate bro nonsense that's attempting to legitimize opinions as facts. The only goal here is to somehow empirically prove that the game is bad and that developers are incompetent in order to win an argument against people that like the game and try to prove that their opinion is objectively wrong and your opinion is objectively right. However, it actually accomplishes nothing, because the people who like the game and disagree will just continue to like and play the game, and the people who didn't like the game and agreed with you will just continue to agree with you and not play the game. I think the best analogy for this whole thing is that imagine someone is very excited for their birthday because they want to have a celebration and get some gifts or something. They know they have to wait a year each time for their birthday to roll around. Now imagine that person just starts throwing tantrums on random days, complaining why it isn't their birthday yet and why can't the laws of physics bend to their desires so that the earth can spin faster and travel quicker around the sun. Now imagine you have to listen to those tantrums every 2 weeks. Now imagine that when their birthday finally rolls around, that person turns around and smugly proclaims that it was all due to their whining that caused their birthday to finally arrive. This is the hell we live in. Alright, so I'm assuming this video will give birth to the elitist Volpez persona, and I think we tried to fight it for as long as we could, but it was inevitable. It was always going to happen. Make sure to show this video some love, like and subscribe if you enjoyed it. There it is, right? Thank you, Mr. Valbez, for the absolutely incredible video. Whether or not I agree or disagree with his points, I think we can fundamentally acknowledge that this was a good
thought-provoking video compared to our usual dinner slop video, right? So thank you, Mr. Valbez. Before we boink, I feel an analogy I can make for the Enfield content situation is something like this, right? Uncle Pokke, right? Uncle Pokke's final sentence, right? Imagine that you were... Okay, I always like to refer to like gacha games as like restaurants. Like food places. Because I like food. Call me Mr. Chef, right? So like, let's just imagine, right? Enfield is a brand new established restaurant from the previous IP called Enfield. For Art Knights, right? So they made a huge name for Art Knights to open up a brand new restaurant called Art Knights Enfield. Alright. So their initial launch had the usual dishes, right? The chef's recommendations that are like very standard with a lot of their competing neighbors with regards to the food industry, right? You have your the story slop, right? The exploration, right? The fan service, right? The aboba, right? They added more things, right? So maybe you have like the rain drizzling on her ass cheeks, right? You can see like more color details, right? The factory building, right? So there are definitely still like unique things that they are selling in Art Knights Enfield restaurant. But in the restaurant industry that is gacha games, there is this one thing that is always in every single restaurant. And that is the dessert. Alright, the dessert. You know, like, if you guys watch like JJK, there's this guy, is like, oh my god, I want to eat dessert, bro. But like, he was never satisfied with dessert, right? Like that guy. So like, every single gacha game, or like, most of these like mainstream gacha restaurants, they have this dessert called the endgame content, where you have your option of either having a very simple dessert, right? It could be like a mini cake, right? It could be like one scoop of ice cream, right? Or you could also go for something extravagant, right? You could go for like the triple, quadruple decker cake with like jelly ice cream, mochi, don't know what fuck. There's like, you could customize that shit, right? For like the initial launch, depending on what's your appetite. Is your appetite casual? Is your appetite elitist? Like, how much dessert do you want to eat, right? So I think Art Knights Enfield, essentially, they had dessert, but the dessert was only limited to a very basic option. So you didn't really have a lot of like customizable options for your dessert. So players that want to have more dessert, they will leave Art Knights Enfield's restaurant feeling unsatisfied, because desserts are what completes your meal. Right? Okay, I'm not sure if I'm the only one that does this, but like, I feel that something is wrong if I don't eat something sweet. Or maybe I just have a sweet tooth. Like, at the end of every single meal, I have to eat something sweet. It could be like a protein shake. Like, if I'm at home, like, I'll eat like a protein shake. Or like, I'll eat like some like cereal or like bread. Like, I always have the sweet tooth. Or like, if I go out with Faisal, right? At the end of like every meal, we'll always go for dessert. Like bingsu or like bubble tea, like whatever it be. Like, but okay, that's just me, right? I am someone that I need to have a dessert after I'm not eating. So if I went into Art Knights Enfield restaurant and I go to the restaurant a couple of times and I try the food, right? The main course and everything, great, right? Story, presentation, everything is all great. But like, the dessert is just like, okay, let's just imagine chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry ice cream. Nothing else. It's all right? It's not bad, right? It's not a too bad of a dessert, but it's not enough. And I think what the Art Knights Enfield restaurants initially planned is that we will not expand our dessert department because we have this brand new appetizer called the factory building. All right, this brand new appetizer will leave you so full that you have no more room for desserts, or like really, really like extravagant desserts. All right. Unfortunately, the restaurant overestimated just how filling that appetizer is going to be, because people can essentially just smell the appetizer by pressing one button called a blueprint, and like, nah, I'm good, right? I mean, it smells great, right? I'm just going to have like one bite, but nah, I want dessert, right? I still want dessert. I legitimately think that is the best analogy I can think of, because they overestimated the advertiser that's factory AIC, and they underestimated people's reliance on dessert, and that is min-maxing endgame content, which is where you are gonna be taking your build units to perform within Honest Engine, right? So hopefully this analogy, I think that was a very nice analogy. I really think that was a very nice analogy. If you enjoyed the analogy, let me know what you guys think in the Clips channel, and I'll see you guys there. Bada boom, bada bing, bada bang. Thank you. What if I can just eat? If you can't eat sweets, just eat sweets then, right? I'm gonna take my family. Okay, but thank you so much for enjoying my excellent analogy. Before we hop on over to CC, right? Give me 1 second, because I've been holding in my pee for like the past 1 hour just for this beautiful, beautiful react video. So thank you, and thank you, right? Thank you. Milk. Alright, there's pure fiction slop, bro. Oh my god, pure fiction slop. Pure fiction slop. Okay, I'll do pure fiction slop. I'll do slop fiction data. Right, I'll do slop fiction data right now. Right. Okay, after slop fiction, I think it might be. Okay, wait, hold up. Okay. Slop fiction. Fantastic. Oh. Okay. Okay. Is pure fiction the dessert of HSR? I feel like HSR's dessert is the whole game, because the entirety of HSR is a treat, and that is why God Real is God Real, right? Let me just get this right here, all right, and then with this, right? Please sponsor me. Okay. Hey guys, Mr. Slop. So today we are gonna be having another pure fiction analytics from our favorite slop data with the levels of sloppy toppy clears. I'm gonna be expecting the Herda to be tier 0 because we actually managed to, what was it? Sustainless 0 cycle 40k with the Herda on our very first try. So without further ado, on our sloppy toppy 300. Oh wow. Okay. So once again, Evernight is gonna be the best of the best of the best. That's very, very interesting. Followed by Mimo Sprite. Evanesia is actually the second fastest clearing DVS in the entire slop fiction. Wow. So that means, wait, where is Silverwolf? Oh, Silverwolf fell off a little bit, huh? That's a little bit unfortunate. And then we do have ourselves the Ezreal main DPS, which is going to be in 3rd place, alongside with a couple of sub-DPS categories. Fu Xuan is literally just here to be carried by the Elation Slop, same as Asta. Blade somehow went down by 5,000 points. How? How is Blade down 5,000 points? I have actually no idea how this happened. Oh, Acheron is no, it can't be. It can't be. Because Acheron was used with Blade last time as well, right? So how the hell did bro drop down by 5,000 points, bro? Now, it can't be Acheron. If anything, it might be D-Herda. Okay, but it's Phase out dragging him down. Okay, so for that, endeavor this. Alright, in any case, let's continue on into the next one, which is gonna be DOT. Right, not doing too shabby at 30k. DHPD is still doing very, very well into the 31 with the same caliber as Luocha. Sparksy main DPS is not gonna be cooking too good alongside with Anexa. Wait, Anexa main DPS is better than D-Herda. Wait, where is D-Herda again? Oh my god. There's just no way, bro. There's legit just no way. There's zero fucking way Anexa main DPS is out clearing D-Herda, bro. Bro, D-Herda with Baby Herda and Emblade is like a free clear, bro. How the hell are we? Okay, it's not even about 40k. It's sub 30k, bro. It's worse than Fei Xiao. I mean, Fei Xiao is really, really good, but it's worse than Fei Xiao, bro. Oh, data manipulation? Oh, it's data manipulation? So, D-Herda haters are intentionally running down D-Herda statistics by using D-Herda with Japart as well as Yao Yao. My proof right here. Right, my proof right here. And there it is, right? So, that is classic data manipulation from the D-Herda haters. But let's just continue on a little bit more. Acheron went down by roughly 4,000 points, so that is just gonna be a little bit unfortunate. Firefly is actually not doing too good in pure fiction. I mean, it is gonna be an E0, barely above 30k, so it is what it is. Baby Herda actually doing a little bit better than Big Herda, so I'm assuming this is because she's free from data manipulation, right? Jade is not doing too bad. Wait, Sparkle is really, really bad though. I am guessing this is mainly just because of our E0 final, which, holy shit. E0 final is worse than Rapper. That is absolutely fucking insane. Okay, but luckily for us, wait, Archer is really, really not doing too well at E0 as well, which I also am not too surprised because even on our free-to-play account, my Archer was actually the least performing team compared to D-Herda. Like, our D-Herda E0 Ezreal actually managed to get ourselves the 30k clear. Granted, it was after like, what, 1 hour and 10 minutes of reset. Whereas Archer... Bro, at E0, I think this is going to be very... For now, though. Alright, for now. Other than that, we have a couple of Jiaozhous. Saridra is not doing too well because of the E0 final, as well as my name. Right, then we have a Bubbins. Holy shit. Chat, would you look at Bubbins' score, guys? Could you guys kindly tell me what does Bubbins' score say right there? My eyes don't seem to be like working too well, but if y'all can just kindly tell me what is Bubbins' score saying right there. Oh, and there it is, right? So chat is literally having, I would say, a case of brain rot, but not for myself, if I can say so myself, right? All of the other units did not clear, inclusive of Argenti, so reps in peace, Bozo. We are now going to be moving on into the more relatable island expenditure, and that's going to be our E2. Wow. Okay, wait. Remembrance is actually absolutely unchanged. That is quite crazy. Evanescence is still gonna be the second strongest DPS. Okay, our first row legitimately just have no change. It's just Ebonite Remembrance with Evanescence as well as Asheville. Then Silver Wolf definitely improved by quite a significant margin from E0 to E2. Then we have our classic Asheville Mose, right? Firefly and Finon Castellana instantly jumping all the way up to the second row at 38k and 38k respectively. So true. Okay, chat, you know this term, right? There's this term that my editor loves to put on me. All right, he calls me the E2 merchant. Genuinely, I personally feel that the definition of a E2 merchant, right, is without the unit set E2, their performance drops down by a substantial amount. And I would say, personally, if you would ask me, the top 3 E2 merchants in the Honkai Star Rail as of this merchant is pretty much gonna be Firefly. It's pretty much gonna be Finon. And it is pretty much gonna be check who should be the actual last E2 merchant. Who should be the last E2 merchant, guys? Okay, the reason why I don't say it's Mimo Slop or Cyrene is because even without the E2, they are doing incredibly fucking well. So, if you're gonna be first place without E2, and you're gonna be first place with E2, you're not E2 merchant. E2 merchant means without the E2, you are legitimately borderline unplayable. But with E2, you instantly become like the top 10. That is a definition of an E2 merchant. So because of that, I really can't justify using Remembrance or even Elation. So Final and Firefly definitely, because they really change a lot whether or not you have the E2. But you know what? Okay, low-key, it might be Fei Xiao. It might be Fei Xiao. But I don't even say this as like an insult, by the way. Like, getting called an E2 merchant is not an insult. If anything, it is a praise. It is high praise. Right? It means your idolants are so fucking good. Only greedy and stupid people won't prove for E2. Right, so I mean this with absolute fucking respect to the greatest DPS of all time. So, and then what I do, let's just move on a little bit more. Other than that, we have Dahlia, Black Zone, RMC, Sarija doing really, really good, right, with our Vinon, right? DOT is still doing very, very nice. Trippy is going to be up there. And Blade still doing roughly the same caliber, right? A couple of Maze, DHPD is really, really nice. All right, Akron, super good. All right, most of these units basically after they are E2, they're going to... Oh, wait, actually, it's D Herla, guys. Wait, chat, take it back. It's D Herla. Bro, D Herla went from what? 27k to 35, bro. With E2. Alright, okay, this is 35k with E2. This is 28. Alright, so she literally jumped up by 7,000 points. Whereas for Fei Xiao, she jumped up by around like 5,000. Right? 5 to 6,000. So D Herla objectively is the actual E2 merchant. So and then what to do, it is what it is. Other than that, we do have a couple of other things like Sparkle and Nexa, Fei Xiao, Cypher, Well Yang, My Day, Wrap Up. So who did not clear with E2? You know, I'm kind of surprised that Argentine main DPS can borderline still clear. So kudos to that. Saber. To be fair, Saber's idolants are just really not that great, right? I do believe she personally needs like either a miracle or like a new teammate, essentially, right? Okay, so that is pretty much gonna be our E0 as well as E2 performance. We are now gonna be moving on into the next part, which is the most popular units. Wow, Yao Yi has actually out-populated Mimo Slop. That is pretty surprising. Wait, where has out-populated Mimo Slop? So Mimo Slop users are no longer the most popular team in Honkai Star Rail. I mean, it's still a very close second, but Yao Yao plus Huan Huan is definitely seeing an extreme degree of resurgence. Then Hyacinth and Cyrene kind of just chilling. then the actual main DPS is gonna be slightly higher. But this is not to account the fact that people that run Silver Wolf with Yao Guang is not gonna... It's also gonna be competing with people who run Evanescence with Yao Guang, right? So when you combine these two, it's roughly what? 78%, 76%. Right, 76%, which is why Yao is gonna be slightly higher right here. That's very understandable. DHPD is general, Tribby, wheelchair. Okay, for a wheelchair support, that is Blade. I do think it is quite expected that he sees a very, very significant increase in overall usage. In fact, even higher than the break teams as well as DOT teams as of this moment. Evanescence is just not going to be doing it. Oh, actually, you know what? At this point, right, I am genuinely a little bit concerned with Evanescence because I really like the way Evanescence plays. Some might even say I prefer Evanescence to Silver Wolf, but I feel like at the end of the day, HSR is a gacha game. And there's one thing a gacha game company would like to do. And that is Mr. Ed, right? It is Mr. Ed. Based on the numbers that Evanescence is putting in right now in terms of usage, as well as I believe her social media presence, I am genuinely a little bit fearful that in the future, right, a very, very similar situation will happen to Evanescence and Silver Wolf compared to Firefly as well as the other two break DPS. So when that day actually happens, maybe right now Evanescence is going to be very similar to Silver Wolf 99, but if they ever have to choose a single unit to Nova Flare, I mean, like, hey, and I want to do, right? Anyways, let's just move on a little bit more. There's going to be Sparkle. Akron actually went up by a substantial amount in terms of popularity. We have a couple of Sundays, RMC, Saridra. Final not doing too shabby. Deer still kind of popular in Pure Fiction. Bobbin is going to be there. All right, cool. Yep. Very, very nice. Wow. Bro, I'm proud of the 0.9%, right? Because we did get our facial 0 cycle. And I think that is a very, very respectable achievement, if I can say so myself. So that is going to be the usage rate for our Pure Vision, this team. And then this is going to be the correct usage over time. Rank 1 going to Avanite main DPS once again, followed by casters. Evanescence slightly outperforming Silver Wolf, but also to be fair to Silver Wolf, the usage rate is substantially higher, i.e. more casuals, i.e. more data manipulation going on, right? The Evanescence mains are intentionally running down their Silver Wolf clears. They hate pull the Silver Wolf just to run down a 20k clear to bring down Silver Wolf's performance, right? So they want to do. Azrael still doing not too bad, same with Spark C, and then we have a couple of DOTs. Facial is not gonna be doing too well in Pure Vision, but to that I say nobody fucking cares because she's still the best DPS of all time, right? Then we do have a couple of the Firefly and D-Herda clears not doing too good as well. Aggron actually finally for the first time outperformed Firefly. I think that is gonna be kind of substantial. Scylla is still gonna be chilling around the 30k benchmark. Okay, I genuinely wonder a little bit. Wait, this is full easier, right? Oh, yeah, this is full easier. I think it's a little bit more understandable. I'm quite surprised Aguilera is honestly not doing too good over here. Full easier. Okay, then it is what it is then, right? Then after I stop DPS into Sparksy, Black Swan, DOT, Asheville, right? Baby Herda coming in a little bit of a resurgence over here, and everything else is going to be homeless. I'm going to keep it about... I really hope that HSR adds a Topaz Nova Flare, right? Okay, if I were to make a guess for like, okay, like if I have to design a Nova Flare right now, the units that needs it the most, right? Not about like popularity, but the most needed Nova Flare is gonna be as follows, right? Topaz, right? Argenti, right? Jiao Qiu, right? As well as Sunday, right? These four buckles, right? So if they actually come to be, it will be really interesting. Yo, by the way, fun fact, you know this song right here that's playing right now? Wait, hold up. This Jing Qian, like this song, right? It actually came out from like a it's like a play about like Judge Bao, right, which honestly is quite interesting, but essentially, Amplifier Tyrene is still gonna be rank 1, followed by Blade, right, second place into slightly above Yao for Elation. Then EMC is gonna be slightly beneath RMC. Then we still have our E0 Trippy doing a little bit better than Sparkle. Car HMC, Fugue, Well Yang, as well as Dahlia, Rame, Asta. Holy shit, Sunday is really not doing too good, guys. that is really, really not doing too good. Bro, can you imagine if you tell someone, okay, you know what, if you were to pull this unit at 2.7, you are going to be literally gapped by a 2.0 support. That is the power of Nova Flare, by the way. So frankly speaking, in Honkai God Rail, meta is completely fucking irrelevant because at any point in time, if Dawei snaps his fucking fingers and he gives a Buckle a Nova Flare, I think he will instantly shoot back up again. How are they gonna buff him? I have no idea, but he definitely needs one desperately buffing. It is what they do, right? Okay, oh wait, what actually happened to... I mean, I guess nobody actually plays her anymore because Emblade took her job. Like, legitimately, Emblade completely took her job. So, but also, if you think about it, the first ever Nova Flare, the only unit that had lasting impact is Kava. Every other one of those first batch of Nova Flares, it was as if they didn't exist. For Blade, Jingliu, as well as Silver Wolf, which is so crazy considering some of these units literally haven't even gone in Nova Flare just yet, but they are already like slightly better, right? In any case, there's gonna be our sustain. She is still undisputed. Hui is making a impressive increase in performance because she is the best in the world, followed by Fu Xuan, DHVD, Luoja, Avenging, Ningxia, Gallagher. Alright, that's gonna be that, and everything else is gonna be pretty much homeless, so that is gonna be done. So, okay, moving on into the team usage, right? Alright, team usage, very, very cool, very, very nice. Alright, that's really, really good. Alright, stop by cycles. Oh. So, the best team inside one is no Casteris. Okay, I guess Casteris can also be used for the 40k, but Casteris is not being used with Evernight, or rather with Cyrene, and Blade took the Cyrene slot. That is very, very interesting. Okay, but to be fair, there are a lot of 40k team players. Okay, you know what Private should do? They should add this additional criteria in Pure Fiction, where it's like 40k and the number of cycles it took to 40k. Because I think 40k as a benchmark is very, very wide in Pure Fiction because it's a lot more accessible to get 40k as compared to a 40k in, let's just say, for example, 0 cycle, right? So that's gonna be done. So side 2 is gonna be, once again, our... Oh! Wait, Spargo did a 1 better than EMZ? Dual DPS. Dual DPS with an M-Blade. Wow, okay, that's very, very interesting. Then we do have a couple of Akron clears with M-Blade Tribi and M-Blade Tribi. Is that Kafka? What the fuck? That's super, super interesting. Then we do have ourselves the Asheville with a sustained Silver Wolf running alongside well. I think one thing I've noticed is that for every single Silver Wolf team, there is not a single Silver Wolf team that did not have Yao Guang. So it's very, very nice. Then we do have ourselves a Firefly, right? Firefly card. Okay, Firefly card, and then we do have this one with Asta instead of EMC. Then finally, we do have a 40k EMC clear, right? The OG without Sparksy. A lot of 40k performances, if I can say so myself. Then a couple of DOTs. Evernight, very cool, very nice. Then let's just take a look at the third side, and that is gonna be Evidency, you know what I'm saying? Evidency, using the triple Evidency, and the third Evidency is actually gonna be with Huan, which is very, very nice. Then we do have a couple of sustainless Asheville Blade right here, which is very, very sustainless, if I can say so myself. Bro, I'm like speaking in cursive, you know what I'm saying? So we do have a couple of a Silver Wolf clear, which honestly can be integrated quite well with the second team at the same time as well. But we have a lot of appearance in the inclusion of M-Blade, right? So that is really, really good. As a matter of fact, for the third team, the only 3 teams I see is M-Blade, Evanesia, Silver Wolf. Okay, I guess there is one DOT right here, but generally that should... Is that Kalala? Wow. That one Kalala clear with Kalala, Asheville, Blade, and Tribi at E0. That is really, really interesting if I can say so myself. The rest of stuff just gonna be aha slop, aha slop, aha slop, aha slop. A lot of aha slops. And we do have ourselves a single Mimo sprite. That is really, really nice. So let's take a look into the most popular team. And I was slandering her. Yo, chat, last time I checked, is one guy equivalent to the entire Kerala population. So if a single Kerala clears pure vision, she should be tier 0.5 because she cleared in the top 10. No, right? Okay, so we're just going to take a look at the most popular team right now. And that is going to be none other than Mimo Slop, Break Slop, and Aha Slop, right? Classic set meals. The set lunch of the HSR restaurant, right? Very, very exceptional. Couple of DOTs here and there, but we do... Oh, Dear Herda was... Oh, my goodness. Okay, you know what? Let's just jump straight into the elephant in the room, and that is what in the actual fuck happened to D. Herta. Okay. That is not looking too good. Okay, we have a couple of adventurings going on over here, which is quite interesting. Is that D. Herta with a Sunday? I see. Alright, we have the 24Ks. That's alright. It's not too shabby. Alright. Alright. Oh, wow. Okay, this team cleared pretty well, though. Right, D. Herta 37K with Baby Herta and Blade as well as a Huen. And then this team actually got a 38,440 with the power of no erudition units, by the way. What the fuck is an erudition unit when you can just make use of this thing called the wheelchair, which is absolutely exceptional. So 0 means they died in-game, right? So that is just not gonna be too nice over here. Ooh, wow, I'm also surprised this Argenti team could actually clear even with an E2, so that is quite nice. Couple of fusions, alright, adventuring. Alright, there's a lot of D. Herta showcase, if I can say so myself. Do we see any other D. Herta showcase in this side? Stop by Psycho at this point. Alright, that is not too bad. That is not too bad. I mean, you really wouldn't use D. Herta in Cocolia, though. So I just wouldn't really think about it too much. And this is going to be against Kafka. Alright, quite a couple of Kafkas. Alright, I think one general trend that I'm going to be seeing is we have a lot of sub 30k D. Herta clears, which definitely might suggest a little bit of a data manipulation, if I can say it to myself, because the D. Herta haters are literally running her down 57 times against Cocolia, by the way. 57 different teams, not even 57 players, 57 teams are using D. Herta against 60% ice rest, which is very, very concerning, you know what I'm saying? So now let's move on to another very, very exceptional unit, and that is going to be none other than the greatest DPS of all time. I'm just really, really curious on what that is going to be, and unfortunately, I am going to be blind because I cannot find a great art, and there it is. How the hell did this team do 21k, bro? That is not possible, by the way. Bro, 21k means you can't even get past wave 2. You couldn't even say hi to Ligers, bro. There's legitimately just no fucking way that is possible. And we have a 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Why are there so many zeros with facial despite using Asheville? Why, bro? Okay, you know what? I don't even think it matters because the most important point, right? The most important point at the end of the day is that facial can in fact get a very, very impressive 40k, guys. I think that is really, really impressive. 40k with a 4-star. All right, so that is gonna be really, really good sustainless, right? So let's take a look at the side 2. Okay, I think side 2 is not as bad, right? It's not as bad, but it's still a little bit more questionable because I would say the Lycus's free double ultimate is just really, really good for phase out anyway. So, and what it do, right? And then this is gonna be 12 teams against Kafka. Holy shit, that is a lot of zeros, chat. That is a lot of zeros. Why is everything 0, guys? Who the fuck is running this? Help, right? With, hey, delete this. Delete this. Right? Okay, this is clearly data manipulation. Is this Sarah? This is Sarah. Right? Okay, so this is clearly data manipulation. Please fucking remove this. No one in their right minds would ever fucking run this. Did this guy actually just put this here because we reviewed Game 8's review? Do you guys remember our other video where we were talking about like there's no way Kelala in the same tier as Fei Xiao? So some bucko took that video to heart and they decided to submit one run with Fei Xiao plus Kelala getting a 19,000 score at E1 plus. Absolutely fucking unacceptable. So absolutely fucking unacceptable. Like, what are these teams, bro? What is this team, bro? Who the fuck is using Topaz, bro? Absolutely unacceptable. Justice for Fei Xiao. Justice for Fei Xiao. Okay, let's just take a look at Akron real quick. Damn. Okay, you know what? Are we really surprised that Akron is doing well in a M-Blade environment with debuffs? No, right? I just think this is just really good, right? Yep. Okay, yep. Oh yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that there are still quite a couple of failed attempts with Akron at E0. Right, there's actually quite a lot of failed attempts, or rather, like, is that a 0 because they have 0 Akron players playing this at E0? Holy shit, there are a lot of zeros, chat. Are you telling me there are so many Akron players out there that do not have a E0 team? Is that motherfucking Jiao Qiu? Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of zeros, bro. 0 is not a failed attempt. It means only idle runs. So are you telling me that 80% of all Akron owners have islands? Because there are no such thing as E0 Akron runs. I see. So if they are an Akron owner, they can actually drop us up right here, right? They can drop a tier 1 right now, right? Subscribing to Twitch.tv for MrPokke because there are a lot of disposable income, if I can say so myself, bro. Alright, this is gonna be 270 teams, right? Is that Baby Herda really good, right? Really good. Kafka, very interesting. 40k. Damn. That is a dot Coron in the big 2-6, right? Very interesting, right? Very cool. Alright, and all of the other stuff is just a lot of M. Bro, show me a single Akron that does not have M-Blade minus this one team. The answer is no, right? Because M-Blade is the brand new Jiao Qiu now. So that's really good. And then one last one over here against Miss Kafka. I mean, you really wouldn't run Akron here anyways due to the lightning rest. But not too shabby, right? Not too white, right? Not too good, not too crazily bad. We're just gonna take a look at one last team before we wrap up this entire video, and that is gonna be none other than the greatest DPS in the history of all DPS. Oh, okay. Okay, this is pretty good though, chat. Yo, chat, look at that. 40k Saber with a sustain. I think that is honestly really exceptional. That is really great. Wow. Wait, no M-Blade, chat. Yo, no M-Blade. That is really good. Truly showing the capabilities of a Saber Kazalana. Very nice. And wow, Gallagher. Crazy good. What the fuck is that? I have no idea what I'm looking at, but that is a very interesting. Then let's just take a look. Okay, I don't think we care about 8 teams. Yeah, just not doing too good. You really wouldn't run her here anyway, so I'm just gonna skip over. Okay, Kafka. Okay, like your private should legitimately add this rule where if at any point a submission of a run is less than 20k, disqualify, bro. Like, they cannot be fucking for real, bro. This is not a real submission, right? This is legitimately just trying to kill the DPS for the sake of killing that DPS, right? So let's just get rid of this, all right? And everything else is just not gonna be looking too good. So with that, I believe we are coming to the end of our slop fiction data TLDR, right? TLDR, Remembrance is still the undisputed greatest pure fiction slop team in the history of slop fiction. Second best is gonna be going to between Evanescence and Silverwood, depending on your island investments. A couple of Azrael clears, a couple of Firefly, right? Vinon, and I would be very, very interested to see what is gonna be the data for Memory of Chaos Star Wars mode for the next rotation. So word of the day is gonna be check Sunday. Okay, you know what, bucko? You know what? You know what? You know what? Wow, that is a lot of wow. Wow, that's great. Well, that's pretty great. Wow, that's a very, very great team, guys. Wow. Wow, the well Yang Sustainless. Wow. Very nice. Very, very good. Yo, Sunday is honestly doing very, very good right now. That is a lot, right? That is very, very good. And that is just very, very nice, right? Join this, join this, go, join to the use code of Bogie for 10% gamers off. All the best, guys. We'll see you guys next time. How the fuck is 0 Yunli clear? No one plays Yunli, that's why. Another day, another slop fiction data. 4.3 analytics. Oh wait, actually, I have a way better title. Is this the end of Dear Herta? There we go. All right, you should look at Fugue DPS. Name me one guy that plays Fugue DPS, bro. Bro, name me one guy. A single guy. And there these. Okay. Okay. Fugue DPS is infinite loops, yeah, but you need E2 Dahlia. And honestly, at that point, if you have infinite loops, you might as well just play Himiko. Actually, as a matter of fact, speaking of infinite loops, wouldn't infinite loops be really good if they can expand infinite loops outside of the current things that, you know, we might have? Is this good enough? We have more attack command twice. Okay, I think that is good enough. I think that is good enough. Yes, that is very, very good. Thank you. So whenever I say like timestamp, that will be the command, right? Thank you. March 7 DPS. I don't think anyone actually plays out the March 7 DPS, alright? Okay, chat. You know what I'm gonna do right now, chat? Do you know what I'm gonna do right now? Do you know what I'm gonna do right now, chat? Do you know what I'm gonna do right now? Bro, I'm gonna do something, bro. I'm gonna do something right now. Hold up. I am literally gonna do something right now, bro. I'm literally gonna do something right now. I'm doing it. I'm doing it immediately. Hold up. Okay, chat, what do y'all think I'm gonna be doing right now, bro? What do you think I'm gonna be doing right now? What do you think I'm doing right now? Please make a guess. Oh, what I'm doing right now. Yes. Staring at Dahlia, Slop, Rogo Kingdom, starting a war, pulling what? What do you think I'm gonna be pulling? What do you think? Stand up. I can't stand up right now. Yep. Play Genshin. Wait, chat. You know, I legitimately want to check where my Genshin is installed. It is literally in the same folder as all my other games, which is SSD. So I have no idea why my Genshin is so fucking laggy, bro. I have no idea, right? I think you will be stalling, pulling E2 Zyrene, Neuron Activation, Tree, playing Uma. Wait, is today Uma Musume CM Finals? Is today Uma Musume CM Finals? Genshin need to open often. I see. Not today. Start the CC40 grind. Tomorrow is CM Finals. Okay, we are gonna start tomorrow for the CM Finals. Absolutely. Okay. wage war against the Herda mains. That is absolutely factual, right? That is absolutely. Okay, so check. Here is essentially what I am gonna do, right? Here is essentially what I am gonna do right now. It's 2 days later. Oh, it's 2 days later. Okay, I will trust my EAMs. Here is exactly what I am gonna be doing right now, right? Oh, and stream, bro, that is crazy, bro. That is crazy. Okay, so essentially what I'm gonna be doing right now is I am going to pull this up immediately, and we are gonna be taking a look at this immediately right now, right? Immediately right now. I am gonna do this right now, and that is gonna be this right now for this particular moment in this very, very segment. Oh, this song is pretty good. Where'd you go? This one's here the most. Your way. Oh, you're sick of this song? Okay, you know what? Because Chodo Made said that he's sick of this song, I am gonna skip this song. Alright, I'm gonna skip this song because Chodo Made literally said that he's sick of this song. So we are gonna listen to Chodo Made and we are going to skip this song, bro. Okay, chat. So, yo, River 2345. 5 subs right now and I will stop stalling. Sold. Let's see it. River 2345. 5 subs. Do we have 5 subs? Do we have it? I guess bro was lying for fun 99, which is just really, you need me to stop. Okay, chat, genuinely, right? 10 subs and keep stalling. Sold for Miko. Holy shit, Zara, dude, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs out. That is really, really good. But we do have an offer from Mika1237 for 10 subs to keep stalling. Do we have an offer from Mika1237 for 10 subs to keep stalling right here? Is there an offer for 10 subs to keep stalling? How I press the subscribe button 5 times? For YouTube vlogs, that's actually not gonna be too ideal because at the end of the day is going to be ending very. Keep stalling. I am almost there. If you're at the tag, you are tolerating my essay. I do really in fact tolerate your essay. Okay, no cap on a stack. Here's exactly what I'm gonna do, guys. Here's exactly what I'm gonna do right now. Chat. I am going to start I am going to start. I am going to start. I am bro, y'all are so funny, bro. Bro, y'all are so fucking funny, bro. Bro, y'all are actually so fucking funny, bro. Why is chat so funny? Why is chat so silly, bro? Oh my god, chat is so fucking silly. I can't believe how silly chat is actually right now. Oh, chat is just so fucking silly, bro. Alright, chat is so fucking silly. Okay. I'm not starting anymore, guys. Right? I'm not starting anymore, right? I'm pulling out right now. What? Holy shit, Miss C. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Wait, what was that for? Wait, why did you just give 10 gifted subs? Why did you just give 10 gifted subs, Miss C? Why? What was the 10 gifted subs for? What was the 10 gifted subs for? Wait, is this how I earn subs? By doing nothing? Really? Oh! Okay, we're gonna do an activity together, guys. Alright? We're now gonna do an activity together right now, right? We're gonna do an activity together right now, right? So, chat, tell me about your day, guys. Bro, how frequently can we do this? I'm leaving y'all in 3 days, guys. How frequently can we do this? Alright? I'm just gonna stall a little bit more, but thank you so much, Mr. Meesip, for the 10 subs. Bro, I'm gonna read every single chat. Bro, I'm here willing to talk to y'all right now. I'm here talking to y'all right now. You walk your in the rain, that's very nice. You just clear CC40. Wait, how do you clear CC40? I lost 3 league games away. That's very, very good. You won your money back, your Zala. Someone literally just outbid you. Okay, but essentially what I was gonna do, right? Essentially what I was gonna do is this right here, right? I was literally about to hop on R9's MVU, and we are gonna clear CC40 right now. Right, that was what I was gonna do, right? Losing league games is not too good. Mr. Nice, should I get E2 DHPD at E1? Absolutely. Great day getting ready for World Cup round of 32. That's very nice. I won my CM in UMA CM JB today. That's very nice. I cleared the season with Estelle Fluoride Gilberta Wolfguard. Okay, use Gilberta, so that's gonna be disqualified. You should watch a new Brown Dust 2 animated shorts. You know what? I'm gonna keep it about if Brown Dust 2 animated shorts does not get me banned on YouTube, I will immediately start watching the brand new Brown Dust 2 animated shorts immediately if I can. Okay, I will tell you my day is regular, nothing special, nothing bad, just regular, and I am fine with that. Also, will you play League in America? What? Oh my god, oh my god, I should totally play League in America, bro. Bro, I could duo queue with Fob, bro. Wait, I could actually duo queue with Fob. I don't even think Fob ever streams it, right? That would actually be incredibly exceptional if I can say. Duo, I guess Dante's with like Jinxie right now. So it is what it do, right? It is what it do. But in any case, right? In any case, what am I even looking at right here? I need the CC code for physical team again, bro. Challenge for StarCraft 2. I will literally just win him anyways. So I don't even think that's gonna be too big of a competition, if I can say so myself. Okay. There we go, chat. Okay, chat, we are gonna clear CC40. 46 physical. Selected test will pose a real challenge. Please act with prudence. Chat, how do I deal with this? Chat, how do I do this? I feel like I just can't do this, bro. Che, y'all know I am a free to play, right? I am a free to play. Oh, so how do I do this? Enemy under crowd control regenerates 15% max health per second. I can't deal with this, bro. This is the Meta Gilberta Wolf Risk 46. This is not physical Risk 46. This is not physical Risk 46. Okay, you know what? We don't even need this better thing. I just need 40. I just need 40. Once I clear 40, I'll be very, very happy. I just need 40. Alright. We're going in. We're going in. Oh yeah, yo, Mo, tell me set to Enfield. In case we didn't. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. God, thank you.
Time to give them a proper lesson.
Okay. Fuck. Yay. Bro, where am I aiming?
All units incoming.
Okay. Yay. Thank you. Wait, this is pretty good, right? I think this is pretty good. Oh, this is not good. Okay, actually it's not good. Bro. What does Amber even do? Nothing. She just dies, bro. She just dies. She just dies.
War is never about mercy.
Give them a proper lesson.
Oh my, you can't regenerate skill points if the fucking... Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, yeah, you're right, you're right. I have to keep landing final hits. Oh my fucking god. Oh! Wait, okay. Wait, okay. Oh my god, it's okay. It's okay. Oi! At this point, just cool cameo. Oh, you have no idea, bro. You have no idea.
Never about Textbook maneuver.
That was a huge waste though. Okay, wait, but this buff actually feels easier. Like the final strike buff is actually kind of fun. Like it's a free like bonus. Oh shit! Ding ding ding! I'm gonna marry him for my bro.
MrPokke Pie, I've actually been a huge fan of yours all along. From your very first page of the Fluffy, Volume 1, Chapter 1, I was already captivated by you, Dynast Fayflower.
I see. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
All units incoming.
Oi, oi, oi. How did she miss that buckle? Oh, for fuck's sake, bro. Bro, how did she miss that buckle, bro? It's actually so crazy, bro.
Engage.
Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I haven't pressed it. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, he's not it.
Just what I like.
Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god, now I have no HP. Bro, I died to the DOT.
Textbook maneuver. Clean the shot. Test it.
Bro, I hate the fucking toxic pool, bro. I can't do shit, bro. I legit can't do shit, bro. This is actually pretty good. I get one shot of things here, right? Fantastic. Oh my god, wait, this is good. Oh god. Nice.
Once known, be dead. Leave it to me.
Wait. Holy shit, that was so close. Oh my god, wait. This is huge. This is huge. Wait, that is like my best ever, actually. Oh, yes, not that shit so much. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Wheelchair. Oh my god, I didn't Oh god, yo, Sega, thank you so much. Ah, he's up. This is good, this is good.
Nice teamwork.
Yo, Chad, this is so fucking good. You are fucking trolling, bro. Oh my god, you're fucking trolling.
Commendable.
What the flying fuck? Oh my god, you're fucking trolling, bro. This guy's fucking untrolled. Oh my god. Wait, can we still win? Oh no, that's so fucking close, though. Oh my god, that's so fucking close, though. Oh my god, that's so fucking close, though. I'm so upset. I'm so upset, chat. I'm gonna cry, chat. I'm so upset. Okay, wait, let me see this. Oh my god, I was so
To fight. Engage. Nice teamwork. All units incoming.
He was dead, man.
Textbook maneuver.
That's eye-opening.
Bro!
Once known, be
That's brilliant strategy.
Bro, I missed the fucking. Oh my fucking god, bro.
Here.
A blade unsheathed, it's left unleashed.
Time to give them a proper one.
Incoming!
He was good. I'm just skip this. No, I wasn't gonna risk it. Fuck it.
That's admirable.
No escape from this day.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Chad. I don't got it, bro. Right, I don't got it, bro.
Never about mercy.
I don't got it, bro.
Time to give them a proper one.
Mind to it.
I'm not okay, I'm not here.
Time to fight.
Engage.
Not bad.
Hog units incoming.
Oh, what? You fucking marchi, bro. Kanina, bro.
Time to fight.
Engage. Hog units incoming.
What? Okay, wait, actually, it's not bad. It's okay. Wait, I could greet for this, actually. Oh, it's too slow, though. Yeah, by me, full 3 didn't let go.
Textbook maneuver.
Bro, I hate that laser beam. How did that even? Right,
Chameleon strategy.
Crusade.
My fucking god.
Here. Time to fight.
Engage.
No escape.
Shit. I wasted one heal.
Attack spook maneuver.
Okay, it's still manageable.
No escape.
It's pretty good, right? That's really, really good, actually. I got a counter off as well. Fantastic.
No escape.
My turn.
Yay! That was some perfect teamwork.
Not bad.
Oh my god, wait, that's insanely good. Oh, that's insanely good. Okay, we still hit both of them. We still hit both. Oh my god.
I'll teach you.
Wait, fine, right?
Hard surrender.
Oh my god, huge. Huge, 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 huge. Huge. Oh my god, huge, huge. Okay, huge. Hola balaboob. This move is quite free. Oh my god. Yo, Chad, this is crazy. Wait, that is crazy, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy, this is crazy. This is crazy. Wait, out. Bye, bro. Wait. Okay, there we go. Oh my god. Well, that was insane decision making, by the way. That was insane decision making. How the fuck did I even die? Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Fuck it.
Attack smoke maneuver.
Nice. You're a true pro.
You got some formation.
No, 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 no! Oh my god, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Wait, I'm only... Wait, does that not count as a break? How does that not count as a break? Wait, you can't use out to break that shit? Bro, what the fuck, bro? Doesn't out break that? Shit, I can't even. The out risk. I see.
Textbook maneuver.
Clean the shark. Impressive. Yay! That is some perfect teamwork. No escape.
I kind of fucked it up. Bro, bro, bro. How did that even hit me?
Might see. What the? Textbook maneuver.
A blade unsheathed, it's left unleashed. Time to give them a proper one.
All units incoming.
Keep your distance.
A brilliant strategy.
In position.
Not bad. Oh my god, missed. Holy shit, bro. How the fuck? Oh my god, bro. Oh, he didn't die. Stupid.
All units incoming.
Yeah, I just can so much shit. Wow, I just can so much shit. I'm gonna fucking jump, bro. I swear to fucking I'm gonna jump. I swear to God, I'm gonna jump.
Leave it to me.
Oh my god, I have no oh my fucking god, bro. Oh my fucking god, bro.
A blade unsheathed is left unleashed.
Engage.
Yay! That was some perfect teamwork.
Brilliant strategy.
Not bad.
Oh, that's good. Grouping sucks, asshole. Oh my god, I missed again. Oh my god, wait, that's actually perfect though. I have full HP.
Yay! That was perfect teamwork. Keep your distance.
Oh, Is this one guy like not dying? Why is this one guy like not dying?
Brilliant strategy. At my command.
Holy! Holy! We just 0 cycle that buckle. Oh, we just 0 cycle that buckle. Bro, we cleared it in 2 seconds, bro. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, shit. Wait, he died? Fuck! I was gonna fucking heal, bro. Cao Qi Bai, bro.
Brilliant strategy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
At my command. Textbook in mind.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god, bro! Oh my fucking god! Okay, I need a times that, bro. Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh, bro, that legit took us 3 days, bro. That took 3 days, bro. It was 3 separate days of attempts, bro. Oh my fuck, bro. I'm exhausted, chat. It would have been 10 times easier with Ember with HP gear. You're probably right, bro. Oh my god, bro, that was... Oh my god, bro, I'm so fucking drained, bro. Okay, with that, we have finally cleared Risk 40 for the first time in my entire life on our complete free-to-play account with this buggles. So word of the day is gonna be, oh my fucking god, join Discord, use code PORTNAME on GamerSubs. If this video gets 1,000 likes, I will try Risk 46. Actually, you know what, Risk 45. Okay, if this video gets 1,000 likes, we'll try Risk 45, right? So I'll thank you and goodbye, right? Thank you. Oh my god, okay. Okay, but I feel like with this, I will earn the rights to be a caster for the upcoming actual Elitist R-Knights Anvil CC0 cycle kind of shit. Because I need to cast this in the future for the, I believe, the 8th to 12th or 11th of April. Is there a Risk 67? That is a great find. Bro, I'm actually so fucking tired, bro. The thing with this game mode is that you need to nail this down without making mistake, or like enough mistakes anyways, all the way. And like if you were to fuck up at any point, like at the last part, you just restart from scratch all over again. Which is like, oh my god, it's so fucking annoying. But as time progresses on, my muscle memory gets developed. Because I can tell I had like massive issues even like in wave 1 and wave 2. But like, by the third day, which is today, it took me 3 days to finally get through to like the third and fourth waves relatively consistently. Which is like, bro, I'ma keep it a buck, bro. Mechanic slop, chat, right? Like, it's time for me to do my daily slender, bro. It's mechanic slop, right? In God Rail, you do not need mechanic slop to ingrain your muscle memory to press the right buttons at the fucking right time, because that ain't skill, bro. It is just mechanic slop. Whereas real gacha games like Honkai God Rail will require your team building, precision, and decision making at every possible time, right? Oh, yo, help me get a clip as a mechanic slop. Thank you. Okay, chat. How hard is 45? Because why do y'all say 46? Isn't it in like increments of like 5? How hard is 45? Alright, this is my code. This is my code. If y'all want to try this yourselves, this is my code. Oh, you can't dodge anymore. You can't dodge anymore. That is a fucking problem, bro. That is a fucking problem. It is the BS mechanic slop. Anything above 20 is just for fun. Oh, absolutely. I gave you 46. The difference isn't that big. This? Hold up. Thank you, R-Night guy. Thank you. Okay, I can still dodge. Oh, but I hate dealing with this, though. When the operator applies vulnerability to Ardent's infliction, damage done by the same operator minus 90% for 10 seconds. Isn't that really, really bad? Okay, I guess Mifu doesn't concern herself with this, because Mifu is not the one applying, right? She just needs to proc her voluntary E2 into E3. Don't do damage on Mifu after I'm applying vulnerability. Mifu can't apply a vulnerability, no? What slop is HSR? HSR is not slop. Alright, that's why Goryo is Goryo. Yeah, but how would you even... Would this even affect Mifu, though? Her out and second banner skill does apply. Oh. Then how do I cut her second battle skill to instantly do the punch? What slop does Genshin have? Reaction slop. Element slop. Crush only after a combo skill. Oh, so you apply 3 stacks with Chen. So all this you just apply with Chen. Then after Chen goes, you combo skill with Mifu into the crush. I guess that's how you do it, right? All 4 stacks applied by Chen. Oh, you apply 4 stacks instead of 3. Okay. Okay. No, I'm getting used to the ice thing, so it's fine. Okay, what about this though? Regeneration 2. Is this... How do I do this? Because I had huge issues dealing with this. Since the lift from Chen was like fucking annoying. Oh, to be fair, the mobs don't matter because we one-shot a boss with Mifu anyways. But a boss is like fucking annoying. Mavwega cancel slop, I see, bro. Turn-based slop. Slop. You know what, chat? I will let my R-Nice guy see how a level 46 is gonna cope with this. This is only affect the monster first evolution one shot. Okay. Wait, so enemy elites don't get crowd control. So bosses will never get regen for the thing over here. If that is the case, then I'll probably try this. Okay, I don't even think I have enough time to try this out, honestly, because I'm really gonna be flying very soon, right? But yo, chat, with that, I am gonna come into the end of my mod today. Before I bounce off, chat, I am 4 subs away, chat. I am 4 tier 1 or a single tier 3 sub away from 300 points. So if y'all love your streamer with tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, thank you for subbing. It has been very, very nice. If not, I will see you guys tomorrow. And from tomorrow onwards, I am only gonna be streaming on my laptop to prepare for the US stream. So this is the last time I'm streaming from my PC over here. So most likely you're gonna be seeing a very, very different setup. And that is pretty much it, right? Then Tuesday, or rather Wednesday, is gonna be our last day of streaming before I fly to the US. And the next time I see y'all, it's gonna be on the HSR live stream on the 3rd of July. So hope you guys had a very... Holy shit, Confident! Thank you so much for the one gift. That, right? I thank you so much for the one, but it has to be subbed. It has to be subbed by a user and not gifted subs, because gifted subs don't count. So if y'all wanna hop on to the thingy, thank you guys so much. But I will be seeing you guys tomorrow on Wednesday for the laptop stream. Then the next time I see y'all is gonna be on HSR Live, where I'll be streaming from Los Angeles, United States of America. You did not get scammed because you are my favorite viewer as my VIP channel, so thank you so much, Confident. But join Discord, join everything, and all the guys, so thank you. Oh my god, Shin Army Man, yeah, thank you so much for the gifts as well. Thank you, right? Alright, good night. I'm gonna go ahead and fight face out, right?